during Channel 2's Summer Fun Fest at Builders Square and Best Buy.
Stay tuned for 2 News tonight for continuing flood coverage.
The rains that never quit, the rivers that go on rising. The governor of Illinois says today this disaster is getting worse by the hour.
From ABC, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, reporting tonight from the banks of the Mississippi River.
Good evening. The Mississippi and its tributaries have taken another day's toll on those who live in this river valley. The great river swells and boils its way south, replenished by more rain, which was torrential today across much of the region. The map tells part of the story. A bad situation in Iowa and Missouri is now becoming really dangerous. These latest storms across the Midwest, and they just don't seem to quit, have been like a shot of adrenaline to the river system. At Des Moines, the Raccoon and Des Moines rivers are already running unimpeded into parts of the city, and the rivers are rising. ABC's Judy Muller is there.
Des Moines residents woke up to the bad news, broadcast on every radio and television station.
This morning, the Raccoon River, the Des Moines River, Squaw Creek, and the Skunk River are expected to rise very rapidly.
The rains delayed efforts to pump out floodwater from the city's crippled water treatment plant. More bad news for the 250,000 residents facing up to a month without drinking water. Meanwhile, military cargo jets are flying in water purification units for use at area hospitals. And emergency water distribution continues throughout the city. Some residents saw a silver lining in today's clouds, rushing out to buy buckets, big buckets, to catch the pure rainwater. Downtown businesses hope to reopen next week once water is restored for fire sprinklers and sanitation use. But for now, the streets are deserted, save only for a fish or two and some gallows humor. The demand for water in Des Moines is putting pressure on the water systems of surrounding communities. Even as the water treatment plant here in West Des Moines was refortified today with more sandbags, city officials warn that the water supply is dangerously low. Residents of West Des Moines have been asked to reduce their water use by 80% and to prepare for more flooding from the Raccoon River. Hundreds of volunteers showed up to sandbag the area where just 3 days ago the river surged with enough force to twist the railroad tracks.
It's not fun. I need to take a shower and I don't have any place to go right now.
The thousands of residents of West Des Moines forced out of their homes earlier this week have been asked to leave again. The head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency toured the area today and delivered a promise from the president.
The president has emphasized that we cut out the red tape, we get these disaster centers open, and we get these people help as quick as possible.
Rainstorms are forecast for the next few days. That means the people of Des Moines are in the ironic position of both needing and fearing more water. Judy Muller, ABC News, Des Moines.
Well, as you hear there, what's going on in Des Moines has President Clinton's attention. He has decided to end a day early, the only vacation he's had since becoming president, and stop in Des Moines on his way back to Washington from Hawaii. He explained why.
It's just a lot worse, and there's some, I just think I ought to go back. I'm going to go back tonight, and it's the first time so I can be in the Midwest in the morning. And by then, I talked to Leon Panetta this morning about the aid package, and we're working on that.
You know how much you get?
No, and frankly, whatever we do, we're going to have to leave open the option of going back for more, depending on what the damage is.
Down here in St. Louis today, we've not had any rain, which has been a relief to those who are still trying to get their defenses ready for the really high water anticipated this weekend. But it's proving to be a real struggle just to the north. ABC's Jim Wooten was out on the levee near Ursa, Illinois, and it was miserable.
Exactly what isn't needed here. The wind changes and the clouds roll in from the north. And drenched and exhausted National Guardsmen plod up and down the inside bank of the levee, checking carefully for the tiniest signs of seepage. They don't care if a little of the Mississippi comes through. It's the loss of dirt that's important.
And you find any boils or any water bubbling through, we go and sandbag it, throw straw in there, pack it down, and make sure that you don't get a big channel of water to erode away the levee.
They've been at it now for 24 hours, and with the new rain and the river rising, they're not sure they can save the levee, which seems altogether irrelevant to Dennis Sohn, who's still at home, thank you, outside the levee. The only one left on that side for miles and miles, and his first floor is already underwater.
What is to be gained there by staying there? Well, I'm blocking stuff up right now, my furniture and stuff.
And he thinks if he leaves, there'll be looters.
You know, people get to stealing a lot of times when times get bad like this, and I'd like to protect my stuff if I can.
He might protect it from thieves, but he'll be lucky to save it from the river. Tomorrow's forecast, more rain, nature's wretched excess. Jim Wooten, ABC News, Ursa, Illinois.
In Illinois today, and it's a problem elsewhere, the Emergency Services Director called for help from anyone with trucks, trailers, or even dry pastures, so that livestock, which is threatened by the flood, could be moved out of the Quincy area. We wouldn't be surprised if one way he got his message across was by using WGEM, the little radio station that could. Here's ABC's Linda Patillo.
Standing Flood Watch 1993 on WGEM radio. 10 minutes before 12 midnight. The river rising. You're on the air.
Broadcasting from a studio in the basement of a Quincy hotel, WGEM 1440 on the dial has become a focal point of information and support for listeners over a 200-mile area.
Well, can you tell me how fast it's been rising here at Quincy?
It seems like everyone is listening.
Urgent need is now for bodies to sandbag to...
I think it quiets the anxiety of not hearing anything or not knowing anything.
Normally on the air only from dawn to dusk, this tiny radio station has broadcast around the clock for the last 3 days. Water levels, bridge closings, emergency numbers, and levee breaks. 2 nights ago, when the Nyota levee broke 50 miles north of here, one listener called the radio station before the police.
Right after the levee broke from her house, the last phone call she made from her house was, she called us, picked up the phone, and said, Nyota's gone.
Late this afternoon, with the water rising to dangerous levels, the station broadcast more urgent appeals for people to come sandbag the levees.
We really could use some sandbaggers if anybody's still awake out there.
Norman Hare runs the command center by the Quincy Bridge.
I've already had them here within 15 minutes, volunteers after going on the radio station.
There are 6 levees within reach of the station's signal. Any one could break tonight.
If you're heading to bed, you might say your prayers before you go to bed. They are appreciated.
Linda Patillo, ABC News, Quincy, Illinois.
When we come back, rebuilding after the flood. Will the taxpayers' money be wisely spent? Here in St. Louis today, as we said, if you live near the river, you go on preparing. All that rain in the north is going to find its way into the river system and to this part of Missouri before long. It is also true that away from the river, this Midwestern center, famous for its beer and its medical industry, is getting on with life as it usually does. In fact, as Aaron Hayes reports from the east side of town, some folks just won't be convinced that there may be more trouble ahead.
So we could start moving stuff out. We can't get nothing out of our house now. Yeah.
You'll get an answer, and we'll find out what happened.
They've been getting increasingly frustrated here in St. Louis.
I've been living here since 1958.
What's your name?
This is ridiculous.
People accustomed to city life, city services, cannot get the city to fix this.
The city has done nothing. Nothing has been done in this neighborhood.
The city made the decision to cut power here in part to encourage reluctant residents to evacuate before floodwaters take over. Some refused even then, bought generators, and camped themselves in their homes because this is an urban flood. It will come up through the sewers. They want to be able to pump that out of their homes.
The city said, get all your electric pumps. Then the mayor comes in here and cuts all our electric off, so we're sitting with electric pumps and you can't pump out your basement if you got water in your basement.
Nobody here is an expert at disaster, and we just think for the health, safety, and welfare of the area residents, we need to take this action.
Mayor Bosley is not very popular in some neighborhoods, especially the dry ones, where a lot of people think they'll be safe. Still, anyone who doubts the water can conquer their neighborhood can just look here to Lee May on the city's south side. Friday, all of this was dry, and many residents were refusing to leave. The water finally changed their mind.
Well, we're too old to carry sandbags, but by God, we can do this.
It isn't all tension. The Salvation Army needed help today to relocate from a flood zone. The Salvation Army is always helping everyone else, so the city decided to help them. No disagreement there. Aaron Hayes, ABC News, St. Louis.
Yesterday we touched on the frustration and a touch of resentment some people feel that in some way, through their taxes, they are going to have to pay the enormous cost of rebuilding people's homes in parts of the Great River Valley where they may just be courting disaster again, or perhaps where they shouldn't so easily have been allowed to build in the first place. Here's ABC's John Martin.
His name is Darrell Byers, and he lives in Jefferson City, Missouri. He gambled he wouldn't need protection.
Flood insurance is so expensive you wouldn't believe it. And we took a chance a lot of other people took, and now we're paying for it.
Strictly speaking, they are supposed to pay for it. Unless people are poverty-stricken, the Federal Emergency Management Agency will only lend, not give money to rebuild. Even if they are destitute, the most they can get as a handout is $11,900, only to make sure their structure is safe to return to, and only if they are desperately in need.
The perception that anybody who should have had flood insurance and did not purchase it is automatically an incredible burden, an additional burden onto the federal taxpayer, is a misperception.
So they're not entitled to help, but there's another factor. Congress is likely to bail them out. Even though 8 out of every 10 victims of this flood didn't buy flood insurance, if hurricanes and past floods are any indication, Congress will spend more money than required, out of compassion and the desire to be reelected. This could easily top $1 billion. FEMA opened a dozen disaster assistance offices in the flood areas only today, so it will be some time before the costs are known. But spending a lot of that money would not be necessary, says Representative Doug Bereiter of Nebraska, if Congress had tightened building controls in the flood zones.
We have to take a look at the additional dollars that we're pouring in to assist people that should not have been encouraged to develop in those areas in the first place.
To save money, he says, Congress should make sure homeowners buy flood insurance and limit the number of bailouts for people who don't. 2 years ago, the House voted to do that, but the Senate rejected the idea. So that's why it probably will cost a lot of your money this year to help the people who gambled that they wouldn't need it. John Martin, ABC News, Washington.
A little later in the broadcast, we'll have a report on how the Mississippi is taking care of itself. And in a moment, Forrest Sawyer will have the day's other news. Finally from us this evening, this impetuous river and what we do not see. As most of us look on what the Mississippi has wrought here in the Midwest this season, the river insinuating itself into one life after another, we tend to focus on disaster. We spent a little time today with a man who sees the Mississippi as more than a menace. Owen Dutt is an ecologist for the Army Corps of Engineers. He sees a river rearranging itself.
When I look at the river, I see water moving quickly, water sitting still, water everywhere. What's going on underneath?
There's a tremendous amount of sediment transportation taking place on the river system right now.
So to some extent, the river is cleaning itself.
Absolutely. It gives the system an opportunity to renew itself. There's nutrients washing into the river. There's changes being made in terms of sediment moving into different areas. Some areas are filling up, that's true, and that's damaging. Some areas, though, are being scoured out, and that's very helpful.
Where do the animals go when all the water shows up?
Well, those that are mobile enough to migrate, deer, turkey, some of the amphibians and reptiles, will actually run to the high ground. One of the problems that we have right now with this particular flood is how long those critters, those animals, may have to be left on the high ground, competing with others for limited food supplies and cover.
What effect on the birds?
Well, the shorebirds, I think, probably love it. From what we've seen, a lot of the floodwaters that gets into the agricultural fields, the fish will move into that area also. Now, as that floodwater recedes, there will be some of those fish that are trapped. And I would expect to see a real concentration of shorebirds feeding on those fish, so it'll be a smorgasbord for them.
Do you think at this stage in our history the river is having an effect on us, or we're having an effect on the river?
Well, I think it's a bit of both. Certainly you're right. Throughout history, we have tried to control the river. And I would tell you that I believe that partially we've been successful. The rest of that, the river is trying to control us in many respects, and I think it too has been successful in doing that.
And that is our report on World News Tonight. We'll be in Des Moines tomorrow when President Clinton arrives to see the devastation for himself. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night from St. Louis.
President Clinton surveys the soggy Midwest, and he brings his top command to fight the flood of '93. Good evening. All eyes focused on the St. Louis area today as a history-making flood summit took place in Arnold.
The president, vice president, 9 governors plus cabinet members converged to talk about what is needed and what can be done. We have team coverage of the summit, beginning with News 4's Larry Connors.
President Clinton arrived in St. Louis just before 9 this morning. Vice President Gore had arrived about half an hour earlier. The president brought with him heads of 10 federal agencies, as well as numerous cabinet members, secretaries of agriculture, health, labor, commerce, transportation. Within minutes, the president was airborne once again, taking off in Marine One to tour the St. Charles County flood area. The president wanted to see where the Missouri and Mississippi have converged some 20 miles north of where they normally would meet. This is what the president wanted to see, an up-close personal view. And from this vantage point, he could see where the rivers have stretched 9 to 10 miles beyond their banks. And in the midst of those waters, homes lost, homes that money itself will never replace. After the helicopter tour, the president opened his special summit with the governors of Missouri, Illinois, and 7 other states. Flanked by his cabinet and department heads, the president spoke of his concerns.
We are here to deal with basically 2 great issues. One is, what are we going to do right now while everybody is up to their ears in alligators? And the second is, how are we going to keep this effort going over the long run so that we can see these areas through to full recovery?
Vice President Gore presented a dramatic picture just prepared by the National Weather Service, a picture of a new lake in the center of the nation.
What you see here on the border between Minnesota and Iowa, South Dakota and Nebraska is a very shallow and temporary Great Lake. It is as if another Great Lake has been added to the map of the United States.
Host Governor Mel Carnahan quickly moved the focus of the meeting to a prime concern, federal money, without any strings attached. In other words, not forcing the states to provide matching monies.
That's going to overtax the ability of both states, our state in particular, and the local communities. And I know that that is being thought about, but that is going to be a priority for us.
If the governors expected the president would suddenly swing open doors to federal money without any restrictions and matching requirements, they were wrong. He began to respond in a very cautious fashion.
We have to be very careful about how we handle this. When there is a genuine problem, we want to be responsive, but we want everybody to kind of work with us and work through the facts on it. And we will try to make a humane as well as a clear-headed decision.
For an hour and a half, the president and his staff exchanged ideas, requests, and needs with the governors of the 9 states. Then, of course, there were numerous workshops. All of this providing, hopefully, an optimistic viewpoint of where we go from this crisis.
All of us in the administration who have been to this region have been very moved by what we have seen, both the pain that people have experienced and their enormous courage and often their great good humor in dealing with this crisis.
The president leaves this summit knowing exactly what the states need. The concern is that now once he is gone, once the national television cameras leave, that the rest of the nation might then forget the need of the flood victims in the Midwest. The governors of each state, the people of each state, will make sure the nation does not forget. I'm Larry Connors.
And of course, Missouri and Illinois have been particularly hard hit by the flood.
And the governors of each state went into today's summit meeting with a long list describing the devastation. News 4's Heidi Deja talked to both governors Carnahan and Edgar. She's in our newsroom with their reaction. Heidi?
Well, Evan, both governors walked out of today's flood summit feeling very optimistic that their calls for help will be answered. All the governors agreed the president's recent request for $2.5 billion is not even close to the cost of this flood. The president, of course, says he may ask for more. The main point made by Governors Carnahan and Edgar was a plea for the president to cut through the red tape in order to get aid to the states as quickly as possible.
They'll know that there's someone out there trying, they're out there listening, just as the president and his secretaries were listening today.
Nobody can escape paying a price on this type of tragedy, but hopefully we'll be able to minimize the hardships.
Now, each state must hand in an assessment by the end of next week, but everyone agrees that will only be half the story. The real price tag of the flood of '93 probably won't be known until the floodwaters recede. Evan and Lori?
All right, Heidi Deja, live in our newsroom. Thank you. Well, the work does continue tonight, despite a heat warning being issued for St. Louis City and County, where officials are concerned, especially today, about the volunteer sandbaggers along the River Des Peres.
And that's where Herb Humphreys is. He joins us live, and sandbaggers are there working feverishly to raise the levee. How are they doing, Herb?
Laurie, I'm happy to report they're doing very well. Now, no one knows with certainty just how many people are out here, how many volunteers are sandbagging, both filling sandbags and dumping sandbags. But there must be well over 2,000. Because the Red Cross and the Salvation Army estimated that they served about 2,000 yesterday, and both told me just a little while ago that they're serving even more now. You talked about that heat situation. It was a sweltering day out here. Fortunately, it's cooling off a little bit. But despite the hard work the people are doing, despite everything, only about a dozen suffered from any type of heat problem, and those were not serious. But the EMS crews here in the city have been working rather hard. At least 100 people have had to have aspirin or Tylenol for muscle cramps or for aches and pains or headaches, brought on probably by the hot sun. A lot of sun blocker for the sun, and so forth. And the people here, well, they're certainly a cross-section of St. Louis. Perhaps we could say a cross-section of the world, because not long ago, Episcopal Bishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa was right here on the sandbag line.
Well, it's just marvelous to have so many people come and express their solidarity in this kind of way, and it's the most eloquent way of saying we care. And to those who are suffering, we are with you, and God loves you as well.
33 of America's top cops are in St. Louis today. They're members of the International Association Chiefs of Police.
We've had a meeting here scheduled in St. Louis, a legislative meeting. We have about 33 chiefs in town. And what we talk about all the time is working in partnership with the community. So as soon as we got our meeting done today, we went out here to work in partnership with the community.
The volunteers in this gargantuan effort are trying to save the homes not already affected by the still rising waters of the River Des Peres. And Congressman Dick Gebhardt, who joined the sandbaggers for a time, says he believes this effort will succeed.
I believe human beings can do anything they decide to do. We decided we wanted to put somebody on the moon, we did it. Why? Because we decided we were going to do it. People here have decided we're going to save these homes on the River Des Peres, and I believe we're going to do it.
And everyone here right now believe and hope also that Gebhardt is right. Incidentally, Bishop Tutu was here in town for another meeting, and when he found out about the situation in St. Louis, he insisted on coming down here and taking part himself in this mammoth operation. That's the story here. Laurie, back to you.
Thanks, Herb. That's what we've heard so frequently. The international coverage of our plight here is bringing help from all over.
Certainly.
And indeed, flood relief is coming from all over the world and all across the country.
And we'll show you one such effort trucked all the way in from New England. And Quincy is losing its fight against the floodwaters of the Mississippi. Those stories and more are coming up. The town of Quincy, Illinois has lost its battle with the Mississippi. The river surged through a levee protecting the access roads to Quincy's last connection with Missouri. The river also set off a raging fire as gasoline from an overtaken convenience store ignited. The Bayview Bridge, along with the city's 3 other bridges, are now closed. Also lost thousands of acres of prime farmland.
And there's another troubled bridge over water tonight.
This one affecting traffic spanning 2 states. Police in Chester, Illinois tell News 4 tonight the Mississippi River Bridge there will close at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that will create problems for the many residents of Perry County, Missouri, who work in Chester and must cross that bridge. No word tonight on when the bridge might reopen.
In North Dakota, torrential rains are causing flooding in Fargo. 7 inches of rain fell Thursday night, sending the Red River over its banks. Today, residents of Castleton are busy sandbagging, trying to hold the water back. The Red River may crest as high as 15 feet above flood stage, and that'll come early next week.
And Mike Roberts up in just a bit with a look.
Area grocery store chains to make it easy for you to give. Donating to flood relief is now as easy as going to your supermarket checkout. You'll see these coupon displays. Tear off a $1 coupon or a $5 one, or as many of each as you want. Then the cashier will scan the coupons and the total amount will automatically be added to your grocery bill. Half of the money will go toward helping flood victims. The other half will go toward Operation Food Search to help feed the homeless. We here at News 4 are proud to be a partner in this effort. The stores participating in the Food for the Hungry program are Schnucks, Dearborg, Shop and Save, Price Chopper, National, and Straub's.
And not all the helping hands being extended during this flood crisis are coming on local arms. In downtown St. Louis this afternoon, a truck arrived carrying food and supplies from Connecticut. The contributions were collected during a charity drive by our sister TV station in Hartford, Connecticut. Eventually, they'll be distributed to those left hungry or homeless by all the floodwaters.
And there's so many people here who need help. Let's hope it keeps coming.
A lot of folks giving of themselves.
Well, the weekend forecast is coming up next.
Meteorologist Mike Roberts up with that. Mike?
Well, I'll tell you what, it looks like we're in for more hot and sticky weather. We may see some storms as well. I'll have your Sunday forecast in just a few minutes.
Well, it's the routine. Let's check in on those rivers now.
Yeah. I'm afraid that the starting point once again is just another look at river stages, and I'll be glad when we don't have to do this, not just because it takes a lot of time to do, but because it will mean finally we'll see an end to this. But it's going to be another 2 weeks, I think, before most of the rivers and streams in our area have fallen below flood stage. We're going to start with the Mississippi at Grafton. It's currently at 34.8. It will crest at 35.3 on Sunday, tomorrow, 17.3 feet above flood stage. At Alton, the flood stage is 21. It will crest at 39 feet on Sunday, 18 feet above flood stage. At St. Louis, the crest is expected to begin tomorrow at 46.1, but it will be a 2-day crest for all of these areas, and right now it's running about 16.1 feet above flood stage. When it moves south, it'll hit Chester. The flood stage there is 27 feet. This morning it was 44.7. It will crest at 46.2 on Monday, 19.2 feet above flood stage. As for the Missouri River at Herman, flood stage there is 21 feet. The current level is 33.8. It is falling and will fall below flood stage sometime around the 27th of this month, so 10 more days. St. Charles, flood stage is 25 feet. It is cresting now at 37.2, but I'm afraid it is going to be about 10 days at least for the river to fall below flood stage there as well. Meanwhile, the Merrimack River at Valley Park is at 22.1. It will crest on Monday at 22.5, 6.5 feet above flood stage. And at Arnold, it is expected to crest at 42.5 feet on Monday. That's 18.5 feet above flood stage. As for the Quiver River at Old Monroe, it is cresting right now at about 35 feet. That's 11 feet above flood stage. And the Illinois River at Hardin, flood stage there is 25 feet. They're at 39.5 this morning. 41 feet is the crest. That will come Tuesday, 16 feet above flood stage. Well, I'll tell you what, we are adding to the problem a little bit. We've got some rain falling on Doppler radar. You'll see that it's well to the southwest of us. On the Illinois side of the river, the Mississippi River that is, we saw, well, some scattered thunderstorms earlier this afternoon. Most of those have faded away. In fact, all of them have faded away. But down around Potosi and Washington County, we do indeed have a thunderstorm. Combined effect of heat and humidity is the reason for this and the other storms that were visited upon Illinois. 95 degrees. My goodness, it was toasty warm, and the heat index was even warmer. 77 degrees was our starting point. Right now, the heat index is 99. The current temperature is 94. Winds are out of the south, 41% relative humidity. Temperatures around the region are in the low to mid-90s in most places, except for Chicago. A cool 80 degrees in Moline, where it's 87 degrees, but it's the heat index that counts. 103 in Springfield. The other Springfield is 100, 103 as well for Columbia, Kansas City. Kirksville is 100. Cape Girardeau is 103 when you factor in the heat and the humidity together. Meanwhile, up in Nebraska, they're looking for a break. They're getting hit hard by strong thunderstorms that are going to move east along a frontal system that is going to push them that way. And with the expectation that strong thunderstorms will visit central and northern Illinois and eastern Iowa, severe thunderstorm watches in effect until 10 p.m. For us, it was just the hot, sticky weather that grabbed our attention today. My goodness, this strong southerly flow is going to stick around again tomorrow, so temperatures are going to be way up there again. Frontal system is going to stay to the north of us. That's good news because it's going to be the action point for a lot of weather. This evening, it'll stay dry, 84 degrees by 10 p.m. When you wake up, it'll be 79 degrees, but we'll be on our way to afternoon thunderstorms and a high of 95 degrees. We'll do the same thing on Monday. Then Tuesday and Wednesday, the front will move south and we'll see a lot more action as far as rain.
I'm sorry, it's just amazing when you talk about how long the river is going to be at those levels.
It's just now falling below flood stage way, way north of us. It'll be another couple of weeks for most areas, and that's assuming we don't get hit hard.
All right, thanks. We see you 10. Cardinals gained more ground on the Philadelphia Phillies today.
That's right. The Birds are now just 3.5 games behind first place. Today against the Astros, they played with zeal. Guess which one? Todd Zeal continued with the hot bat.
1,000 acres of farmland were quickly swallowed up by the river.
A small army of National Guardsmen are now on duty in Missouri.
At last count, there were 1,362 soldiers and airmen on duty. Many are on security details in west central and northwest Missouri.
As if the floodwaters haven't been enough to contend with, local heat and humidity created more problems today. A heat warning was issued this afternoon for St. Louis City and County. If you're involved in flood-related efforts, drink plenty of fluids, take frequent breaks, and head for shelter if you feel ill.
The KPLR-TV St. Louis Cardinals Flood Relief Rally raised more than $250,000 for the Salvation Army during the Cardinal game last night. The Salvation Army spokesman said the amount raised was the largest they've raised in that short a period of time. KPLR-TV employees and volunteers collected more than $8,800 outside of Busch Stadium prior to the game. All the money will go to help the victims of the flood.
Coming up, laughter may be the best medicine. A little comic relief.
I'm Mark Freed in the Weather Center. Heat and humidity combined to have 110 heat indices today. We'll tell you if they'll stick around and what you can expect for the rest of the weekend. Well, lately, if it's not one thing, it's another. All the rain's dried up today, but then the heat and humidity combined to have very dangerous heat indices all across our region. A very hot and humid summer day here in the St. Louis metro area. Real warm if you were outside, particularly even if you had feathers or a fur coat on. Partly cloudy skies. Right now we have 88 degrees for our current temperature. Our humidity at 63%, relatively speaking. Southwesterly winds at 6 miles an hour. Our barometer is rising. Precipitation, as I said, none today, but our high temperature 96 at 6 degrees over our normal high for this date. The overnight low was 77. Now, you can see on our map tonight, we've got all the fronts moving up to the north of us. And as a result, the center of that low pressure is up over Iowa, and that's causing all kinds of problems. You can see in the satellite picture just what's been happening over the past couple of hours, just how the storms blew up in the late afternoon and early evening hours. Now, Red Oak, Iowa has received already 2 inches of rain in just about 20 minutes this afternoon. Around Des Moines, anywhere from 1 inch to 1.25 inches. Also, over to the eastern portion of Iowa, about 1.25 inches as well. A cold front will hang on right in that area overnight and into tomorrow. We will see more showers up in the northern portions of the Mississippi River Valley. Here's the forecast for tonight. We will see our low drop down to 76. Not much of a drop, I'm afraid. A very hot and humid night, partly cloudy skies. Some isolated thunder showers will develop out there. Tomorrow, partly cloudy for the most part. Again, watch the heat indexes if you're heading outside. Drink plenty of fluid. Southerly winds continue. On Monday, a greater chance of showers. High of 90, cooling off a little bit after that front comes through on Tuesday, and warming up again on Wednesday and into Thursday with a greater chance of showers and thunderstorms developing again, I'm afraid, in the middle of the week. I'm Mark Freed in the Weather Center.
Thanks, Mark. One homeowner along the River Des Peres is adding humor to help make it through. Look at these signs in front of George Robich's Germania house. He says they are giving everyone in the neighborhood a reason to smile even as the waters climb. And he says because he and volunteers spent the morning sandbagging his backyard, he doesn't think he'll see that indoor swimming pool.
Up next, we'll bring you all the latest flood evacuation orders. Stay with us.
But first, we'll check in with Rich Gould for more on the Cards battle with the Astros.
Coming up, tonight's sports review.
We have more flood news coming into the newsroom. Let's check in with Christine Buck for the very latest. Chris.
And as we've mentioned, the Mississippi is expected to crest at 46.1 feet tomorrow. That's a new crest date for tomorrow. And there are some items to mention. In Jefferson County, they're asking volunteers not to bring food to the sandbag lines. Do not bring food in Jefferson County. And in South St. Louis, they are sandbagging around the River des Peres. They'll be there until midnight tonight. They'll take a break and pick up again at 7 o'clock in the morning. And volunteers are asked to report to Bishop DuBourg High School at Hampton and Eichelberger. With this update, I'm Christine Buck in the newsroom.
And that's St. Louis 11 News for tonight. Thanks for joining us.
We will see you again tomorrow night with another special weekend edition of St. Louis 11 News.
The 2 News Team Weekend.
It'll be a night of plugging leaks and watching for levee breaks along the River des Peres. This is a critical time as the Mississippi in St. Louis rises towards its crest of more than 46 feet.
Emergency crews and volunteers labored all day to save hundreds of South St. Louis homes. The 2 News Team's Betsy Bruce begins our Flood Watch 93 coverage on the front lines in South St. Louis. Betsy, what's the latest?
Well, this is the kind of problem that volunteers and emergency workers can do little to prevent. Leaks along the levee. You can see there's a worker looking at one right now. Earlier this evening, floodwater began backing up through a street sewer onto Germania. Now it must be contained. Some folks, it seems, are ready to sell out, but not these workers. The sewer leak is a problem they believe they can handle. If they don't, the sandbag levee could break.
What we'll do is form like a little pool, build it, surround it with sandbags. As the water comes up in that area inside the sandbags, then start to pump it back over into the River des Peres. It's a common thing we're running into now as the river continues to come up higher and higher.
Downriver, closer to the Mississippi, another leak. Sewer district workers bring in loads of sandbags to contain it. None of this could be possible without the energy and sweat of hundreds of volunteers. A literal army swarmed into South St. Louis today, filling thousands of sandbags to line the edge of the River des Peres. Working in searing heat and brutal humidity, as one group of volunteers wore out, another appeared. How fragile do you think this sandbag levee is?
It's hard to say. In some areas it's so reinforced it looks great. In other areas, of course, it's real close to the top, but I think they've given it a great effort and I think it'll hold.
And for that, local residents are extremely grateful.
I think it's so lovely. I said to them girls, so thankful to have somebody to help you when something like this happens.
Now, that volunteer help has been a real lifesaver here in St. Louis City. But now the city believes things are under control here along the River des Peres, and sandbaggers will be needed only up until midnight. Dick and Mandy?
Well, Betsy, you say things are under control in South St. Louis, but I understand it's quite a different story in St. Charles tonight.
In St. Charles City, they are issuing a plea for sandbaggers to come in beginning at midnight to relieve some of the people who have been working through this very long, hot day. If you're interested in helping out in St. Charles City, you should go to the City Works Department, and that's on Highway 94 and North Street. So you want to go to the west side of 94 on North Street to volunteer at midnight in St. Charles City.
Well, Betsy, one other quick question. Do you have any update on evacuations in South St. Louis tonight?
Well, now, electricity was turned off to an additional 500 households this evening. It was scheduled to be turned off. We told you about that area last night. Nobody has to leave, but of course, without power on a really hot night like this, I'm sure many people have sought shelter with relatives or perhaps a motel. It's very quiet around here. National Guard and police are patrolling the streets and watching security checkpoints.
Okay, Betsy, thank you.
Well, those volunteer sandbaggers along the River des Peres had a surprise visitor today. Desmond Tutu, the Anglican Archbishop of South Africa, walked among the volunteers and even helped pass along some sandbags. Tutu was today's keynote speaker at the convention of the United Church of Christ and Disciples of Christ in St. Louis. He says simply that he heard about the flood and wanted to express his concern.
I also want to pay a very warm tribute to all of those who have come out, as these many folk here have come to face up to this adversity together. I wish just sometimes that we didn't have to wait for disaster to bring us together.
But it's nice to see that the human spirit...
It does show that, basically we are good.
Later, Archbishop Tutu crossed paths with Congressman Dick Gephardt, who gave him a short briefing on the flood efforts.
Are you happy, satisfied with what is happening?
Very. This is a wonderful outpouring.
This is just tremendous, isn't it? A wonderful advertisement for Christianity.
Christianity, community, family.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, God bless you.
You're a hero to many people in our country.
God bless you. Thank you.
Bishop Tutu, you might notice, was wearing a T-shirt that said, "I fought the flood of '93. Well, many people are fighting that flood, of course, and financial assistance will soon be arriving for the flood victims in the River des Peres area. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is going to open up an office in South St. Louis on Monday. That office, the FEMA office, will be at 1012 Loughborough. It'll be open from 9 in the morning until 7 at night, and that office will remain open through next Thursday.
The swollen Wood River forces East Alton to put up the floodgates. A little after 7 tonight, the floodgates closed a section of Route 3 that connects Alton and East Alton. The Wood River, like most of the other Mississippi River tributaries, is backing up and filling with floodwater. And this is an historic event in East Alton, so dignitaries are reporting the event.
This is a major thoroughfare through here. We have probably something like 44,000 vehicles a day go through here, and so it's a big thing when we have to close it. First time in my 50-some years that I remember it being closed.
Well, tonight, the only way to drive from Alton to East Alton is to go miles out of your way. And people who use the Chester Bridge will have to do the same thing. The Chester Bridge will close at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning because of high water on the Missouri side. Now, the closest bridge is 50 miles away. That's going to be a hassle.
It certainly is. And in that same general area, of course, which is south of St. Louis, 600 residents of Prairie du Rocher are being warned they have to evacuate. And Prairie du Rocher is the site of the annual Fort de Chartres rendezvous. So down south is just as much a problem as up north right now. Yeah. And a call for help, though, is answered tonight.
People living in the Arnold neighborhood along the Merrimack River thought they might have to give up as the rising water inched toward their homes. The 2 News team's Rochelle Rowe showed us their story earlier at 6 tonight, and she continues our Flood Watch 93 coverage with an outpouring of support.
It did not look good.
We've been here 10 days working on the wall building, trying to help people out, trying to move out everything else, and right now we're not going to give up hope to just let our houses just go with the water.
Residents desperate to save at least one side of the street in their neighborhood had sand and sandbags, but no manpower. That changed after their story is told.
We felt it was more important to come and help the people who needed us.
This high school church group had plans to float down Current River this weekend. They decided to keep the Merrimack from floating into people's homes.
You're going to take your float trip eventually?
In August.
Hopefully, yes, in August. Yeah, I mean, there's always a chance, but I mean, if we can't do it this year, we'll just do it next year.
Even a 5-year-old boy brings his shovel to help.
He went and got his shovel, his very own shovel. Dad got his shovel, and we headed down. Try to help these people out a little.
Some of these sandbaggers were here earlier in the week. They built up this wall reinforcing the homes here, but then the dreaded news came, the crest. The wall will be no good because the water will rise another foot.
Thank you, Steak and Shake.
There's only so much you can do before your energy is sapped. The plea for food also goes answered. Local fast food chains come to the rescue, and just regular people. And Pillsbury volunteers from Minneapolis bring boxes of muffins.
We drove a round trip down last night. The good thing is to see everybody getting together and helping, and that's so heartening to see everybody, and it makes you want to work that much harder.
The burl app, you can leave the way they are. Okay. All you have to do is come here and look, and you will feel for the people.
Well, another problem folks are having in that neighborhood is now that raw sewage is backing up and mixing with the river water. Today, some Salvation Army volunteers told me they had plenty of sandbaggers, but no one to give them tetanus shots. But everything seemed to work out all right, and it looks like the residents there that you saw in that neighborhood will be able to save their homes. Mandy?
Well, Rochelle, are they going to need more help tomorrow?
Well, it depends on how much work they can get tonight. You know, the water's supposed to go up another foot by tomorrow, so they're hoping to get most of that wall reinforced. But if you would like to help, you can go into Arnold off of Jeffco Road, go to Starling Airport Road, and then you go into Boeing Road, and that's where most of those volunteers are.
Okay, Rochelle, thanks.
And those growing problems in Arnold and St. Charles and South St. Louis, in fact, all through the Midwest, attracted the attention of President Bill Clinton today, and he pulled out all the stops, bringing in an all-star political lineup to town. The president began his day with a helicopter tour of devastated St. Charles County. You know, more than 40% of the county is covered with floodwater. And the view out the window dramatically illustrates the heartache that flood victims are suffering. The president saw what we've been seeing for weeks, homes and businesses submerged in brown, murky waters. That helicopter tour, which ran about 45 minutes this morning, ended in Arnold at Fox High School there, where dignitaries from 9 Midwestern states packed the school cafeteria to really make history.
The Flood Summit brought Washington, D.C. straight to the people who need the help the most. The summit team discussed ways to quickly get aid to victims and ways to deal with the long-term effects of the high waters.
The president opened the summit with his observations of the Great Flood of '93.
All of us in the administration who have been to this region have been very moved by what we have seen, both the pain the people have experienced and their enormous courage and often their great good humor in dealing with this crisis.
We do have to say a prayer because it is obvious that this tragedy is in the hands of God as well as our hands, and should give us impetus to do our very best to help people at a time of great need.
The first topic, money for those who've lost their jobs because of the flood.
These people were totally without a crop, entirely wiped out, and their livelihood is just on hold and going backwards for the time being.
Labor Secretary Robert Reich answered with money for the unemployed.
Governor Carnahan of Missouri, we got $2 million. That's the down payment. You don't have to get up. We'll just pass it around here. Get up. Don't lose it on the way, though. Oh, thanks. Thank you very much. I'll get over that.
On the topic of crop damage.
This part of the country is extremely fruitful, if you will. This area of the country produces about $45 billion in annual agricultural yields. In this part of the country, we grow 2/3 of all of our corn and soybeans and 1/3 of all of our wheat. So every American ought to be concerned about what we're seeing here today.
It all comes down to money. Budget Director Leon Panetta expects Congress to vote on a $2.5 billion flood relief package on Thursday.
The purpose of all of the programs that you've heard about is to try to get you and your businesses and your farms back on their feet. The problem is there really is no program that can fully replace the level of damage that is taking place.
We're very appreciative of your efforts to get $2.5 billion, but I guess what I think all of us need some reassurance. This isn't it, because I think most of us feel this is going to be not enough.
If the bill passes and there's still things that aren't dealt with, that should be dealt with under federal law, we will go forward with seeking more assistance. It is not, I want to make that absolutely clear.
And before he left, the president picked one cabinet member to head up the administration's flood efforts. Agriculture Secretary Mike Espy gets the job.
And those of you who are with us this morning know that we televised that entire meeting, more than 3.5 hours of live television this morning. About 1:30 this afternoon, the president took off by helicopter from the Fox High School football field, part of his trip to Little Rock where he's spending the night. But as Tom O'Neill reports, the summit continued its work.
The Secretary of Agriculture, and then we'll, John, you want to get in, and some of the others will want to get in and discussion with him.
The various states took over individual classrooms to study the lessons taught by the flood of '93. Cabinet members joined them. Agriculture Secretary Mike Espy promised Missouri farmers devastated by the flood more money and some changes.
We also heard about crop insurance. We knew from day one, disaster or no disaster, that the crop insurance program must be changed. And we've already been working to change it. There's got to be a catastrophic feature. There's got to be a preventive planning feature. The premiums are too high from coverage offered, and it's not universally available. We know that, and we're going to move to change that as well.
Missouri's agriculture boss planted yet another idea for recovery.
Another suggestion that came along was to allow over-planting of wheat in these affected areas. It would get a crop growing as quickly as possible. It also give the farmers some cash income earlier in the year rather than have to wait on the 1994 crop.
Warren Pugh is directing the Federal Emergency Management Agency's efforts in Missouri. FEMA disaster application centers have received 4,500 applications so far.
We're anticipating the crest. Well, they started out with Sunday. Now we're into Monday, maybe Tuesday. And we'll be operating 24 hours a day until this situation improves.
The serious nature of the business at hand was punctured by some lighter moments. Espy's comments that the flood cut short his vacation drew an off-camera remark from Mel Carnahan.
My vacation. It's all over.
That's happened to a few of us.
You recall the flood brought the Missouri governor back from R&R in Italy. Overall, the reaction was positive, that the summit was a step toward coping and recovery. The general feeling seems to be that a structure has been put in place, which will allow people to find solutions to the problems. Now, as the river crests, and later, when the cleanup begins. In Arnold, Tom O'Neill, 2 News Tonight.
And those attending today's summit emphasize that this disaster is long range. It isn't going to be over when the water recedes. The people are going to need help for weeks and even months to come. This summit meeting, of course, may have been about the people, but for some practical reasons, it did not include the people.
The public did, however, get to watch the event by closed-circuit television at Fox High School. And the 2 News team's Marion Brooks talked to one flooded-out family whose interest in the summit is tied to their future.
The flood summit goes over well with local folks. The president tells me he's happy with it, too.
Mr. President, how do you think the summit went?
It went very well. The governor's had a lot of great ideas and made some very constructive suggestions. I think a lot of their suggestions will be incorporated.
This is a flood victim right here, sir. This man's about to lose his home, and he has a question for you.
Well, we appreciate your concern coming down here and seeing us.
We just want we can help. I think if you heard the hearings, you know that there are some things we can do for you, and we'll sure try to.
What do you think?
Really sounds sincere, and we appreciate it.
We're trying.
And that's good enough for Steve O'Brien. He and his family watched the summit from the Fox High School auditorium.
I was especially glad to hear about the FEMA and the Small Business Administration getting together to provide the low-cost and long-term loans, because that's going to be the most important.
His wife Cheryl thinks the summit went well, but thought it lacked focus.
They touched on a lot of important issues, but as far as the actual individual, they kind of got off track on it. I still don't know what we're supposed to do.
Despite that, Cheryl believes the help pledged will come through, and the O'Briens can only hope it's soon.
This is Convair Street in Arnold, where the O'Briens live, and this is the O'Brien home. The basement right now is completely flooded. The first floor is okay. A friend just checked through the window, but the river is expected to rise another foot, and that will soak the entire first floor.
The swollen Merrimack is slowly taking over their entire house, forcing them to move to a nearby motel.
It's scary because, you know, you can't really picture it till you see it. You try to imagine what it'll look like, but you got no idea till you come down here and look at it.
The president may not have made it this far, but the O'Briens hope the fruits of the summit will. I'm Marion Brooks, 2 News Tonight.
Of course, Steve O'Brien is glad he took the time to visit the summit today. He tells Marion he spent the rest of the afternoon bragging about his brief chat with the chief executive.
I'm sure most people would. There were a lot of other people that went to Fox High School just to see the president and his summit team, and we asked them for their impressions of the forum.
I thought it was very impressive to think that the President of the United States would take time out to come and help people when they're in desperation.
I thought it was government at its best. If all the promises are kept that were made today, the people who suffered or sustained this loss will be well taken care of.
It's estimated that 200 or 300 people took advantage of the closed-circuit hookup of this summit meeting at the Fox High School auditorium.
After hours of meetings, will anything be resolved? Some of the participants in the summit are encouraged, others skeptical.
I think it was extraordinarily productive. I think you could feel the energy and commitment in the room. I think the most impressive thing was the kind of coordination that's going on. It's federal agencies working together. It's the federal government working with state and local government.
The immediate crisis is now. This is going to take a long time to get out of this. The real work starts when the water recedes, and everybody in that room pledged that we would stay interested and focused to deliver the aid that's needed after the water recedes and the country's interest moves away from what's happened in the heartland.
they think $2.5 billion is going to solve the problem or is enough of the, that's just not true, and hopefully they understand that this is just maybe the first, or it's going to have to be revised several times. We can give some figures by the end of next week, but they're far from being the final figures.
Their being here has permitted us to transact some business in person that ordinarily we'd be doing by fax or phone or someone having to make the trip. We made a number of tangible steps with federal departments this morning.
President Clinton promised during his campaign that he would bring the government to the people. Governor Carnahan, along with many others, call the summit unprecedented.
Yeah, they did cover a lot of ground, but here's the bottom line on today's summit meeting.
The president promised to do whatever it takes to get financial help to these flood victims.
And Mr. Clinton promised fast action. He's sending a $2.5 billion aid package to Congress this week.
But as new damage estimates come in, he'll boost the dollar amount on that legislation.
And something that had considerable discussion, the president promises long-term financial support and says he will consider asking regular military units to help the National Guard in flood relief efforts.
All is back to normal tonight on the city's south side after the Mississippi nearly topples tanks filled with chemicals. 5 tanks started tipping over from the current of the rising river. The tanks aren't filled with a hazardous chemical, but fire crews weren't taking any chances. The tanks belong to Chemtech, a company fire officials say is usually very cooperative.
They work close with the fire marshal's office and the fire department. They're really good about everything, and we're not a bit shy about ordering them to do things.
Chemtech is not being blamed for the near spill. Fire officials filled the tanks with water to weigh them down so they won't begin to float again. A 72-year-old woman is dead after her car plunges into the floodwaters. Geraldine Fichter of St. Louis was riding in a car driven by her husband. He was taken to Christian Northeast Hospital. His injuries are not serious.
And the water is moving in on another popular spot tonight, the Riverport Amphitheater.
And that's the site of a big country music concert this evening. It's also the site where the 2 News team's Dave Murray picks up our Floodwatch 93 coverage to fill us in on the situation at Riverport. Dave?
Well, Dick and Mandy, we are in the Riverport area, and we're really seeing the contrast of the summer of 1993. Behind me, the floodwaters of the Missouri River. This area behind me normally bone dry this time of year, but the waters are quite high. They say it is still rising very slowly. Creve Coeur Mill Road completely underwater right now. Creve Coeur Lake area just a mess. However, all we have to do is move off to my left just a little bit. We come over one strong levee, and right behind me, the Riverport Amphitheater, which is jumping tonight because country music stars Brooks and Dunn are in town. Now let's get a good idea of what this area looks like. We had a chance to go up in Sky 2 late this afternoon to get a good idea of what is going on across the area, and you can see the Riverport area and how close the floodwaters are, separated by one strong levee. And I really have to stress, it is a strong levee. There is no concern of flooding in the Riverport Amphitheater area. However, Creve Coeur Mill Road is completely underwater, and the only way to get to it is Highway 70. That's a look of Creve Coeur Lake. You can hardly tell it. There's no beach, there's no road, nothing at all. And here's a look at the Creve Coeur Airport. All we can see are some hangars, just the tops of the hangars. The rest of the airport completely underwater. And once in a while, a tail wing of an airplane pops out of the water here and there. A really impressive sight flying over the Creve Coeur Lake area. Let's take a look at the latest river numbers on the Mississippi. The crest is now rolling through the Clarksville-Winfield area, and the crest seems to have picked up a little bit of speed. At Grafton, the crest is expected tomorrow 17.3 feet over. In St. Louis, the crest has been bumped up a little bit to late Sunday, early Monday at 46.1 feet. That's 16.1 feet over flood stage. The crest at Chester will be on Monday. On the Missouri, the river has crested at Herman and St. Charles, but any fall, and any fall is really the key word there, is going to be very slow over the next couple of days. To the Merrimack, the river is below flood at Pacific and Eureka, and at Valley Park, the crest of 6.5 feet over flood is on tap for Monday. Also Monday, Arnold should crest at 18.5 feet over. Now, most of the rivers appear to be cresting in the next 24 to 36, maybe even 48 hours across the St. Louis area. However, I really need to stress the waters are not going to go away for several weeks, and that, of course, is given no additional rain. And we know the pattern hasn't broken, so either we will see more rain or there'll be more rain across the upper Midwest. We'll check that all out with the complete forecast coming up in a couple of minutes. Dick, Mandy?
Okay, Dave.
Thank you. Of course, He's no Dave Murray, but Vice President Al Gore acted as the summit meteorologist today.
Well, of course, he had a little help from Dr. Joe Friday, the head of the National Weather Service. Mr. Gore explains why the skies have dumped so much rain.
What the consensus among the people who study these things is that what's caused this situation is an extremely unusual weather pattern where there is much hotter than normal air in a persistent pattern over the Atlantic and Atlantic coastal area. And the weather forecasting professionals are saying that they don't remember anything like this in their careers. There may have been something previously, but they've never seen anything like this before. And it's just staying there. They described it as a little bit like Jell-O in the sense that the weather, the winds will push it, but it just comes right back. It stays right there. Normally, the jet stream pushes weather systems across the continent, but because this is staying there, it's turning north right when it encounters this huge mass of very hot air. The second kind of flooding that has not received the same kind of attention is moisture that pools up on the flat farmland. Now this is a brand new satellite image that shows soil moisture. And the darker it is, the more moist it is. And what you see here on the border between Minnesota and Iowa, South Dakota and Nebraska is a very shallow and temporary Great Lake. It is as if another Great Lake has been added to the map of the United States. Very shallow and temporary, but the damage in this area is extensive.
Vice President Gore told the crowd it took the Weather Service all night to make that map, but he didn't say how long it took for him to learn how to do the weather. I think Dave Murray's job is A-OK.
Pretty safe, I think. And we'll have more of our expanded coverage of Flood Watch 93 coming up. We're going to take a tour aboard Sky 2 to look at some of the damage of the past 24 hours.
And we're overwhelmed by the support you're giving flood victims. We'll show you why generosity comes in all sizes. A deer struggles to survive in rising floodwaters, and he's not alone.
No, since the levee broke in North St. Charles County, hundreds of deer have been forced to literally fight for their lives. Some have been fortunate, at least for now. We caught a glimpse of some of them from Sky 2 this afternoon. They were actually eating in a farmer's dry field. That farmer probably isn't too happy about that. And we showed you this levee break in North St. Charles County yesterday. You can barely tell there's even a levee there now. Floodwaters from the Missouri River rush through a trailer home. Residents who choose not to leave can see just how serious this situation can become.
And down on the riverfront, hundreds spend their day watching the Mississippi River at its highest level in history, and it's still rising. The river level is up more than a foot in the last 24 hours. But as Dave told you, it'll crest here tomorrow. That's more than 16 feet above flood stage. And in West Quincy, Missouri, take a look at what happened. Not one, but two disasters at the same time. The levee blew open last night, and then the floodwater hit a nearby gas station. The floodwater exploded into a ball of flames and started flowing with the gasoline. High water has now closed the Bayview Bridge, destroying the last link across a 200-mile span from St. Louis to Burlington, Iowa. And it's hard to believe when you see these incredible pictures that no one was seriously injured.
As we've been saying, this is a long-range disaster, and each night, it seems, for the last 10 days or so, we've been showing you St. Louisans and people in Illinois and Missouri forced to watch high water literally destroy their homes and take away their livelihoods.
And each day, more of you just seem to reach out and help. Tonight, donations are pouring into the home team's flood relief fund, but much more is needed.
We're seeing St. Louisans come through in a time of trouble. Day and night, people stop by our Channel 2 studios, dropping off what they can. The donations come in all sizes, but more importantly, the giving comes from the heart. Even children want to do their part. This little girl brought us a bucket full of money, $38 total. The sign on the front says it best, help the flood of '93.
Just walk around the neighborhood asking people if they would like to help, and I take anything.
$1 here, $1 there adds up. This money goes to the Red Cross. But just as the flood will not end overnight, neither will the need for more donations. If you would like to help, stop by our Channel 2 studios from 8:30 in the morning to 10:30 at night. We're located at 5915 Berthold Avenue in St. Louis. That's at Highway 40 in Hampton near the arena. If you can't make it by Channel 2, you can drop off your donation at any McDonald's.
And you can also mail us your donations. Here's the address. It's KTVI, 5915 Berthold Avenue, St. Louis, 63110.
And referring back to an item earlier, we said that 600 residents of Prairie du Rocher in Illinois were being advised to evacuate because of rising waters there. And if we gave you the impression that there's some order to leave, we're sorry. That is not people aren't being ordered out, but there is an advisory there that the waters are coming up at Prairie du Rocher and that 600 people there have been advised to evacuate. Now, there are no floods in Colorado, but there's a deadly tornado strike there. The tornado touched down during a late afternoon thunderstorm just east of Denver. One man was killed when the storm tossed his home 40 feet into the air, and several of his family members were also injured. Anti-abortion.
Well, some of us have to work here in the studio. Others get to go to a concert and enjoy Brooks and Dunn. One of my favorites, Dave. Big crowd tonight.
I'm not at the concert right now. They started playing about 20 minutes ago. We are out on one of the levees that surround Riverport, really to get a good idea of what these rivers are doing. And you can see the water behind me. That is Missouri River water, extremely high right now. Though the Riverport Amphitheater not in danger of seeing any floodwaters the way things stand right now. It is a very warm and very humid night across the St. Louis area after one of the hottest days so far this summer, and I have to admit it's very buggy out here too because of the floodwaters. We seem to be either in a very wet humid pattern or a very hot humid pattern, and that is all because the overall pattern continues to dominate across the United States. Big blocking dome of high pressure covering a good chunk of the eastern and the southern United States, and wrapped around that a weather front picking up all kinds of moisture from the Pacific and the Gulf of Mexico, squeezing out in the form of rain over the Midwest. And look at the regional radar shows the main focus of the rain continues to be off to our north, our northwest. More heavy rains on tap for Kansas, Iowa, northern Missouri, and northern Illinois over the next 24 hours. Most areas should easily pick up 2 to 4 inches of new rain. Latest numbers at 10 o'clock. Here's how we look. It is warm, 87 degrees at this hour. 97 is the heat index. That's what it feels like outside. Humidity 68%, but look at that dew point. That is one steamy 75 degrees, south wind at 5, and the barometer 29.97, and it's rising. Temperature track on this Saturday off to a very warm start with 77 degrees, and the high above normal, 96 degrees late this afternoon. Again, that is the hottest so far this summer. Before then, it was 94. A view from space, core of the rains, again, well north tonight and off to the northwest, but that shift to the north only means more heavy rain amounts for the upper Midwest, and in time, as we all know by now, that water will eventually work its way down the Missouri and the Mississippi and the Illinois rivers. Spot thunderstorms have tried to pop around St. Louis late this afternoon and this evening, mainly to the east and to the south. They're very hard to find right now. Tomorrow, the active weather will stay to the north with potent thunderstorms from the western Great Lakes through Iowa and northern Missouri. We are looking at another hot and humid day under partly sunny skies. Just a slight chance of a pop late-day thunderstorm. They will be very hard to find. Most of us will be dry. Temperatures on Sunday, looking for another hot one. Readings mainly in the 90s over the bi-state region. Will peak right around 94 degrees. Here are the details on the forecast. Partly cloudy and humid. 75, that will be it for the overnight low. Humid being the key word. Then tomorrow, partly sunny, hot and humid with a spot thunderstorm late in the day. 7 a.m. 75, noontime 90, 5 o'clock 94, 94 for the high. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy and humid, 75 degrees. The 5-day planner, hot and humid through Monday. Hard to find spot late-day thunderstorms right through Monday, but I think we'll see a better shot at thunderstorms Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Still very humid. That will do it from the Riverport area. One thing I guess I should mention is that the crowd, though it is very large at Riverport, seems to be a little subdued. It is obviously because of the heat and humidity, but also I think everybody has just been through the ringer over the last couple of weeks with the floodwaters, and I think you can see that in the crowds out at Riverport. And another reminder, I'll be on Good Morning America Sunday talking about the floods on that show early tomorrow morning.
Sunday's
back to you guys in the studio.
Right. Yeah, we lose track of days. Sunday's tomorrow, Dave, right?
I think it is Sunday, yes. I'm not sure.
A quick question, you know, sometimes traffic is a problem out at Riverport. With the back way closed into Riverport, traffic any worse tonight?
Well, it was interesting is I think they opened Riverport up about 45 minutes early for the concert, and a lot of people I think were very concerned about the traffic patterns because you couldn't come in the back way, and a lot of people do take that route. And we came in about 7:30, quarter of 8. The concert started at 8, and there was barely any traffic at all. So I think a lot of people took the advice, got here early to enjoy just the overall feeling of Riverport.
Okay,
Dave, thank you.
Thank you. And straight ahead, Greg Gazinski joins us with sports.
Yeah, he's going to tell us about some new reports linking Michael Jordan's gambling with a well-known football star. Plus, the Cards keep the heat on the Phils, keep the hills on the feet. I know. Greg has highlights next.
And finally, a reminder tonight, you can have a big impact on the flood relief efforts just by making a donation.
You really can make a difference. It's part of the home team's flood relief effort with the Red Cross. All you have to do is stop by our Channel 2 studios between 8:30 in the morning and 10:30 at night. We're located right at Highway 40 in Hampton. Any amount that you can contribute is appreciated. Of course, you can drop off donations too at any area McDonald's restaurants, or you can mail your check to KTVI, 5915 Berthold, St. Louis 63110. Make that check payable to the Red Cross.
And thank you for all your help.
That's 2 News at 10. Thank you for making us your choice for news.
Dick and I are back tomorrow night for more expanded coverage of Flood Watch 93. Until then, have a good night.
Overnight. We'll tell you about that story in a moment.
But this is an historic night for the flooding Mississippi here in St. Louis.
But it's hardly time for a celebration. The river is cresting tonight, and it's drowning out all the previous high water marks. The 2 News team's Don Johnson joins us now live. He's a witness to this historic flood on the St. Louis riverfront. Don?
That's absolutely right, Dick. It is at 47 feet right about now, or really close enough to it to say that the mark has been shattered. That's the level of the Mississippi River right now. It is some 4 feet above the previous flood stage record, and about 17 feet over flood. But it really is a benign benchmark in there. I mean, obviously there's no celebration at all. There's all the misery that it's brought. But people have gathered here to watch this in relative safety here at the Gateway Arch. I'm at the north leg of the Gateway Arch. But across the river in East St. Louis, people have taken a lot of chances to witness history.
Well, we figured this was be an historic event, and we wanted pictures.
And what chances they take to get those pictures. Normally, this platform is used to load barges with diesel fuel. But now it has become one of the most popular places in East St. Louis to view the power of the river. It is a most precarious perch above East St. Louis's permanent concrete flood wall and above the river itself. Also, there's a muddy, shallow moat to negotiate to get to it. But only from here can you watch the bloated river lap at the century-old Eads Bridge superstructure or swirl around the pilings of the Martin Luther King Bridge. It is a risk to view the flood from here. But that seems to be enough to draw people from as far away as Fairview Heights into East St. Louis.
Nature versus man. You know how powerful the river is. How it can overtake and reclaim its land.
Only from this narrow perch can you stand above the river and watch it inch up the flood wall. Just a stone's throw from the Casino Queen riverboat. Just a few feet from a new disaster. And if you look closely, you can watch the river seep through the flood wall, a little bit at a time.
It's a little scary because there's water leaking, seeping through, and it's a horrible sight, but it's beautiful at the same time, you know.
And it is beautiful at the same time. I'm only about 25 feet from river's edge, and I'm standing atop part of the flood wall, I guess the natural levee here at the Gateway Arch. And just behind me is the river, and there's something very eerie about all of that. But anyway, the point is that people here are very curious about this river. They are down here now. There are about 100 people watching me as I watch the river. When I go away, they'll go back to it, just watching it flow by and watching it rise. I'm informed, too, Dick and Mandy, that the river stage right now is actually 46.9 feet. So we've got 0.3 of a foot to go before we actually hit that crest.
Yeah, I know when I look at it, I feel humbled, DJ. I don't know about you, but is there anyone around to inspect that leak in the East St. Louis levee that you talked about?
Well, at the time I was there, Dick, there was no one around, and perhaps they are not really concerned about it, you know, right now. It is just a trickle, but I'm reminded, I should tell you, the flood wall is made of concrete, has very strong concrete trusses holding it up, but I'm reminded that all of these breaches we've seen today and all week long began with a trickle.
Okay, DJ, thank you.
Thanks, DJ. Well, as the river crests, it promises more trouble. So additional National Guard troops are called in to help fight the flood of '93. 120 additional people were called in to help in St. Louis and Crystal City. That raises the total number of Guard members on state emergency status to 1,700. They help evacuate people out of flood-stricken areas and then patrol those homes to stop looting.
And there is unfortunately proof tonight about just how delicate the levee is in South St. Louis.
More leaks are popping up along the River des Peres, making it a long night for emergency crews ready to attack the river as it tries to break through. The 2 News team's Betsy Bruce has more on our Flood Watch 93 coverage tonight in South St. Louis, where people are being evacuated right now. Betsy?
Well, Mandy, tonight city workers are standing guard on a bloated River des Peres, armed with dump trucks full of sandbags, ready to plug up any leaks in that fragile sandbag levee. Their goal, to prevent the kind of flooding which occurred in this South City neighborhood this morning. Despite the wonders of modern technology, man can do little to stop this powerful force. With the Mississippi flood backing up into the River des Peres, the water pressure simply overwhelmed a weak spot. It tossed aside hundreds of sandbags and surged into low-lying homes.
I heard this like rumbling, and I looked back on the dike, and the sandbags just blew apart, blew out like 10 feet. And I turned
what went
around,
through your mind?
Get the heck out of here, and I was gone. I got in the car, and by the time I looked in my backyard, it was covering my backyard already.
The sandbag levee, built with the sweat of hundreds of volunteers, held back the flood at first. But by this afternoon, it was clear man had lost the battle for this neighborhood. At least 7 to 10 city blocks are now underwater. Tonight, the river creeps up onto the Morganford Bridge, closing it to all but emergency traffic and cutting off another city artery. New leaks appear and crews rush to plug the dike along Germania. But some residents stay put despite city warnings to evacuate.
We're planning on staying unless something unforeseen happens like today. But other than that, we're going to stay.
Why?
Well, why move? We don't have any water in the house. The basement's dry. I have all the utilities. So there's really no reason. And we can get in and out in 5 minutes if we have to.
Of course, what police and rescue workers dread is trying to evacuate people in a hurry, particularly at night. And that's why the city is continuing to urge everyone from Gravois to Virginia who's already received the advice to evacuate to do so. Now take a look down the hill from me. That's the corner of Marceau in Alabama. It is said that by midnight there will be 8 to 10 feet of water there, which is just a clue as to how quickly this water can rise.
That's incredible.
8 to 10 feet.
Well, Betsy, over the last couple of weeks, we've seen hundreds of people turn out along the River des Peres helping sandbag. Do they need more help, and would it do any good?
It really will not do any good, and city officials say it is much too dangerous at this point. Apparently, they have stockpiled enough sandbags thanks to all that help, and so city crew workers will be the ones who will be putting them in place if they're needed.
Okay.
Okay, Betsy, thanks.
Thank you, Betsy.
Well, as area rivers reach their projected crest, you might think the worst is over.
Now, that is not necessarily true, though. Meteorologist Joe Petrovich has a look at what we can expect in the upcoming week. Joe?
Well, Dick, things are not going to be improving over the next couple of days or for the next week as far as that goes. And the rivers are beginning to crest now, but that's not the end of it. We'll take a look at what is going on. First of all, on the Mississippi River, it is steady at Clarksville and cresting now at Winfield. Cresting tonight at Grafton and St. Louis at 18 to 17 feet above flood stage. And on Tuesday at Chester at 20 feet above flood stage. On the Missouri River at Herman and St. Charles, a slow fall to almost steady conditions over the next 4 or 5 days. And at Valley Park and in Arnold on the Merrimack River will be cresting tomorrow at 7.5 feet above flood stage at Valley Park and 18.8 above flood stage at Arnold. Now on the Illinois River at Hardin, it will be cresting 15.5 feet above flood stage tomorrow. So things are not improving as we take a look at what we can expect during the next week. More heavy rain expected over the upper Midwest along the Mississippi and the Missouri River basin. So all of that rain, we all know where it'll be going, right through St. Louis over the next week or so. So, Mandy, it looks like more rain will be moving in, and I'll have more details on the forecast in a couple of minutes.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Well, if you've never seen a wall of water before, you're about to. We arrived on the scene just minutes after a levee break in Nutwood, Illinois.
As we approach the break, the first thing we noticed is its size, at least 300 yards long. It's rushing out of the Illinois so quickly, whitecaps are forming. As Sky 2 swings around the break, you can see this is going to cause major damage. Just minutes after the break, as photographer Rick Hensel pans out, you can see a huge area of farmland consumed by water. All told, more than 1,100 acres are underwater tonight. And as Sky 2 flies near the break, we get an idea of just how much water this levee is holding back and why the force blew such a huge hole in the levee. A wall of water is rushing through Nutwood tonight. The entire town is evacuated. Next in its path, Hardin, Illinois, where residents are furiously sandbagging to try and hold back these raging waters.
Well, so far, only about a dozen homes in Nutwood have suffered flood damage, but that number will probably increase overnight.
Well, families refuse to give up in Defiance despite a levee break there last night. They don't call the town Defiance for nothing. The Missouri River breached the levee last night, flooding nearly the entire town, but the fight is not yet over for many of the families. After all, Daniel Boone used to live in their area. Maybe his spirit will help out. They spent the day sandbagging their homes, hoping they can save some of them. And the river crest pushes south tonight towards the historic town of St. Genevieve.
By the time the crest hits the town at noon tomorrow, more than 300 families in the community will be evacuated. The 2 News team's Jill Farmer picks up our Flood Watch 93 coverage in St. Genevieve with the latest. Jill?
Well, Mandy, as you can see right now behind me, folks are continuing to fill sandbags at a feverish pace. So far, they're very proud of the fact that their levees are holding against the mighty force of the Mississippi. They're not about to give up their work now.
The only requirement to work here, a will to save one of the oldest towns west of the Mississippi and the hundreds of homes the river is threatening to swallow.
It's a very tight-knit community. Everybody's related to each other, so that's part of the reason I think everybody bonds together.
That community loyalty has driven many to work here around the clock for nearly 2 weeks, making sandbags with assembly line efficiency. That commitment to the history and people of this town has inspired many volunteers from around the country to join the cause.
Really tough work, real back-breaking stuff. But you can see, it's incredible. You walk down the street there and look over the top of that levee and see all those houses out in there on the other side, on the wrong side of the levee, and you think that could be here tomorrow.
So far, the incredible mobilization of volunteers is working. The levee has been a virtually immovable fortress against the water. But the mighty Mississippi is ambushing some areas, already infiltrating this church's basement. Even so, volunteers won't let that or the heat beat them. The urgency pushes them even harder.
We're hoping we're going to be the town that does it, that levees hold and we're going to make it.
Not one of the disaster zones?
We hope not.
Now, the mayor of St. Genevieve, William Anderson, is with me tonight. A lot of people concerned about the historic homes in this area with the evacuation of the homes tomorrow. Can you give us the status of those historic homes?
All of them are safe at this moment. Now, if things break loose, they're very much in danger, but right now they're safe.
Are they in any of the evacuation zones tomorrow?
No, they're not right now. So we're protecting them with all we have.
And finally, give us an idea of the scope and the number of work hours, the number of volunteers that have come in here over the last 10 days to 2 weeks.
Well, it'll astound you because it's been thousands and thousands of volunteers. We've had them from Ohio. We had one woman come in from Vermont, and the bus loads from Memphis, and then down in the south over to Illinois. It's been the biggest turnout you could believe. We're in a civilian war zone right here.
Yeah, a lot of people putting in a lot of work. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. I haven't had a chance to see a number of those volunteers here for a couple of different days, and it's amazing how organized and how much effort is going in to the project here. Mandy?
Incredible. These people drive all these miles, long distances, to help out people they don't even know. Well, Jill, I guess they need more help.
Yeah, they could use a few more volunteers tomorrow. If you have some free time, come to St. Genevieve City Hall's on 4th Street, and it won't take them long to dispatch you to one of the areas where they need to continue to shore up the levees.
Okay, Jill, thank you.
And not far from St. Genevieve, more bad news. All the residents of Kaskaskia Island are being urged to evacuate. And from what we understand, not many have so far. The new levee that Don Marsh told us about in a report last week is still holding. But Randolph County authorities are worried that residents don't have a land route now out if the levee is breached. The Chester Bridge is now closed, and the road to St. Mary's is also underwater, so those residents of Kaskaskia Island being urged to get out. The Missouri River is cresting at St. Charles tonight, causing levees there to overflow.
And the new flooding has shut down part of Highway 94. The highway is covered with water, and parts of Boshertown is completely flooded. And the worst may be yet to come.
If we don't get it built, it's going to go in. You got to get it up quick.
Undaunted by news of a Missouri River crest and the possibility that this water could recede any day now, sandbaggers continue to fortify businesses north of St. Charles. The workers don't seem to notice the water has surrounded their efforts.
Just don't give up. You just keep working, and if there's something to save, you try to save it.
The 2 News team's Jill Farmer surveyed the damage along with the county emergency management director.
What about the levee situation right now in the area?
It's very poor. The majority of the levee along the Missouri River is, either not there or have been breached totally.
So they're basically not doing much good at this point.
That's correct. It's 2 rivers together.
And here's the worst part of Highway 94, covered with water and no sign of clearing. Still, the hardy continue to fight Mother Nature here. One person even joked this business never knew it would be able to demonstrate merchandise right on the lot.
Emergency management officials are begging people to stay away from St. Charles County. The problem has become so bad, the 370 bridge crossing the river is closed tonight to discourage sightseers. Well, Arnold is another area in real danger from the cresting waters, and this evening they have a new problem.
The 2 News team's Walter Richards picks up our Flood Watch 93 coverage now in Arnold.
Mountains of sand are being trucked in at a fast pace, and the sandbaggers are working even faster to plug up the holes in the wall they've been building since last Wednesday. Little Billy Hamilton is giving up a baseball game to be here.
It's our last game. I don't really care if we miss it. I just want to help.
Problem now is there's too much work for the few water pumps they have. This man's job is to fix them when they do break down.
Right now we're out looking, trying to scrounge up some new ones and can't find nobody's got any.
Floodwaters are inching closer to the home Jackie Simmons has owned for 33 years.
I raised 5 kids here. I've been happy here. Now I have to move out.
She's moving her things to neighbors' garages. She could always count on them.
We need to turn these inside out.
And her children, like Gail Simmons, a St. Louis firefighter. Gail helps lead the sandbagging effort and keeps everyone loose.
It's not funny, but you got to crack jokes just to relieve the stress and everything.
Even as the river she's known for so long threatens her way of life, Jackie is not bitter. Just grateful people are sticking together.
It's just amazing how people come and help you. And I want to thank everybody for everything they've done.
Jackie Simmons tells me she'll stay put in her home as long as she can, as long as the floodwaters will let her. In Arnold, Walter Richards, 2 News Tonight.
And as Walter indicated in his report, the people fighting those floodwaters are in desperate need of water pumps. If you can help with that, with a water pump, give Dennis Mayberry a call at 296-5859. Whatever help you can give with a water pump will be appreciated.
And a Fenton family's fight to stay in their home and fight the flood ends today. They gave up after their house was surrounded by the rising Merrimack River. Men from the Fenton Fire Protection District moved the 7 children and 2 adults out by boat. The family's house was still dry, but a tree limb fell on the power line, knocking out their electricity.
And we want to tell you about a change for families using the Millville School Summer Program. Because of high water on Fine Road, the summer program is being moved from Rogers Elementary School to Woolwind Elementary School. Now that's in the Millville School District, the summer school program moving from Rogers Elementary to Woolwind Elementary starting tomorrow.
And there's more ahead on our expanded coverage of Flood Watch 93.
Yeah, South City isn't the only part of town that's battling the powerful waters. Coming up next, we're going to check with flood efforts in North St. Louis. Plus, these musicians are helping to fight the flood of 93 tonight. See how when we come back. Tonight, the rising Mississippi is using a neighborhood creek to spread floodwaters into Bellefontaine neighbors. The water is chasing some North St. Louis County residents from their homes and threatening others.
Tonight, the 2 News team's Tom O'Neill has this Flood Watch 93 report on efforts to stem the tide.
This is a familiar sound along Maline Creek. Generators pumping seepwater out of backyards protected by sandbags. A stick gauges the progress of the muddy enemy. About 20 homes on the other side of the bags have already surrendered. Sandbaggers are now working on the third line of defense, trying to keep this area relatively dry. The first two lines of sandbags have failed. This area was dry as late as Thursday night. Longtime resident Marion Deshawn fled from one of them, leaving things behind.
They told me Friday morning when I went to work that I had plenty of time to get out. So when I came home from work Friday, they told me I had 2 hours to get out.
The lawn chairs, they don't have to go in here immediately. I got a pickup truck.
Bill Edwards' son brings out some of the family's possessions by boat. Edwards has lived here 26 years.
73, we was here. We had approximately maybe a foot or so on our sandbags in the back of our house. But never thought I'd see anything like this. Devastation.
We're sandbagging between the homes across the street here because we have water backing up from the stormwater system between the homes. So if that goes over the sandbags, we could lose another 30 or 40 homes.
Health workers from Christian Hospital Northwest give sandbaggers a shot in the arm. And the small army of volunteers and neighbors try to keep the list of victims from rising along with the water. They get a short break when they temporarily run out of sand.
Sandbag. Sandbag, sandbag.
You getting a lot of help?
Yeah, we've gone through about 3 piles already in about an hour's time. So everybody's doing their job.
Trying to help out anybody I can. My heart is really going out for these people right now.
Hey, if this call yourself a Christian, you don't want to help people. It's a real problem. So we have a lot of compassion for these people and come over and help them out.
All the help is welcome. All the water and sightseers are not. In Bellefontaine neighbors, Tom O'Neill, 2 News Tonight.
Bellefontaine officials tell 2 News they could use more generators and volunteers, plus donations of ice.
And rising floodwaters force several Illinois towns to warn residents about contaminated drinking water. Health officials say it's only a precaution. There's no immediate danger, but just the same, the order covers Alton, Godfrey, and Fosterburg, and anyone who uses Jersey County rural water system. Again, a boil order in effect for Alton, Godfrey, Fosterburg, and other parts of Jersey County. And it's going to be some really slow going crossing the Lewis and Clark Bridge at Alton. The bridge across the Mississippi will be closed on and off to allow workers to shore up levees on the Illinois side. The plan right now calls for closing the bridge, closing it for 40 minutes and opening it for 20 minutes out of every hour. Now, thousands of commuters depend on that bridge, and Highway 367 on the Missouri side of the bridge is already restricted to 2 lanes of traffic because of those floodwaters.
It's a day of prayer in Hannibal today, and this is why. The swollen Mississippi River covers most of Mark Twain's hometown. Boats now travel what used to be roads. At Southside Christian Church, members prayed for their neighbors who've lost their businesses and homes. A levee break at Quincy, Illinois has cut off residents from getting to the Missouri side of the river.
And vice versa, of course. Many people, of course, work or live in one state or the other on the opposite sides. Now they have to drive 275 miles if they want to cross the river. But they won't go without help. Their sister city of Quincy, Massachusetts, is building another sort of bridge, one that stretches from their city to Quincy, Illinois. City Hall has bags of food in the lobby, bags of food on the sidewalk, and it's a city reaching out to a city that shares the same name.
We have to help. I mean, why would you want to stay home and not do anything when people really need any help they can get?
In just a few days' time, an idea has grown into a convoy of food, hope, and solidarity. At the Stop and Shop warehouse in Redville, workers are loading up an estimated 20 tons of food into the back of the first tractor trailer bound for Illinois. While Stop and Shop is donating food and help, Star Market is sending a trailer truck of food from an affiliated store in Chicago. And Shaw's is donating 22 pallets of food. It's a help line that'll stretch halfway across the country. And the people in Massachusetts consider Quincy, Illinois to be their neighbors. And all that help will be welcome, too. There is some positive news for people living in the Quincy area tonight in regards to those bridges. Engineers are working to have a bridge that is 60 miles north of Quincy opened by Tuesday.
But the news isn't so good in Des Moines, Iowa. They had to break out their umbrellas again today. Not good as heavy rain not only pounded them, but also parts of Kansas and Illinois. And while water is falling on Des Moines, it's still not flowing through taps, thanks to a problem at the city's pumping station. Adding insult to injury, the water quality is much better.
The plant is running, and the water quality that we're producing is good water quality. But even with that, the water that goes into the distribution system, and when we start releasing zone A, B, C, D, and beyond, that we are going to still say that the water should be used only for sanitary purposes.
Residents won't get running water until the end of this week, and drinking water is at least a month away. Well, the electricity is finally back on tonight in Cape Girardeau. High water flooded a Union Electric substation, knocking out power to 17,000 homes. Half of Cape Girardeau, Chaffee, Kelso, and Scott City were without electricity for about an hour and a half.
Well, federal officials are moving 50 mobile homes to St. Louis to help provide temporary housing. The mobile homes will be shipped from a storage center in Kentucky to the Melvin Price Army Center in Granite City for local assignment. If you need housing assistance, here's a number for you to call. It's 1-800-462-9029. That's 1-800-462-9029. And financial assistance will arrive tomorrow. At least you can start the process for those flood victims along the River des Peres. A FEMA office is opening in South St. Louis tomorrow. Its headquarters at 1012 Loftboro. It'll be open from 9 in the morning until 7 at night and will be open at least through next Thursday. As of tonight, more than 5,600 Missourians have already applied for assistance from FEMA.
Tonight, a concert that is music to the ears of the Red Cross and thousands of flood victims. Leonard Slatkin and the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra played to a packed house tonight at the Fox Theater. All of the money raised from this benefit concert goes to the Red Cross to help in its flood relief efforts. $65,000 worth of tickets were sold even before the concert began. Slatkin and the entire Symphony Orchestra donated their time for this event.
And victims of this flood of '93 get a $1 million boost from Monsanto. That's right, the agriculture group of Monsanto donated a check to the Red Cross for $1 million to support flood victims in rural areas. The company also pledged another $1 million to be used to match individual or business contributions.
Thousands of farmers have been hit very hard by this devastating flood. So we are very happy to be able to help.
We know that this contribution will go a long way to alleviating much of the pain and suffering that is going on all around us.
Also on hand for that presentation was Congressman Dick Gephardt, who expressed his thanks to all the corporate residents of St. Louis who have come forward with financial help.
Well, the big corporations are not the only ones providing relief for flood victims. It's also the individuals and social clubs. Earlier today, PJ Link of the Southside Dance Club came by Channel 2 to donate $850 in cash and checks to the Red Cross. Link's swing dance group and others in St. Louis collected money, and they received donations from clubs in other cities at a regional dance competition this weekend in Collinsville. Now you can help too. We're asking that you bring your donation to KTVI. We're near Highway 40 in Hampton at 5915 Berthold, and please remember to make any checks payable to the Red Cross Disaster Relief. So here's the bottom line to tonight's coverage of Flood Watch 93.
As each day goes by, the devastation grows. 14 people have died in the swollen waters in Missouri alone.
Thousands of St. Louis residents are out of their homes after the River des Peres burst through the levee in 3 places.
And totals on the property and crop damage have doubled over the past 24 hours. For the 9 affected states, it now stands at $2.7 billion.
And in Missouri alone, 49 counties have been declared disaster areas, and that number is sure to grow as the overflowing river pushes southward.
Yeah, and believe me, all of us here wish that we could be bringing you good news tonight, but unfortunately, there isn't much good news, and Joe doesn't have much for us either.
No, we had a line of thunderstorms that moved through the two-state area this evening, and it looks like more rain will be coming in during the week, along with the heat and humidity. And we're back with all those sad details when 2 News returns.
But the water a second rushing towards the Mississippi.
Now, here in West Alton, Missouri, there are about 600 buildings in town. Only 30 are not underwater. Yesterday, we took a look around, and this is what we saw.
We're here at West Alton 24 hours a day, and we're serving over 1,000 meals a day. That's including the people from the town and the National Guard and the police and a little bit of everybody.
I think the thing that people want most is to get a chance to sit down and talk with somebody who just can listen. They're devastated because they've lost everything.
The water keeps coming in and getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and
So you can't live there anymore. Now it's about up to the roof.
Is there someone at the apartment complex that I can call today to confirm, to make a commitment to this on behalf of the Salvation Army?
Red Cross and the Salvation Army has been feeding everybody here and doing a real good job. Coast Guards are around to help people go in and out.
Tell me a little bit about the devastation you've seen in this area, I mean, the loss of property and stuff like that.
Most people out here have lost everything. They really didn't believe the forecast that the river's going to get as high as it was, and a lot of them lost everything they had. This is the Missouri River right now, and soon to be the Missouri/Mississippi River, the way it's going. How you doing?
Oh, devastated. Just devastated. This is my house right here.
Oh, we've still got about a dozen families trapped back in this area, and we're hauling water out to them right now. So we just make a daily patrol through there, check on them all, talk to them, see if they need anything they need. We'll get it out to them if we can.
These folks are tough folks. They all kind of stick together in a crisis, and they'll stay till the very end. They'll walk in 3 foot of water, stay together, and work to help each other out. Just like this house here, it's our last highest one is still dry ground, and they all work together as neighbors. And the man's opened his home out to his neighbors to, you know, keep them high and dry and help them out.
We're all kind of working out of my house. I still got my air conditioning, and I still got my water pump. Everybody else is
They're out, huh?
down under with Captain Nemo.
Oh,
Hi.
Hi, we'll just check on you to make sure he's all right.
They're getting ready to move out. They got everything out and packed up. So as soon as they finish packing that house up down there, we're all moving out.
You're moving out.
And my folks that live in the White House over there, we packed them up and they're out.
And they're out now.
You know, they love this part of the country, and they don't want to leave. And, you know, it happens, it seems like the last every 20 years something like this happens, and they're willing to risk it all for that time when it's nice. Because it's a beautiful area when the river's not here.
It's been exciting to be a part of it because you'd think that, you know, that people would just sort of fall apart and not want to help, but they've been coming together and banding together, and it's really neat to be a part of that.
Looking at the relief effort here, I see black and white, rich and poor, urban and rural. It looks like people are really coming together. Do you think that spirit of cooperation will last after the disaster is over?
We really believe it will. I've never seen anything like this. We have people pulling up along the road saying, what can I do to help? Call me at home. I'll take people into my house.
Well, I've been here the last 5 days in a row, and put in about 11 to 12 hours a day. I work a regular job also, then I come here and put that time in. So it's really, I feel gratified by doing so because I don't mind doing it at all.
It's just been wonderful to see the cooperation and the people just becoming friends. Right. And I think that is going to last. I think that whenever you have a problem, you know, we all get closer to God when we have problems. And I believe the Salvation Army being able to be out here and being able to bring these together is really going to last.
Make no mistake about it, this is a great human tragedy, but if there is a bright side, it is that people are putting aside the differences that generally separate them, and they're working together. Joan?
All right, Spencer, thank you. We'll check back with you in our next half hour. Right now, 17 minutes after. Coming up next, a growing...
Mississippi and the Missouri rivers have cut a new channel. They now meet 20 miles further upstream. And the county that has always treasured its location between the two great rivers is now 40% underwater.
We're going to have to get more baggers on this line here. We're going to lose that.
We're not getting that many. If you got any way of getting a hold of any people, we're not getting that many people showing up today like we have had.
Well, I don't. We called yesterday. We just called all. We had ladies from our church that couldn't be here calling churches, and it was so hot. I mean, people were tired.
On the ground yesterday, the approaching crest only increased the intensity of the fight to hold back the water. Over the last 12 days, parishioners of this tiny Baptist church just north of St. Louis were joined by neighbors, friends, and strangers as sandbag by sandbag, they built a wall that stood over 7 feet tall in some spots. The exhausted Baptist minister, Ken Spilger, surveyed their work.
I'm just in awe. I have a lot of thoughts. Number one, it makes me see who's in control. We aren't. I believe God has given us wisdom. He's given us abilities and strength to try to do something about it, you know, and take care of the resources He's entrusted to us, but we aren't going to control it.
One reason there is so much tension here is that this is not a levee. The levee is a half a mile out that way, and it was breached about a week ago. This is a wall of sandbags built by volunteers and built without the supervision or the engineering advice from the Army Corps of Engineers, and a wall they now hope will hold back the billions of gallons of water that are flowing down the Mississippi.
Organizing much of the effort was homeowner Tom Scott. A pipe fitter by trade, Scott has some construction experience, but never has he lived through something as frustrating as trying to stay ahead of the ever-rising river.
All the rain up north and out west, it just kept on going. We had to keep bagging to stay on top of it. And every day they'd tell you, well, tomorrow it'll crest at 42.5, so on. And it keeps you encouraged, but as of right now, I still don't know what's going to crest it. And that's what was really disappointing.
And yesterday morning, just before church, Scott got more bad news. The latest crest prediction was 47 feet. That would bring the water over the top of their wall. It was too much for both Scott and his wife.
I don't even live here. I woke up at 3 and could go back to sleep. The guy down here, probably a week ago, said, I just wish I could go home. But he said, when I come home, this is it. It's incredible.
Then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee.
As the Sunday service began, the sandbaggers outside stuck to their task. Even inside, the river came first.
The 10 o'clock reading is 46.6 at the Corps of Engineers, and Betty Scott told us that they're forecasting, now this is unofficial, but they're looking at maybe another foot. And we need to pray. God's Word teaches that we humble ourselves as we kneel.
The Lord's Scripture records many miracles. We're asking for a miracle today.
After the service, the sandbagging resumed in earnest.
Need a bagger?
But more and more water was seeping through the sandbags, and the tremendous volume of water on the other side of those sandbags was making the fire marshal nervous.
It's getting more dangerous by the minute. The longer that water's behind that wall, there's a lot of pressure. If it would give, you get like a tidal wave action here. You could kill people, and we don't want that.
At 3:30, officials conference.
I'm going to go tell him the time right now that he's got to head now.
Disappointed volunteers left the wall behind Tom Scott's house.
Thank you very much for this part.
The utility truck arrived, the power was cut, the pumps were pulled.
The guys had to do what they had to do. To me, if you lost one life, it wouldn't be.
It's hard. It really is hard. But you haven't. I mean, you're to be commended for the kind of work that you've done.
But anyway, in the back of my mind, we've still won. We've held the water back.
Which was still dry. And the wall that Tom Scott and an army of volunteers had built was still standing. For now.
Continue through the night. The busiest sandbagging area is at the Marina Apartments off of North Highway 94 in northern St. Charles County. Or rather, North St. Charles City. It's estimated 7,000 residents have been evacuated since the flood began. Tonight, all is quiet in South St. Louis. That's the area surrounding River Des Peres.
Quiet because many of the residents are gone, their homes underwater. News 4's Mary Phelan joins us now live from South St. Louis with more on the situation.
Well, Larry and Julius, it's kind of like the worst is over for now. But deep down, the residents who are still in this area know that it's only a temporary reprieve. The Mississippi River has crested, and the rains have hopefully stopped for a few days. But that isn't enough for these city crews who tonight are strengthening the sandbag levee on the river to Pear, a levee which gave out in several places on Sunday, sending water rushing into about 1,000 nearby homes.
It's incredible. I was here in '73, and it was nothing like this. This is just beyond belief. I think, like everybody else, nobody ever expected it to get anywhere approaching this depth or magnitude.
How do you feel about your neighborhood tonight?
It's a mess, but if it holds the water, I don't care. I think they're doing a good job trying to keep everything dry.
Parts of Germania Street are also underwater as a result of the levee break, and a nearby corner has become a gathering place for area neighbors who are still in their homes. Here they come to look and share their amazement at Mother Nature's strength. How do you guys feel about what's going on in the, I mean, this is your neighborhood.
Yes. Well, I think the MSD people are doing a great job. I really do. The people don't like the idea that they had to leave, but I think it was for their own safety.
Had to stop all surgical procedures and limit emergency room use. But tonight, Illinois American Water officials tell me the power is back on at the pumping station, but Granite City residents are still being told to boil their water.
Well, Granite City certainly isn't the only town with drinking water problems tonight. Other towns also under boil orders tonight include Portage de Sioux, St. Genevieve.
Deputies check IDs, making sure people have business in the flooded areas. And nobody gets back into some areas, like this flooded mobile home park, and the residents don't like it.
So are you worried about looting, or?
Yeah, we know there's people looting. My husband and my brothers caught them.
They're coming in from other ways, and there's doors kicked open, windows broke out now.
Emergency management officials worry about safety, with floodwater still gushing through the levee break near Boshertown. The Mississippi and Missouri have combined to transform thousands of acres of fertile farmland into a shallow Great Lake. Portage de Sioux is no longer surrounded by water, it is covered. 140 residents hanging on have been ordered to boil their drinking water. And in St. Charles, the Mississippi finally made good on its threat to Deerfield Mobile Home Park.
After a weekend of hectic evacuations, the Mississippi has finally become a resident of Deerfield, turning the mobile home park into a sort of ghost town.
Some people managed to pull their homes out. Most left them sitting on streets that now look more like canals. About 20 residents remain. Off-duty firefighters like Cliff Miracle patrol daily by boat.
Mainly what we do is just come back and check to make sure that the people that here check their well-being.
Some people wade back in periodically to check their homes. Steve Lopez is one of those who never left. He's fishing off his front porch for bass, but he'd rather catch some looters.
I had somebody come through here last night off the Houston Road in a John boat and come back around the trees and was coming up behind the trailers. I don't know if they ever found him or not. I told them up there at the front.
The people who did leave left behind some indications that they plan to return when the water goes down. An air conditioner still humming above the water, and a sense of humor. In St. Charles County, Tom O'Neill, 2 News Tonight.
Officials now estimate as many as 2,500 people in St. Charles City have been flooded out of their homes, and nearly 10,000 countywide.
And many communities and thousands of acres of farmland are flooded all along the Missouri River, and perhaps there's a good reason. State emergency coordinators say there are about 600 levees along the Missouri, and all but 25 of them have been breached or topped by the rising waters of this historic flood. To one degree or another, 575 levees on the Missouri failed. And those levees had a lot of water to handle. The Mississippi crested at almost 47 feet.
Meteorologist Dave Murray went downtown tonight to inspect one wall that was guaranteed to keep the water out.
Well, it's been a long wait, but we have finally hit the crest on the Mississippi River at St. Louis. But don't expect any quick drop-offs. Even if we went into a drought pattern, it would take somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks to get that river back into its bank. Well, we decided to go downtown this evening to take a look at the flood walls protecting the city, walls that protect it to a stage of 52 feet. Now, that number, 52, was developed from the Great Flood of 1844, considered a 300-year flood. The stage was lower than the current flood, but the volume of water much greater. At its height, 1.25 million cubic feet of water passed by downtown every second. Now, right now at the Arch, we are seeing 975,000 cubic feet of water pass by every second. How much water is that? Well, to give you an idea, it's enough to fill Busch Stadium right to the top in only 65 seconds. Let's take a look at the numbers along the Mississippi. Winfield 12.8 feet over flood right now, holding steady. Grafton will see a secondary crest overnight, going up about another 3 inches. The river is steady at St. Louis, 16.8 feet over flood. And Chester will see their crest by morning, 19.5 feet now, should crest at about 20 feet. Now on the Missouri at Herman and St. Charles, the water remains well above flood stage, but we are seeing a slow fall that will continue, should drop off about a ½ foot every 24 hours now. On the Merrimack, the crest is taking place right now at both Valley Park and Arnold, but don't expect much of a fall over the next 24 hours. We should stay rain-free overnight, but the Midwest wet pattern has not completely fallen apart. We'll have more on the weather later in the newscast. Dick, Mandy?
Okay, Dave, check in with you later. Flood victims got a big boost tonight from a Texas billionaire.
Ross Perot is in town to beat the drum for the Salvation Army. The 2 News team's Rocky Madden is live in South St. Louis. Rocky, you covered the visit. What did Perot have to say today?
Well, Mandy, he wants everyone to pitch in, dig deep, and put some cash into the Salvation Army kettles. And Ross Perot himself is putting his money where his mouth is.
Here's what our family will do. Our family will contribute $1 million right now.
Ross Perot stunned Salvation Army workers by giving $1 million and guaranteeing a $2 million if it's matched by donations from average citizens. Perot tours Salvation Army kitchens in flood areas and sees the devastation. He finds the flood victims remarkable. He tells me they are salt of the earth kind of people.
It was a privilege to see them and to meet them. I'm sorry to meet them under these circumstances, but they will not be beaten by this. They will beat this, and there's no question about that, and I just think it's fair that we help them.
The former presidential candidate announces that his United We Stand campaign workers are helping, but he doesn't want to exclude Democrats and Republicans from this campaign.
I'm glad you asked, because I wouldn't want anybody not to write a check because they thought we didn't want their money. No, the point is we're appealing to the entire country.
Now he is asking people who have a lot of money to donate about $1,000 to begin with and in effect adopt a family. He figures more than 80,000 Americans are worth about $5 million each. So Dick, Mandy, they should have no problem donating this $1,000.
Okay, Rocky, thanks.
Thank you. Missouri Governor Mel Carnahan is making another appeal for federal flood assistance. He says that 13 hard-hit Missouri counties need about $29 million just to pay for sandbagging efforts and for the eventual removal of flood debris. Carnahan wrote a letter to President Clinton explaining that that cost is far beyond the ability of most local communities to pay.
In West Alton, the Salvation Army has not only helped flood victims keep their head above water, it has helped keep their chins up, lifting their spirits. The 2 News team's Dennis Riggs reports.
The Salvation Army effort is a lifeline to all West Alton residents. It's being directed by the husband and wife team of Bill and Edie Miller.
People are going through such calamity and that are having so many problems, but yet they come up to you and I mean crying. And they're just so thankful that there are people out there that are caring for them.
It's been an amazingly rewarding experience for me, just because we're getting to know the people and the hearts of the community.
Much of the work is being done by homeless men from the Salvation Army's Harbor Light. 4 years ago, Robert Copeland came to the Army with a drug problem.
Now is the chance for me to give it back by coming out here helping guys, giving somebody a smile, you know, helping them back. That's what it's all about to me.
Workers were honored by Perot's visit, but embarrassed by all the attention.
It's just great to have people come up and hug you, just say thanks for being here. You know, that's more than any dollars that could be given to me or the Salvation Army.
Perot urges people to donate directly to the Salvation Army. He says if you send the money to Washington, by the time the politicians get through with it, very little of it is going to get back here to the people who need it. In West Alton, I'm Dennis Riggs, 2 News Tonight.
The Salvation Army Emergency Center provides help to flood victims around the clock. And things are looking up tonight in Arnold. The Mississippi is inching downward tonight.
And the handmade levees there are holding. The 2 News team's Joe Farmer talked with Arnold resident.
Should turn dark and full of clouds.
Mother Nature has been especially hard on people, and she has been even tougher on her own, the animals. No one is there to sandbag for them. No one is there to keep the water from washing them away.
They can suffer from hypothermia, whether it's too hot or too cold. That's why you
But people like those with the animal rescue team do what they can.
Let's go, girl.
Here they save a frightened fawn from drowning.
There is so much that comes back to you in so many different ways. When you put your heart out and your soul out to something like this, it's impossible not to do.
Close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there.
And the rescues are not limited to wild animals. Like refugees from a modern-day Noah's Ark, four-footed flood victims make their way to the Animal Protective Association, hoping to be reunited or to find a new home.
I think a lot of people are leaving dogs behind because they think they're going to guard their homes, and then their homes end up 8 feet underwater.
And all of this stuff was under the water. So
These cats are now members of a new family, at least for now. It's part of the Humane Society's plan to find foster parents for animals until the waters recede.
We just love cats, and we didn't want them to be somewhere like in the floods and stuff.
You got a friend.
I'm extremely happy that this one is still alive. Rabbits have a very difficult time.
Wild animals and the people that help them can barely keep their heads above water.
We're kind of at the bottom of the fundraising ladder anyhow. Everything comes ahead of wildlife.
The Missouri Wildlife Rescue Center is drowning in debt. They've nursed animals here for 20 years, but the flood could put them under.
I had a very difficult time this morning. I was not able to sleep last night. I built this place, and this may be the end of it. And I heard for the people, but I heard for all the animals too.
You got a friend. You got a friend, yeah.
Family cope with the disaster. Dave Tyra's sister is a flood victim.
Last night she was hysterical. Today well, now that she's got time, we can get it out of there, we're okay. Because it freaked her out.
Joyce Hughes helps her friend deal with the damage the flood has done to her basement and belongings.
She's got all her furniture and everything in there yet. A lot of stuff in the basement that's floating in the water.
washer and the dryer.
Federal emergency management officials set up offices nearby to help reimburse flood victims. Those victims appreciate the help. Still,
it ain't been real pleasant.
What's the toughest part?
Moving out. I miss being home.
Bruce Gordon, 2 News Tonight.
Well, the warning tonight, you should not wade around in this water without the proper protective gear. This water is mixed with sewage.
Wednesday night, I stood chest deep here at Captain Jim's Bar and Grill. That was then. This is now. This is Captain Jim's today, and once again, I am chest deep in the water. There is no way I could get out where I was standing last Wednesday night. It would be over my head.
Well, the VCR is still here, so the liquors were good to us.
Remember George and Elaine Zubina when we saw their West Alton home last Wednesday? It was dry, but a lifetime's worth of tools and prized radio-controlled cars were submerged. Today, George took us back, and things are worse. The garage and fleet of automobiles are completely submerged, and there is 3 feet of water in the house.
It's bad. It's a lot worse than anybody could have ever thought. Even when we were here before, I never thought it'd get this bad. Never thought it would get this bad.
The floodwaters here have gone down about 6 inches in the last 24 hours. That is good news, but also at that rate, it means a real cleanup is probably 4 to 6 weeks away. In West Alton, I'm Dennis Riggs, 2 News Tonight.
Authorities tell 2 News West Alton has received so much national media attention, tourists are driving miles to see the town, and that, of course, is creating a lot of problems. They're having trouble battling the waters and battling the tourists.
Stay away.
Well, another tiny St. Charles town is certainly living up to its name tonight.
It really is. The 2 News team's John Abel has a portrait of resistance from the folks in Defiance, Missouri.
When this Missouri River levee broke on Saturday, it would have been easy for the some 200 residents of Defiance to head for the hills. It turned Highway 94 into a steady stream. It made the Katy Trail virtually disappear and turned some of its bridges sideways. But none of that bothered these people too awfully much. They planted their feet in sand and began to fight.
This is the worst flood we've ever had.
Charles Dickens is 93 and he's seen it all here. It's his guess that nobody's leaving, even with all this hell and high water.
I don't know of a family that has any mind to quitting, or any farmer that has any mind to giving it up.
Not even the butterflies, and as you know, they're free to go anywhere. But that's Defiance for you. The folks who run Terry and Betty's Tavern still have pumps running, but their enthusiasm is running even higher. they never thought of giving up.
We were going to stick with it, and we had enough of the local people helping that we were going to stick with it, and we weren't going to lose our battle.
Now it appears they have won it. The river is starting to recede. Enough anyway for Charlie Dickens to take a breather and talk about the Matson brothers, who put the Defiance into Defiance.
Thousands of residents on both sides of the river commute between states, but they didn't let a little water stand in their way today. Some chartered airplanes and even helicopters just to get to work. Well, this morning the nearest operating bridge was 80 miles to the north or 115 miles south at Alton. Des Moines gets another setback tonight. The city hoped to have running water by tomorrow, but a crucial pump broke down tonight, and now it looks like it'll be a couple of days.
The River Des Peres levee crumbles tonight, sending floodwaters into more homes and more residents fleeing to higher ground.
Yeah, it's floating. Severe storms tonight, pounding the Venice, Illinois area, destruction in its wake.
Yeah, I ain't never felt nothing like that in my life.
Good evening, and thank you for tuning in to this expanded coverage of the flood of '93.
We begin with the River Des Peres levee crumbling tonight, raging floodwaters rushing into a section of South St. Louis. We start our team coverage with Jeff Rainford, who's near the scene where that levee broke through tonight. What's that, around Morganford, Germania? Is that right, Jeff?
Well, actually, I'm down on Gravois next to the River Des Peres area, but yes, you're right. The major areas, the two areas that broke were between Morganford and Gravois along the River Des Peres. Now behind me is the Gravois Bridge. It is reopened, but after a flash flood, it was closed for about an hour and a half tonight. And look at all the debris down in the river, all that washed up, or most of it washed up by the flash flooding today. The River Des Peres broke in three major areas during the heavy rain that came through after 5 o'clock. Now you're about to see some pictures that we took just a few minutes ago on Germania. Germania now is underwater for about a mile stretch. There you see some of the people staying in their homes a few blocks away from where the water actually poured out. Germania is underwater for about a mile-long stretch between Gravois and Morganford. The river rose quickly during the rain. The water had nowhere to go. By 6:30, the levee was washed away. We don't have the exact count, but several dozen homes took on water. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Across the river, the levee also broke at Pepping and Carondelet. It broke also at Kelm and Alaska Court, 3 places. The water also covered the Gravois Bridge. As I said, it was closed for an hour and a half. City workers tried to fill the levee breaks with sandbags and rock, but the water was just coming on too fast.
It's up to your neck on Germania. The personnel from the City Parks Department were trying to breach an area, trying to repair the breach when it opened on each side of them, and they were sort of trapped in the middle. And then pretty soon they were up to their neck in water. And we launched one of our boats to assist them in getting out of that area, but one of the front loaders got up there, and they got the personnel that were trapped in that area.
Women talking there about the city workers, Parks Department workers and street workers who had been using front-end loaders and thousands of sandbags to try to fill the holes in the levees, but they just were coming, the water was coming too fast. Now, call it luck or call it skill, but earlier today, the City Emergency Management Agency ordered the electricity cut in the neighborhood along Germania where the levee broke, and that's what you're looking at now, an aerial picture of Germania where the levee broke. These pictures taken a couple of hours ago. This neighborhood, the city officials ordered the power cut earlier. In addition, a number of police officers went through that neighborhood and again, for about the 4th or 5th time, warned people to evacuate. And this time, we were down in that neighborhood earlier. This time, a lot of people finally listened, especially some of the older folks, and they did get out earlier. Now, not everybody got out, but again, we are told that there were no major injuries, though several dozen, as you can see, a number of cars also overtaken by the water, and several dozen homes took on water, especially in the basements, though there were no serious injuries. And that really is something that really probably you can attest a lot of that to the planning and maybe to the evacuation order that went out again today. Now, we should say that the danger along the River Des Peres is not over yet.
this flash flood was not expected. This has nothing to do with the crest in the Mississippi Basin. It's still expected to crest tonight over 42 feet. That's a real problem. We saw a number of areas along the River des Peres, especially east of I-55, where the water is right at the top of the levee. If it goes up anymore, you could have a number of major breaks. That's why, again, city officials have asked people living along the River des Peres, especially along Germania and along Carondelet, to evacuate. It is still a very dangerous situation and will be at least throughout the night, if not until the weekend. Now, my colleague Mary Phelan was in one of the 3 neighborhoods tonight where they had a major break, and Mary, there got to be some people there really heartbroken.
Very much, Jeff, you're right. We pretty much centered our activities right here in this vicinity near the Gravois Bridge over the River des Peres, and met some folks who, you know, really have had just about enough. They thought the worst was over, and then the rains came and pretty much washed away a lot of their hope tonight. This was the scene at the police command post about 7 tonight. Only a short time earlier, the levee had broken just east of here on Carondelet. For a time, city engineers had shut down the Gravois Bridge.
I don't see any problem.
But after closer inspection, the bridge was deemed safe and reopened. However, the water had already done its damage. City trucks were left stranded when the water started pouring over the levee. Here at John Williams' parents' house in the 4800 block of Hamburg, just 1 block away, they were still fighting, though, even though the water appears to have won.
Well, we threw a dumpster load of stuff away Saturday, 32 years of their lives. It was totally trashed.
And even though this appears to be a total defeat, what with the levee breaking and everything, the city's not giving up. As you can see, they're still sandbagging, and they plan to continue going throughout the night. You getting sick of it?
Yeah, it's getting kind of tiresome, all the levees breaking, so it's like sandbagging for no cost. Hope it stop raining, though.
But you're not going to stop.
Oh, no, we can't stop. Can't stop.
And neither really can the residents who live in this area. Those who are in their homes are not going to give up. As I mentioned earlier, they are going to be sandbagging throughout the night over at that the young man whose parents live in that home just east of here. So we will continue to watch the situation. As Jeff said, the River des Peres is still dangerous tonight. And of course, we will keep an eye on the situation for you, keep you up to date on any further developments. I'm Mary Phelan. Julius and Larry, back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. Live from South St. Louis with Jeff Brainford.
Severe weather also to blame for damage and other troubles tonight around the bi-state region.
The storm seemed to cut a path through the Hyde Park area in North St. Louis and into Illinois. Particularly hard hit Brooklyn and Venice, Illinois. News 4's Jonathan Hall is live from Venice right now with the latest on the damage there. John, what are you seeing?
Yeah, guys, if it's not the rain, it's the wind. That's the story tonight. We're at Lincoln and 4th Streets in Venice, where thousands of people are out of power because of the high winds tonight. Illinois power crews are behind me trying to restore the juice. They say it's probably going to be an all-night job. Here's the most visible sign of the destruction. This mobile service station downtown was completely destroyed by these winds. Some people felt they were going as hard as 70 miles an hour. Now, they aren't experts, but they say they've never seen anything like it. The witnesses say they saw no funnel cloud. From the air, it sure looks like a twister blew through the Venice Automotive Service Center. It happened about 5 this afternoon, and witnesses say they've never seen anything like it.
Strong gust just took the top off of the building and brought it over there. I thought the doors on the service station itself was going to just blow in on me, so I locked.
What was your reaction?
Duck. Duck. I didn't want any glass or anything to shatter on me, so I just ducked down behind the counter.
Lots of the townspeople here in Venice think this must have been a tornado. It doesn't appear to be. But whether or not it was certainly a very powerful storm. Let me give you an idea of how powerful. The whole roof of the building landed across 4th Street in this vacant lot. And this is a ceiling heating unit. It landed a good 60, 70 yards from the building where it was housed. Insulation from the service center's roof still hangs from the few electric wires which are still up, serving as a banner proclaiming nature's fury.
Storm came up all of a sudden. The wind was blowing hard. Transformer box blew down, and this building over here, it exploded from the wind.
It's almost unbelievable that nobody was hurt. The gas pumps and convenience store were untouched. And luckily, the service center across the street was closed for the day because the manager was in Cape Girardeau, working at the owner's other service station.
And so there it is. I could have hit a customer sitting in the waiting room, too, you know.
Could have been killed.
Right, absolutely. So, hey, it's just a blessing that, hey, I was closed today, and was out of town.
Venice also lost numerous big trees, some of them blocking streets and snarling traffic. The assistant fire chief lost a big one in his backyard, but his statue of the Virgin Mother...
It is edited.
All right, well, you take these heavy rains, backed up storm sewers, and what you sometimes get is a big sinkhole. And that's what we have here. Because of the darkness, it's a little difficult to see clearly, but there's a gaping hole in this street. It's in the 5200 block of Emily in North St. Louis. The sinkhole stretches about 10 feet by 20 feet. It's about 15 feet deep. This is not the first time these residents have seen this kind of thing happen.
It's about the third one in about 23 years, about the third one back there. So it's been done a couple of times before. You know, each time it's big and that big or bigger.
St. Louis City crews say they'll make repairs as soon as possible.
Well, the mighty, muddy, and still menacing Mississippi is cresting a second time tonight.
It is expected to crest at 47.1 feet. A hydrologist with the National Weather Service tells News 4 he is predicting tonight's crest will be the final crest, and the Mississippi should start receding for good. But that prediction was based on information earlier. It does not take into account future rains here and upriver. That 47.1 foot level, if that's all it reached, would be just over 17 feet above flood stage. When I left there around 7 o'clock this evening, as you can see, it's at 47 feet. That was at 7 o'clock this evening, and I can see Trish shaking her head like we're not going to see the end of it at that point.
Well, Trish, you say the official word on the crest comes at 11 o'clock the following day.
That's right, and the reason for that is because the Center for the Forecasting is actually up in Minnesota. It's not here in St. Louis, so what we can do is take further readings throughout the day on what the actual situation is at the moment, and then the actual cresting will occur again the next day at 11 o'clock. There is some good news. At least the rain has stopped for the time being across the channel.
For the added rains today, those numbers may be on the way up once again. On the Merrimack, the river is steady at Valley Park and Arnold. Don't expect much change here until the Mississippi River starts to fall. The good news, the latest wave of rain is gone. The bad news, there is more rain on the way. Latest forecast coming up later in the newscast. Dick, Mandy.
Okay, Dave. Well, the new crest and tonight's storm are adding up for big trouble down south in Jefferson County.
Yeah, the 2 News team's Walter Richards picks up our Floodwatch 93 coverage in Festus, where the efforts to hold back the floodwaters intensify.
And Dick, you know, they're calling for more sandbaggers here in Festus tonight. People here are getting tired, and they had to face another problem tonight: more rain. Dripping wet from a late afternoon thunderstorm, these folks kept right on scooping up the sand that's so far keeping this Festus car dealership dry.
We've sandbagged over 50 tons of sand, thanks to my employees, their relatives, their family, their neighbors.
Say what you want about America, but when it gets tough, Americans jump in the middle of it, and I'm proud to be here.
They're praying for an end to the rising floodwaters here. Already, most of the business district and many homes are soaked. Joetta Bennett's pizza shop just marked its first anniversary, but she can't celebrate.
No, there's no celebration, but I'm thankful it's not my home, because I can still go home and sleep in my own bed and put on my own nice warm clothes.
No rest, though, for Gary Mayhew. A giant wall of water is anxious to grab hold of his veterinarian clinic. So far, the sandbag walls are helping.
We're borderline right now. If we get too much rain or anything like that, it's probably going to be a lost cause.
The Festus fire chief tells me it won't be all lost if they can get more people to come out and help.
Our resources are dwindling down. Everybody is, over this long period of time, has devoted efforts, and they're getting so tired and trying to get back to their regular occupation of helping other people. So if anybody would donate their time, we could sure use them.
So they still have to maintain those sandbag levees, so if you want to help, the Festus fire chief says come on down to the fire station and they can use you. Dick?
Walter, well, they have fatigue, they have rain. What other problems has the flood caused in Festus?
Well, Dick, these floodwaters have attracted some of the nastiest insects I've ever seen, and they're not shy about biting, and I can tell you that from personal experience. And of course, the stench is something to behold.
Now, those mosquitoes are something I think we're all going to have to get used to as this floodwater goes down. But thank you, Walter.
The thunderstorm falls like a hammer on flood-weary residents in Arnold, too. They lost a key levee this morning, and with tonight's rain, it's getting to be more than some can take. The 2 News team's Elliot Davis brings us that story.
The storm has left homes and businesses once again under assault.
The pictures coming out of Lee May show how bad the problem there is getting. And today, the 2 News team's Tom O'Neill got a close-up look.
70-year-old Jake Walker returns to survey the area near Limay Ferry and Military Roads every day. He owns one of the 70 homes under water there.
Yeah, I come down to get my mail up at the post office, and they've been real nice. They let me in every day. I show my driver's license and come down and look the sad situation over.
The submerged street sign at Nellie and 5th tells you Jake's situation. He lives 2 doors down in this house. Jake moved a lot of his furniture to the 2nd floor. So far, it's probably dry. And patrolling county park rangers make sure it's safe.
Our major reason for being back here is to keep looters out of the area, to protect these people's houses so that no one comes in and vandalizes them.
Jake does have insurance and would like to get out.
I'll be 71 in September, and I don't have too much more time to live. I'd like to enjoy it, and you can't enjoy it in a situation like this.
Jake feels many of his neighbors are worse off than he is, and he may be right. Water laps at the roofs of several homes. The passing of the first crest did not bring relief. As the crest approached St. Louis, the water in these areas got higher and higher. Now that the crest has rolled by, these pictures are graphic reminders that it left a lot of high water behind. And now a second is on the way. So far, Limay Bank is holding out. Employees cross a sandbag bridge to work, and generators are keeping its computers running.
We thought at the 45 feet we were going to just sneak through. Unfortunately, it went to 47, so that's what happens. Murphy's Law.
They don't teach you this in banking school, do they?
No, I've been in this business 47 years and I haven't run across a course in this yet. I may teach one.
Other businesses aren't so lucky. So far, 2 full blocks have suffered a hostile takeover by the River de Pere. In Limay, Tom O'Neill, 2 News Tonight.
Even before predictions of a second crest, emergency workers felt it might be weeks before a cleanup could begin in many parts of Limay.
Yeah, that first crest may have lulled people into thinking that the worst is over, but the Mississippi is also rising again tonight in Elsa, Illinois. As the 2 News Team's Dennis Riggs tells us, volunteers are still fighting to save that town.
While others are breathing a sigh of relief, they are scrambling to stack more sandbags in Elsa. The river officially crested on Sunday, but the water is now 1.5 feet over that crest and still rising. Weather experts can't tell the mayor why.
They expect up and downs of 2 inches regularly. It's just that we're right at the top, and we feel we're ready for it to go down.
The Mississippi is making Elsa's picturesque streets look like the canals of Venice, and no one knows when it will all end.
For the businesses here in Elsa that rely on tourist traffic, this is devastating. As you can see, the vacancy signs are out, but there are no takers. And because these floods began back in March, it has been like this for months.
We're having cancellations from people all the way up into October right now, simply because of the situation they've heard in this area.
So this could mean the death of some tourist businesses in this area? Or?
I really think so.
Put a square knot around it. Sandbaggers are fighting to save the town's historic homes.
Saturday we work down here from 9 till 11:30 at night, straight through.
How long can you keep this up?
As long as it takes. You know, when you're trying to save your own home, somehow you have endless energy.
The levees around 2 of the oldest homes have collapsed.
For those of you who've been to Elsa, let me set the stage out here. That sign is the entrance to Elsa. You would turn off the river road there, come into town, and this would be the first house you would pass. This is called Riverview House. It was built in 1846. And right now you can see it standing in about 4.5 feet of water. To talk to you, I'm standing on a 6-foot sandbag wall. The water is that deep here.
Charlie Fife was in the house checking for leaks when he heard the levee burst.
So I ran into the house, up to the living room, to open the door to see if the levee had broken, and the floor just blew up and lifted me right up to the ceiling as the water rushed in, and in 90 seconds it was all over with 4.5 feet of water.
It's too early to tell if this house can be saved. Dennis Riggs, 2 News Tonight.
And that's typical of the whole river road in Illinois. The river, of course, was rising before this evening's rains, and now, of course, things are only going to get worse.
With more rain clouds in the area tonight, there is a silver lining to them all, courtesy of Washington, D.C. The House Appropriations Committee moved quickly today to approve the $3 billion flood relief plan. The measure will go to the full House by Thursday.
And if you're feeling generous and you want to help the relief effort locally, beware of scams. City police tell us tonight they've arrested 2 people for falsely soliciting donations for flood victims. And most of these scam artists that we've heard about set up shop along the intersections down in South St. Louis and just try to collect money. Police warn that unless the person has some official identification, do not give them any money.
Well, a lot of people are relying on the Salvation Army for help during this critical time. So get a pencil and paper and jot down this new telephone number. The Salvation Army now has a new toll-free phone number for all volunteers, donors, and flood victims. Here's the number. It's 1-800-9-FLOOD-9, or that number is 1-800-935-6639. Also, if you would like to donate canned goods, baby food, and other supplies, you can donate these to the flood victims. The Salvation Army has set up a food receiving center that's at 14125 Clayton Road. That's located at Clayton and Woods Mill.
Salvation Army is always there when you need them. They deserve our support.
They do. They're doing a great job. They have for the last several weeks.
Always.
Well, an overwhelming response tonight to our report on an animal rescue center.
As we told you last night, the place was in danger of closing down, but now many of you have pitched in, and besides that, you have dug deep. The 2 News team's Rocky Madden is live in South St. Louis to bring us up to date on his special assignment, Flood Heroes. Rocky?
Dick, we told you last night's flood heroes are the people who are out there making sure the wild and domestic animals survive this flood. Well, tonight's flood heroes are many of you for pitching in, digging deep to help the people who help the animals.
You just call up my name.
It is a story that touched your heart.
And you know wherever I am, I'll come.
The Missouri Wildlife Rescue Center was drowning in debt, and the flood was only making matters worse. The center was going under, and animals who are nursed back to health after injury would have nowhere to go.
I was not able to sleep last night. I built this place, and this may be the end of it. And I heard for the people, but I heard for all the animals too.
You got a friend.
But people who see the story on 2 News and then on A Current Affair answer the bell. The animals will not be forgotten. The money and checks are rolling in, and some of them are from heavy hitters.
We've had calls coming in from Canada and New York, California, Dallas, Texas. We were just amazed how this, response has come in.
Sharon Rhodes gave a big check and then stayed on to volunteer by washing the animals' blankets.
I cried. I saw that and I thought, I just can't stand here and cry. And writing a check is a very minimal thing, so I'm going to go out and do what I can.
Besides money, businesses drop off loads of pet food and cleaning supplies for cages.
We thank everybody for all their help.
The animals are especially pleased. The money will buy special milk for this baby squirrel, food for these ducks. It will pay for medical treatment for this injured goose and give this mangy fox new life.
Ain't it good to know you got a friend? Ain't it good to know?
We're overwhelmed. If I cry now, it's tears of joy.
Oh yeah, you've got a friend.
Boy, isn't that great? As of closing time today, they collected $20,000 in donations with promises of many more dollars and checks coming their way. And as we told you yesterday, they were $5,000 in the hole, so they're doing pretty well. Now, we're going to put their address up on the screen because their telephone number has been so busy. If you want to help out, you can write to the Missouri Wildlife Rescue Center, 203R Ramsey Lane, Baldwin, Missouri, 63021. And, of course, we will continue to follow their progress and tell you how they're doing.
That's just a great story, Rocky. We're just thrilled for them. But the Rescue Center isn't the only place helping animals during this flood.
No, there are a lot of people out there. The Rescue Center mainly does wildlife, but a lot of domestic animal help is coming from, like, the Humane Society, the Animal Protective Association, as well as the Open Door Animal Sanctuary down in Jeff County. I'm told these people do a lot of good work. They can also use money, so if you got some extra bucks, go ahead and spread it around.
Okay, thanks, Rocky.
Thank
just incredible. St. Louisans come through for all kinds of flood victims.
Really have. That's amazing. To look at the flood, though, it really is awesome. And St. Louis's famous flood of '93 certainly is a sight to see.
But up next on our expanded Flood Watch 93 coverage, there are some people the police would prefer didn't stop to look. That story is just ahead. Plus, neither rain, snow, sleet, or floodwater stops the Grafton postman. It just makes his delivery a little more difficult. We'll go along for a ride when we come back.
and it's murder on the traffic cops.
We're battling the battle of the onlookers is what it is, and they want to see what the misery is being caused down here. And so as they're going down Highway 55 or over Gravois, everybody wants to stop and take a look, which is causing us a major traffic problem on a daily basis.
One of those officers just barely escaped injury when a gawker plowed into his patrol car as he helped a stalled motorist. And even those not prone to gawking find themselves caught up in it.
Only because everybody else is moving slow that I have time to.
It's amazing. It's really fascinating to see, our hometown being flooded by the river. It's really amazing.
He says that now, but he was singing a different tune yesterday when he was caught in that traffic jam.
I was going down 55, traveling south, and a car pulled out in front of me that was watching. It was when it first started, and I slammed on my brakes, and a lady from behind me hit me, and totaled my mom's car, brand new car.
That's pretty funny. Police are begging people not to do that. They want you to watch the road, not the river. Don't be a rivernecker. They want you to stay cool behind the wheel and be alert, especially for the motorists who are looking around in front of you.
Well, flood relief will soon be coming here from an unlikely source.
A wet weather pattern obviously is back, and it's here for a couple of days. I'll have the forecast next on 2 News Tonight. Right over us. Not only tonight, but it looks like it's going to be with us through Thursday, and that is not good news at all. Impressive thunderstorms cut right across the St. Louis area late this afternoon into the evening. Storms with the works seeming to pick up power again around St. Louis thanks to the added moisture from the floodwaters. We also had the reports of 2 brief tornado touchdowns, one near Pinckneyville and the other near Sunfield. No damage reports from those 2 twisters. Now, looking at the storm report overall, we can see the 2 small twisters down in Perry County, Illinois, along with lots of reports of heavy rain, flash flooding, damaging winds, hail, and intense lightning. Heaviest damage seems to be concentrated around the Pacific, Missouri area, and then on the east side around Madison and Venice in Illinois. Take a look at the Doppler radar. Good news here. All is quiet, nothing showing up. We are going to be dry for the next several hours, in fact, most of the night. So let's scan the big view with the regional radar, and our afternoon and evening hit is on the way out, now pushing down into eastern and extreme southern Illinois, portions of southeast Missouri around Cape Girardeau. So we turn to the west, and we're starting to watch some new storms develop in Kansas and down in Arkansas. They will start to swing our way, but I don't think they're going to make it here until the morning, and probably first thing in the morning, the way things are looking right now. Let's check the numbers at this hour. 72 degrees, the current reading. Humidity is 93%. Dew point 70. Still a very moist atmosphere. West wind at 5. The barometer 30.05. It is rising. Temperature track today on the roller coaster all day long. The first low we hit was this morning, right around 76 degrees. Then we shot up to 90. That was right before the thunderstorms moved in. And then with the thunderstorms, around 4 o'clock, really from 3 until about 7, we hit the low, 71 degrees, officially at 6:30 in the evening. 90 and 71, that's exactly normal for this time of year. Allergy index, mold spores still very high, but pretty good drop from yesterday. Low readings of nettle and plantain pollen. Wet weather is back thanks to the warm front. Here's the front draped across the bi-state region, still trying to lift a little bit across the 2 states. And along the front, we had a wave of thunderstorms develop, kicking off to the east right now, but we're already watching new development right in here. You can see the thunderstorms exploding in Kansas and portions of Missouri down into Arkansas. That is our next batch, and it's a watcher because tomorrow the front is just going to lock up across the bi-state region. It's going stationary, and that's not good news because the front will become the main focus once again for showers and thunderstorms. Lots of humidity coming up from the south, lots of vertical lift in the atmosphere, rising currents of air. Now, I don't think it's going to be raining all the time, but we'll be looking for waves of rain and thunderstorms tomorrow night, and right through Thursday. A little change in temperature, a very humid day. 80s, 90s for the bulk of the bi-state region, maybe some 70s way up in northern Illinois. We'll be right on the line, pretty close to 90 degrees once again. Here's the forecast for tonight. Partly cloudy skies and humid. We may see a thunderstorm try to work its way in toward morning, but most of the night is dry. 72 degrees where we are right now. That will be the low for the overnight hours. Tomorrow, kind of a mix of clouds and sunshine, warm and humid, waves of thunderstorms. We have a shot at a wave coming in first thing in the morning. Then I think a good portion of the day is dry, trying to redevelop late in the afternoon, mainly in the 80s in the afternoon, the actual high touching 90 degrees. Tomorrow night, Cloudy skies, humid, waves of showers and thunderstorms again, drop it back to 72 degrees. Take a look at the 5-day planner. Scattered thunderstorms right through Thursday, then more of a spotty type pattern. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday it stays very humid and it starts to warm up as we head into the weekend with temperatures in the low 90s. I wish I could give you some good news.
Yeah.
I don't have it.
You know, I think a lot of people thought yesterday was the beginning of the end. The crest had come. They thought, that's it.
Yeah, the secondary crest obviously causing problems, and until we bust the overall pattern, we still have a long way to go.
And we could have another crest yet.
No question about it. I think we'll see another crest on the Missouri because there's an awful lot of water coming down, and if this pattern sets up over the next couple of days like we think it is, we could see a third crest on the Mississippi.
That's scary.
It is
See
scary.
just how high it could go. I can't believe the Cards are playing tonight.
I can't either. Very scary down, speaking of scary, down at Fulton County Stadium. It seems like watching the stadium fire today, I'm still amazed that they played baseball tonight. We're going to get to the highlights of the Cards and the Braves in a second, but first of all, I want to take you live to Atlanta, where the 2 News team's Patrick Crosby joins us. And Patrick, after seeing that video, are you as surprised as I am that they're even playing ball tonight?
Yeah, there was no doubt, Mark, that people were really questioning whether or not they were going to be able to play the game. But again, when you're talking about part of the press box and a number of luxury boxes, you had Ted Turner, you had Jane Fonda standing outside, and they were both literally saying, along with the Braves management, we want to play this game. You had the onslaught of Fred McGriff starting out tonight, and you're playing in Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, a facility that's really going to be torn down around the time of the Olympics. But in the meantime, geez, tonight we thought that maybe it might burn down in a fire that surprised just about everybody.
Players, media, and some early fans literally looked up, and there it was, in the luxury boxes and spreading fast. A few feet away, a photographer was walking out of a room and almost walked into the flames.
There was a big cloud of smoke, and I got the hell out of Dodge quickly.
And then fiery debris began to fall onto the seats. With no sprinklers, fire trucks finally got to the scene, but couldn't easily get up to the flames. Finally, trucks got inside a stadium tunnel, and within 90 tense minutes, the fire was out. The damage was not structural to the stadium, but to the luxury boxes.
We have no idea how it started right now. We're just beginning to get into to investigate it. We're interviewing the people that was in the area, some people that were witnesses to the fire. As it stands right now, it'd just be a guess.
Intense heat and almost 90-degree air temperatures, even near game time, caused heat exhaustion for a few firefighters. But the Braves wanted to push to get the game underway.
Believe me, it was a surprise to get out here and see this happen. But it's a shame because I don't want to play a doubleheader tomorrow.
And Terry Pendleton got his wish. They are indeed playing in a close game. But let me tell you something. We were hovering around, myself and our ace
basements. Most residents here expected the levee to hold, but the power of the flood is proving too strong. This is one of the few battles city workers won yesterday. A break in the levee along Germania near I-55 was stemmed with hundreds of sandbags and the cooperation of man and machine. The victory is bittersweet, for the river is winning elsewhere.
Tim Zish now has a waterfront view from his front porch at Germania in Almania. It's not exactly what the real estate agent promised. In fact, he'd never expected the water to climb 5 feet into his basement.
Yesterday we were standing on the corner, and when the levee broke, it just sent a 3-foot wave right down Germania. So, I don't know, it's a little bit of crying, a lot of praying. That's what it's been so far.
The wake of city trucks moving up and down the street did some damage too.
The neighbor right across in the yellow house, it sent a wave. He walked outside his door and it sent a wave into his living room about 2 foot high and just soaked everything. So it's been a mess.
Phyllis Loud remains philosophical about it all.
I think they're doing all they can. It's a natural disaster. You can't blame anybody. It's Mother Nature.
Most residents here apparently refuse to believe warnings from the city.
We saw this huge water coming out our way, and it was just this mass of water. We were scared, really. But, we decided to stay here. It's very difficult to leave your house.
Now, the city of St. Louis does not have a precise count on how many homes are actually flooded, but we understand that 1,500 to 2,000 are believed to be in a floodplain. And anybody in that area who today has flood insurance is counting his lucky stars.
Boy, I'll bet whatever number they have, it's likely to go higher as this continues. Thanks, Betsy.
Well, in the wake of that latest levee break and with more rain in the forecast, city police issue new warnings. Officials are insisting that residents stay away from the sandbags and levees and that sightseers stay out of the area.
We don't want anybody in that area because the breaches will take and sweep the streets very quickly. On the breaches we had yesterday, some of the streets in 2 and 4 block square areas were flooded in 2 or 3 minutes after we had breaches in the levees.
Now, water is cut off to several hundred homes due to contamination in the water system. That area bounded by I-55 on the east, Carondelet on the north, Leona on the west, and the line from the intersection of Leona and Davis to I-55 and Weber Road. If you've been exposed to the contaminated water, contact your local health officials to see if you need to be immunized.
The South St. Louis area is indeed hard to recognize under all that water this midday. Here's how it looks from Sky 2. Entire neighborhoods dry just days ago are completely submerged. The River Des Peres constantly challenges those levees. The scene is much the same further south on the Merrimack. You're looking at the town of Arnold. It suffered a levee break yesterday and is bracing for more as the crest moves through.
And as we go even farther up, an amazing perspective from space. Now, take a look at a before and after satellite view. We'll show you here in a second. The picture on, well, we won't have it right here, but the picture apparently is a normal one of Missouri and Illinois, and the river just converges near St. Louis. And, of course, you can see, we've shown you already from the air that, well, there it is now. We can show you right there what a dramatic change we have in the rivers. Now, you see one dated July 4th, 1988. That was during the drought. The rivers look like just little ribbons. If you look here, you see today, well, actually, that's June 18th picture, so it's even wider now. You can see how much wider it is, a much wider ribbon, if you will. Now, residents of Des Moines, Iowa, had hoped to see water rushing through their faucets this morning, but for now, they still have to get it from trucks. A drop in line pressure has forced the city to again postpone turning the water back on. The problem? Well, people keep turning their taps on prematurely.
Well, this one's hard to believe, but the river's creating.
Washing away. There are strangers ready to help, neighbors they've never met. Out of every disaster comes heroes, ordinary people like you who are willing to go that extra step to help someone in need. Meet some of these heroes who are helping the flood victims. At 10.
Everything is right in there in that flood water. It's still my home, you know, and it's the only place we got. And I'm going to stay here and protect as much as I can.
What kind of shape is your house in?
Well, it's like everybody else. It's gone. It's gone.
All day, all night, fighting the flood. Fighting back the tears while clinging to home and hope.
Why are you waiting so long at this point? Guess I'm hoping for a miracle.
Others standing ready to fight more than water.
So you're fully armed and ready for anything?
Oh, yes. I got a shotgun.
Neck high in trouble, but pulling together.
Depend a lot on your friends, your brothers, people. Makes a hell of a difference.
These are some of the remarkable stories that we'll remember long after the flood of '93. The helping hand reaching out to friends and family and total strangers.
It just was a sign of love, just love.
Neil Boschert. Sorry, Mark Griffin.
These are people who helped you out.
Unbelievable.
Good evening. I'm Larry Connors. We're here on the banks of the Mississippi in downtown St. Louis. At this time, the Mississippi is at its highest level in history, almost 47 feet, 17 feet above flood stage. Tonight, we're going to show you just how powerful an out-of-control raging river can be, matched in the strength only by the power of human resolve. We began our story south of here, in Crystal City.
Eight in the morning in downtown Crystal City, and McDonald's is open for waterfront dining. The water covers what is normally the busiest stretch of town. Ducks are swimming and fish are jumping on the liquid highway leading to the Crystal City Post Office.
Step into the water, way a little bit deeper. Wet your feet in the water of His love.
First First Baptist Church rises from the water like a fortress. It's a congregation in crisis, but Reverend Richard Adams is praying for others.
There's so many other people up and down this old river that are facing trials that make ours look small.
I could never thank them enough. They have worked around the clock. Some of them we had little babies, 3-year-old baby, I got a picture of it, holding a sandbag for an adult to fill in. We've had people in wheelchairs. I have a person in my church who's a wheelchair person, paralyzed from the waist down, came out here. They set him down by the sand pile, and he sat there in the hot sun for 6 or 7 hours sandbagging. How can you thank people like that other than just say, we thank you beyond all we can say.
Just down the hill, there's a battle in progress on Bailey Road. The row of stores by Johnny's Butcher Shop could be in deep trouble.
We just don't have enough people down here. If it breaks, that means the whole row, everybody, they're going to get flooded out.
Supposed to get awful deep. They set up to the top of the soda machine. It's 45 where it's supposed to crest.
There's also trouble on the backside. Water is seeping through the wall. Tom Kolish has reason to be here. His dad owns this store, but many of those around him have no real connection.
A lot of them people haven't met. People, they're great. They come out of nowhere just to help. There's some folks right over here. They've been out here every day, all day long.
Trouble all around, but Lynn Adolph still believes the group can beat the river.
I think we can, and we will. We're gonna, yeah, I mean, there's no way. I think we'll make it, though. I know we'll make it, right, guys? Yeah. We're gonna make it. See, we will.
A week later, the sandbag wall at Bailey Road still holds tight. The flood stops here. The water is higher, but so is the wall. And it's wider now. The seeping at the backside of Johnny's Butcher Shop is plugged up. The Battle of Bailey Road may be won after all.
We're at sandbags!
And up the hill at the First Baptist Church, sandbags are sailing through windows, into classrooms, snaking down hallways, through the exits, out to the front lines. The flood of '93 laps at the front steps, but no farther.
You're traveling the streets of Lee May. We're at Nellie and Fifth. Beautiful little residential area, nice large trees. Homes folks work hard to achieve and keep up. And now it's all underwater. It's a very eerie quiet here. You hear the birds up in the trees. Otherwise, it's pretty silent. Problem is, there should be a lot of joy here. Folks laughing, having a good time, enjoying their homes that they worked so hard to have. It's not going to be the same again.
From Jim Hosford's porch, you see just the top of swing sets, just the top half of neighbors' homes.
Yeah, it's a mess of.
You're going to try to ride it on out, though, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to stay as this water hits the floor.
Jim has no electricity. He gets by with a Coleman lantern and Coleman stove. By now, nearly everyone in this section of Lee May has moved out, but not Casper and Sylvester Pound.
My brother, Sylvester, this is his house where we're standing right now.
Is that right?
Mine's back there in the alley underwater.
Some people would say you're out of step with times. You should have gotten out of here.
What, leave the house of the looters? No.
In 1973, Casper Pound's brother was a looting victim. Casper is determined it won't happen again.
Any looters come around here, you know what happened to them? Like I told the cops last night, I said, pal, you'll be dragging them off. He don't shoot me. He said, I got a badge. I said, well, if I catch you looting, I said, you'd be just like the rest of them.
So you're fully armed and ready for anything
Oh,
else?
yes, I got a shotgun. My name.
A block away, Lorraine Boger is worried about her cats, all 14 of them.
And I put out about 30 pounds of cat food and about 20 things of water and 15 litter boxes.
Officers of the Humane Society boat to her home to check on the cat's safety.
careful. Why don't we get him on the way out? Yeah. Oh.
Okay, this one's on a tree right here. We'll get this one first.
He's right here. He's just trying to decide between the double and the deep blue sea. Come on, come on, come on. Settle down. Hi. How you doing? Don't bite me. I just pulled you out of the water.
On this trip, they only bagged one cat. They will go back to try again and check on one favorite cat in particular.
You couldn't hear him? Maybe he drowned already.
After the flood of 1973, a levee was built here on the Kaiser Creek, a levee that most everyone thought would prevent anything like this.
We had to have a levee, so to get the levee, they had to take a house. Well, that house was ours.
Joanne Oldham and her husband liked the neighborhood so well that when their home was destroyed just to build the levee, they bought another home just up the block, but they didn't buy flood insurance. What do you feel when you look out there and see your house out there? It's tough, isn't it?
Well, most people are shaking all the time.
Yeah.
It's normal. Your stomach's going like this, and it's still a little hard.
Well, I hope you'll be able to get in and get back to life.
Oh, I've got so many nice people already willing to help me. I've already gotten some donations, personal donations. And it's been wonderful. The people have just been wonderful. Everybody. This is the nicest neighborhood. People are so friendly. Friends are friends all over the place.
So you're going to continue living here knowing this threat's going to be here?
I will move back in and fix up the house. I'll decide after that. If they don't fix the creek, no, I won't stay.
Just can't go through it a third time.
No, I'm too old for that. I lost my husband about 5 years ago. And I was doing quite well all by myself in the house. And no, unless they fix the creek. This Kaiser Creek, I won't come back. You know, I won't stay.
It is a raging animal, flowing backwards and over, forcing everyone out of its way. 18 dump trucks began bringing dirt for a line of defense.
Do you plan on evacuating, or do you plan on staying? Or?
No, we're not going to stay. If they turn the electric off, we'll leave when they turn the electric off.
St. Louis City police and firefighters began telling residents it's wise to leave. They hand out voluntary evacuation notices.
Suddenly they're going to do something. It's electric on or off tonight. We don't know.
But many wonder how much of a choice they have when the power is cut.
I've been living here since 1958. This is ridiculous.
Mayor Bosley defends his action.
People are angry, and I understand that. But the key is people have got to understand this is a disaster that we're dealing with here. This is not a picnic. It is no fun. We're taking this very seriously. And in order to do that, we have to take the necessary precautions.
How you doing? How you doing? But even in the face of chaos, Ray Schmitzkins has a broad grin. Ray is letting this talk of flood roll right off his back. His house went untouched in the flood of '73. They're loading the moving truck at Ray's place anyway. Along with his wife and daughter, Ray is leaving the shores of River Des Peres for the entire month.
Well, if you survived the '73, why are you deciding to go ahead and move out now for a month?
If you knew my daughter is kind of a girl that... So what am I going to do?
You're going to do what your daughter wants, right?
That's exactly.
We're going to dump the guys off.
Over in the Carondelet neighborhood, Ed McCarthy can hardly believe his eyes.
Look at this. I mean, all these people, I tell you, it's wonderful, it really is.
Ed and his wife Ruth have 6 children and lots of friends. All of those friends saved this home from the flood of '73, and they've answered the call again this time around.
Yeah, my kids were really instrumental. They just, I didn't know if I wanted to do it again, but they just wouldn't let me not do it, you know.
Mrs. McCarthy needed people to bring sandbags. They needed plastic, so we just wanted to get it all over here for her.
We're running ahead over there.
We're friends. That's why we did it.
I think people, they just like us. It's a gift. It's a gift God's given us. That's all I can say. It just was a sign of love, just love.
Kimmswick, Missouri, population 140. A place where trains now are just barely squeaking by what is normally just a creek. And caterpillars thunder round the clock. John Hogan has been in that seat for 30 hours, one of many constructing a large earthen levee to save this town. But there are 3 buildings on the wrong side of hope. An antique store built in 1895 where the Grimshaw family has lived for 4 generations. And these 2 homes, the homes of a father and son, Ray and Randy Cagle.
We've been working since Friday, all my boys. Pat and I had 10 kids. We got 9 living and 2 girls yet, and they all come down and help out, you know, when I call. And most of it, one of them calls every day, you know. Thank goodness. I love them all very much, so I don't know what else to say. I just hope this whole, because I don't have no insurance, a damn thing, and I can't afford it. Not on Social Security.
Ray built this house with his own hands 43 years ago. His son Randy has spent his whole life right here on the family lot, the lowest ground in Kimmswick.
We're worried. We're afraid we're going to lose it. And, water gets up to the 46-foot level as they've got it marked out there. That's going to be probably at the top of the bags, and I don't know if we've got enough strength underneath to hold.
Kimmswick Mayor Martha Patterson says the lay of the land forced her to build the levee here instead of there. She says she agonized over it, especially since Ray Cagle is someone she's known all her life.
He's hurting. He's lived here for years and years and years. His house is going to flood. He's hurting. He's angry. And I feel for him, and I understand it. It was the city's decision, and I take responsibility for that because I'm the mayor. I'm not going to pass the buck to have to go for the majority and the city's survival over 2 homes. And if my house was over there, I'd do the same thing. I would not sacrifice the whole town for my house.
How long, baby, how long? How long, baby, how long?
In St. Charles County, Missouri, higher ground is at a premium. Herb Kipp's farm is doubling as a stable. The airport is looking more like a marina, and the Noah's Ark Motor Inn is a safe refuge from floodwater.
I saw people out here the other day actually fishing off their decks.
But in Deerfield Village, Don Nelson and his neighbors are just a step above water and feeling the strain.
The tension is worse than anything else. You just try to keep yourself calm and say there's nothing you can do about it, and, you know, and do the best that you can. First time I've had fish swimming in my backyard. See the fish, right? Fish in there swimming around.
Some in St. Charles County moved into this shelter at Orchard Farm, but then had to move yet again when a sewer backup forced them out.
You can't dodge it yet?
They relocated to First United Methodist in St. Charles. Pastor Paul Metcalf says one woman in particular took it in good humor.
He said, I think I'll just become a gypsy and put an earring in my ear and a bandana around my head.
I made it through work today and came home, and they didn't tell us to move yet, so we might make 2 nights here.
The Duncan family is happy to be here. Red Cross food, a place to sleep, and toys for the kids. Down the road, the Wilson family is staying in a hotel, waiting for the next downpour.
Just more stuff to add to the pile that's already underwater.
Priscilla and her husband Jeff have 4 kids, each learning to deal with this in his or her own way.
He just kind of rolls with the punches. He doesn't like it, but it's not too bad. He just hold him a little more.
We left our house April 15th and got back in our house June 15th, and then we were back in our house for about 2.5 weeks and then out again.
The Wilson family doesn't even worry about the rain anymore.
You know, all my stuff's under. It doesn't really matter.
Except for the carpets will be spongy and the walls will be mushy.
It's hard to think of many positive things coming from a flood, but the Wilsons have discovered one. It can draw a family even closer together.
It's all under it. I don't have to worry about it anymore. So, you know, I got my kids, my wife, my health. What else you need?
Night becomes day, the last day of Lori and Jean Doro's honeymoon, spent filling and tossing sandbags with strangers.
I live in Florissant. This doesn't affect me personally at all, but I figured I'd help out.
You don't have family here or anything?
No.
But after all the effort, the sandbagging is stopped. the Dardenne levee is giving way. West Alton residents are told, evacuate.
At 12:30 p.m. today, the Consolidated North County Levee District advised that it will not be able to hold the levees.
West Alton is a town that doesn't get rattled by floodwater. They've seen it so many times. Some kids see it here as a chance to play an ill-advised game of catch, and the adults talk about floods past.
It was up here to this window in 73, past this fence, and this is a 4.5-foot fence.
Some just stay put. Russ and Mary's Tavern is even open for business. That's Russ and Mary watching things from the porch.
We won't leave the house here until it does get on the floor in the house here.
A lot of people just don't want to give up. They've worked all their lives for their homes or something, and they don't want to give that up.
The Coast Guard is making a house call. 82-year-old Reed Bauer lives alone in a place he's called home since 1933. His relatives have called for help, but the last thing Mr. Bauer wants to do is leave, especially on account of Old Man River.
You didn't want to get out of here before today?
No. Sure didn't.
Why not? Because you weren't concerned?
Well, wasn't concerned, wasn't worried about it. 73 is another big one. And then we have one at 80-something.
Right here? Yeah.
Covered the day. We gotta have that, because you guys gotta work.
Just across the river, Grafton, Illinois is buzzing with boats.
You don't go to Alaska without buying a snowsuit. You don't live in Grafton without buying a boat.
Time is short, but neighbor is helping neighbor to make a quick getaway from Grafton. This comes as no surprise to Mayor Wendy Nair.
Everybody's pulling together, you know. They'll give me a lot of thunder and raise Cain with me, but when we get into crisis, they're all here, everybody ready to work together.
From a bridge over a swollen creek, 4 boys are making the best of it. One thing about a flood, it improves the fishing on Main Street.
Oh, there you go.
This is not the summer 13-year-old Jason Carey and his buddies were expecting.
You see baseball diamonds underwater.
There will be no Little League this summer, no pickup games in the backyard. Instead of mowing the grass at Dorothy Coleman's place, Jason floats 3 feet above it.
And that's where my brother's trailer used to be. We had to move it.
On the road home, Jason checks out the high points and stoops below the low points. Power lines are draped head high. Jason doesn't give them a second thought. It's just something you have to do to make it home.
That one right there.
Jason's living room is a pool this summer. So's his room. But at arm's length and on tiptoes, Jason tucked away baseball cards and favorite games.
Put stuff up in the cabinets. It ain't gonna get that high. Hope.
One day, kids and grandkids will hear about Jason's summer and about this flood of floods. Maybe the one and only in Jason's lifetime to ever hit home.
My dad says we're gonna move to Jerseyville. It's about 16 miles away from here.
You want to move?
Yeah.
How come?
I don't like this river.
Did you like it when you were down here at first?
Yeah. Now it's in my house. I don't like it.
Mark Twain once said, "You cannot tame a lawless stream. It will do what it will in its own good time." Well, for the Mississippi, its time has come. The crest has fallen. Now the cleanup begins, and volunteers and donations will be in even greater demand. The flood of '93 will certainly be remembered for all the damage it caused, but we will also remember the volunteers for all the good they did.
Alan
slower.
Fitzgerald.
Man, I can't wait to come to see you about
Come down. Oh, shit. Down here.
Some new images to show you, and we start with a look at a dry July. Here's downtown St. Louis. We can mark it with an X. We can pick out the Mississippi River running from the north to the south. Here's the Illinois River, and you can just barely pick out the Merrimack River. And then running off to the west, we can see the thin line of the Missouri River. Also notice, especially off to the northwest, right up through here, how dry the vegetation looks. Now let's go to an image from Sunday and look at the width of the Missouri River, and then just a massive area of water where the Missouri, the Mississippi, and the Illinois rivers meet. An increase in size that is just amazing. Even down to the south, we can really pick out the Merrimack River. It just jumps out at us, especially between Valley Park and Arnold. Plus, because of the heavy rains, remember how dry it looked off to the northwest? Look how green it is right now because of the clouds and the rain and the lack of extreme heat. Away from the floodwaters, it has been a very good growing season. A special thanks to the Earth Observation Satellite Company for providing the Landsat images. Now let's take a look at the latest numbers as far as the rivers are concerned. On the Mississippi, the river is hanging right around the top point, the crest. From Clarksville to St. Louis and holding steady, the river at Chester cresting right now. Over to the Missouri, the river continues to take a very slow fall, but the numbers at Herman and St. Charles are still running about 10 feet above flood stage. On the Merrimack, a crest at Valley Park on Thursday, that's tomorrow, 24.0 feet, and also a crest tomorrow at Arnold at 43.5 feet. Very little change here until the Mississippi River goes down. Now, as far as additional rain, there is more in the forecast, not only for us, but a big batch of rain for the upper Midwest. We'll take a look at that a little bit later in the newscast. Mandy?
Okay, Dave. The second crest just means more delays in any...
These troops are used to hard and sometimes dangerous work. Some served in Operation Desert Storm.
We cared and fed the people over there, but this, you know, this is our own hometown. Most of us are from the St. Louis area, and we're directly helping out the people of St. Louis.
We couldn't have done it without them. They've been such a good help.
I just want to do something good for people, and if it makes them feel good that we're out here doing it, then I guess I feel good about myself, but not a hero.
Command post, go ahead. It is an experience they won't soon forget. It is etched in their minds and hearts.
It kind of gets to you. And if you see the people here, the emotion on their faces and the fear, myself personally, I take it to heart, and I feel for them, I really do.
You know, they leave their jobs, their homes, their families to take care of people in need, and tonight the flood victims honor them, the National Guard troops, as flood heroes. Dick, Mandy?
They really are.
They really are, Rocky. And this series of reports you've been doing on the heroes of the flood really has been accepted by the public, and it hits the chord. But I don't think any probably more than the story about the Wildlife Rescue Center. How are they doing there now?
Some more.
Flooded acres. In Missouri tonight, 1.5 million acres underwater. Across the Mississippi River in Illinois, at least 600,000 acres waterlogged. Hardest hit is Iowa, with 2 million acres, 1.5 million acres in Wisconsin, and at least 1.1 million acres flooded in Minnesota.
Well, a lot of that land is underwater because of breaks in levees. Now, these are private levees, not those that are government managed. The Army Corps of Engineers today released a current status report of its government-built levees along a 464-mile stretch of the Mississippi River. In all, none of them have failed. The problems have all been with private levees, like the one you see here. 2/3 of those have failed. Ironically, government standards prohibit private levees over 37 feet.
Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty about the flood, but one thing that seems certain is there's going to be a complete study of how
truckloads of rock on the crack in the parking lot, and they're also going to be dumping rock and other material into the hole on the water side of the levee. They have stopped the flow, but they have not stopped it completely, as you can see in these pictures we shot this morning. So the city is building a 6-foot rock levee around the property just in case they can't plug the leak or in case things get worse. But so far, no need, city officials say, for an evacuation of any of the nearby businesses or homes.
They should just be on alert. They should be aware of what the problem is up here, that the potential does exist, but it's no cause for panic. We're going to work plans out so that in the event the situation worsens, that we can safely get everyone out of the area in the proper amount of time.
Is there any danger to the neighborhood surrounding, really?
To here, I don't believe there is at this point. Now, that's why they got the surveyors out there to find out. I mean, you can stand there and look all you want, and you say, well, yeah, I think so, and that's why they got the surveyors out there to see if it does come through, where would it go.
But you think the neighborhoods are safe?
I think the neighborhood is safe because last night when it came through, when it was flowing real heavily, it followed the flood wall and the levee, and it went through the areas down here next to the landfill.
Now, the worst case scenario would be if there a weakness then developed in the flood wall, and the flood wall either opened up or actually could be toppled by the floodwater on the other side. Then a lot of water could come gushing through. That's why you have the surveyors around trying to figure out where the low spots are so they can figure where that water would go. But as you heard Mr. Postal with the Army Corps of Engineers say, he doesn't think that the industrial areas or the homes or the apartments in this neighborhood are in any sort of danger. Now, there is acid stored on this side of this property. A private company is going to be removing barrels of acid. We are told again that there is no grave danger there, but a number of fire department vehicles are in the neighborhood just in case something goes wrong with that. We are also told that the Army Corps in the city have been inspecting the levee system along that protects the city of St. Louis to a flood up to 52 feet. They've been doing that diligently, they say, and this is the first major weakness that, Robin, that they have been able to
plug the hole and build a backup levee to the flood wall. That has solved the problem, at least for now.
Well, there's going to be more strain on those flood walls and water-soaked levees this week.
The 2 News Team's Joe Petrovich is in the Weather Center with the latest flood stage information. And Joe, it doesn't look good.
Doesn't look good at all. As a matter of fact, it looks terrible. With the heavy rains that fell over parts of Missouri, Illinois, and Iowa overnight, the flood stages will continue to rise over the next week. Let's take a look at the Mississippi River and what we're expecting over this next week. We are seeing quite a bit of heavy rain that has fallen, and with that at Clarksville, it will crest at 13.5 feet above flood stage this Tuesday, the 27th. Winfield 14 above flood stage Wednesday, and Grafton 19 feet above on Thursday. At St. Louis, a new record is forecast, 48 feet. That's 18 feet above flood stage next Sunday. And Chester 21 feet above flood stage on Monday. On the Missouri River,
8 feet are causing some concern.
The 2 News Team's Rochelle Rowe picks up our Floodwatch 93 coverage with the latest from South St. Louis. Rochelle, we understand there's a massive effort underway to build up an arsenal.
They sure are building up an arsenal, Betsy. Thousands of sandbags. All these sandbags are going to go all up and down the river to Pear to help build the levee back up to 48 feet. Now, this is the largest sandbagging operation so far, and it certainly is an incredible sight. People are here for one reason, and that is to stop the flood. Now, a lot of these people came from all over St. Louis with shovels and a kind heart to help folks all along the river to Pear. So many people are needed for this operation because the sandbags are going into those city dump trucks, which then go to trouble spots along the river and dump the sandbags all at once. Now, it is hot, as you can imagine, but there's plenty to drink out here, and even a fire truck is providing a cooling shower for folks out here getting too hot. Now, a lot of people I spoke to today, this is the first time for them to help out.
It could have been us flooded out. I live in East St. Louis, and it could have been us. So our church came to support the flood victims.
Black people, white people, Indians, everybody banded together for one common goal. So, and all politics aside and all the other, you know what. So, just getting something done.
Well, they sure are. You know, city officials are very appreciative of all the effort, but there are some people they don't want. Believe it or not, there have been pregnant women out here and people with heart conditions who have come out to help. But EMS tells me thanks, but no thanks. If you're one of those people, go home, send a check. People with heart or problems, health problems, have no business being out here. It is hot, and this is hard physical labor. Betsy?
It is rugged labor. How long will the sandbagging operation go on?
Well, they're going to try to keep it going all weekend long if the weather holds out, and it looks like it's going to hold out at least for now. So they want people to come out here all weekend long. We are on River de Pere Boulevard between Gravois and Chippewa, and if you'd like to come out, you can go to the Bishop DeBerg High School on Hampton, and they're going to run shuttles back and forth. They need as many people as possible.
Thanks, Rochelle.
We can tell you one bright spot in all of this. The water is receding in Des Moines. Volunteers are stepping in to help flood victims clean up what the disaster left behind. People are throwing out damaged furniture and trying to remove the muck and debris deposited by the rivers. The city water plant is working again, although residents must still boil the water before drinking it. And we'd like to do some cleaning up on our own.
We sure would, but first we need this rain to stay.
Now, that's right, Betsy. More rain has been falling, and the rivers will continue to rise at least for another week, barring any more rain, but we know more rain is on the way. Let's take a look at, first of all, the Mississippi River and what we're seeing. The new crest date at Clarksville this coming Tuesday, 13.5 feet above flood stage. Winfield, Wednesday at 14 feet above. Grafton, 19 feet above for Thursday. St. Louis, 18 feet above flood stage next Sunday, and that'll be 48 feet on the river gauge. Chester, Illinois, 21 feet next Monday. As far as the Missouri River goes, Herman, 14 feet above flood stage on Friday. St. Charles, 13 feet above flood stage next Sunday. The Merrimack River will be fluctuating with the Mississippi River. This morning's stages were 7.3 above at Valley Park, and in Arnold, 18.8 feet above flood stage, but as the Mississippi rises, that will also go up. And on the Illinois River at Hardin, 16.1 feet above flood stage. That will crest this coming Tuesday. Now, there's been quite a bit more heavy rain to our northwest. We'll take a look then in our weather report in about 10 minutes, Betsy's, and it does not look good.
Thanks, Joe.
News just doesn't get any better, does it? In South St. Louis City, word of the soon-to-be rising River de Pere brings a frantic rush to build the levee even higher.
Residents thought the worst was behind them, but now they're facing a crest of 48 feet, a foot higher than the last prediction. The 2 News team's Rochelle Rowe is at the site of a major sandbagging operation with the latest. Rochelle?
Well, Tom, it is lit up like a Hollywood movie set out here. There are mountains of sandbags all up and down this road, and they're being filled by hundreds of volunteers called to arm, even at this late hour. They're going to be going until midnight tonight. Now, these sandbags are going to play a very important role in keeping the River de Pere from finding its way into any more homes. They fight fatigue and heat and sore muscles to wage war against impending doom.
It's just plain tragedy.
But it's a tragedy these people want to prevent. Sandbaggers from near and far doing a small but important part to stop the flood. They soak up the sun and gulp down cold drinks. A shade tree is the best spot, or a cold shower courtesy of the fire department.
We just were listening to all the people talk about how they couldn't believe this was happening to them and everything. So, and since we're in the middle of high ground, we figured we'd come over here and it's not really affecting us and help out.
I feel sad. All these people surrounded by water.
Do you feel like you're doing any good?
Yeah, I do feel like that. I feel like I'm doing very good work.
Here's where all the hard work ends up. On the other side of the river, about 2 miles away, another small army of volunteers. Now, they're in charge of building up this levee, and they've only got a week to do it.
Yeah, you're looking good there.
By next Sunday, the River de Pere will crest at 48 feet, a foot higher than the levee is now. There is a method to all this madness. Engineers decide where the weak spots are and build it for safety reasons to 49 feet.
They set the elevation for us on every 50 foot, and we're trying to meet that. That's the 49-foot line.
We know it's at least going to 48. I figure God's going to probably make it go to 49. And yeah, there's a set of urgency.
Well, it is amazing how many people I have met from towns far away from the River de Pere, and many of them, this is their first time to come down here. Now, even though the river will crest on Sunday, next Sunday. City officials really want to get the job done this weekend because that's when most of the people aren't working, and they want to get them before they have to go back to work on Monday. Tom?
Well, Rochelle, obviously help is needed. If someone wants to volunteer, where should he or she go?
Well, they still want volunteers, and they're going to be doing it from 8 a.m. tomorrow until midnight. Now, if you want to help out, you can go to the Bishop DeBerg High School on Hampton. They're going to have shuttle service either here at the sandbagging locations where they're filling the sandbags, or you can be shuttled down to the levee and actually put the sandbags on the levee. So they still need some help.
And I think you pointed out earlier that they need people to be healthy to go down there and work that hard.
That's right, because you know they've had pregnant women show up, people with heart conditions, and EMS says they don't need those type of people. They'd rather them just send a check and stay at home.
Okay, thanks, Rochelle. Well, they're keeping their fingers crossed in Festus tonight after a breach in the levee protecting the downtown district.
Crews were able to repair the break, but officials are still very concerned since the levee is saturated and starting to fall apart. Volunteers spent today reinforcing the weak sections, but tonight the city is once again putting out the cry for more sandbag volunteers. They are sandbagging again in around Arnold, around the Starling Estates subdivision. Warnings of a new record crest on the Mississippi are raising fears the Merrimack could start going back up. It has been dropping slightly.
In St. Genevieve, city officials are now calling the town a civilian war zone. The enemy is the rising river. Volunteers are being divided into different areas of town to sandbag. At stake are some of the oldest homes west of the Mississippi, and so far, the damage there is minimal. The Missouri River is dropping in St. Charles, down about 4 feet from last weekend's crest of 38.5 feet, but there will be little time to start cleaning up. Officials tell me water from heavy rains in the Kansas City area is on the way. Tons of rock patch a leak in the levee that protects the city of St. Louis. The Mississippi burrowed a 60-foot hole under the concrete wall in North St. Louis late Thursday night, sending floodwaters gushing onto a parking lot. Work crews dumped rock to plug the hole and build a backup levee to the flood wall. That has solved the problem, at least for now.
High water, storms, lightning, and high winds have all combined to play havoc with phone service. If you're a flood victim, Southwestern Bell encourages you to contact the utility to discuss options available during the disaster. Bell is waiving some connection and installation fees for customers needing to forward calls or set up service at temporary quarters. You know, flooding across Missouri is so extensive, more than half the counties in the state are declared federal disaster areas. The biggest help Governor Carnahan can offer right now is National Guard troops.
It seems that the help that they get, particularly the National Guard, is almost bigger than life. It seems to be more important than the actual number of hours or the number of vehicles that we provide. It sort of gives a boost and helps people sustain the fight.
What about the aid package?
Live, the 2 News Team Weekend.
Hundreds run for their lives as water-soaked levees give way up and down the Mississippi. Good evening. A horrifying day along the levees.
Towns on both sides of the river lose the fight against the floods. In Perryville, Missouri, more than 30,000 acres of farmland are now swamped. We begin our Flood Watch 93 coverage in nearby McBride with the 2 News Team's Paul Shankman. Paul?
Well, Tom, let me show you. This is nearby McBride back here, and believe it or not, just a few hours ago, these streets were bone dry. Everything changed in the middle of the night due to a major levee break. We're told tonight the Mississippi is bubbling across the landscape here at 300 yards every 5 minutes. This levee is plenty tall, but when water started boiling up under it, everyone knew the end was near. At 2 o'clock this morning, the hemorrhaging turned into a 1,000-foot break, flooding 26,000 acres of bottomland. Farmers talk about it like a tornado.
All of a sudden, the garage disappeared, and it just took the garage. A big grain bin come along and hit the side of the garage, and we seen it go, and we thought the house was going to go, but the house is still standing, but the roof, the chimney's sticking out now just a little bit ago, and it'll be completely under.
We heard the water running over. It just sounded like Niagara Falls coming across the road.
By far, the biggest scare belongs to Harold Smith from the Army Corps of Engineers. He and another man were inspecting the levee by truck when it blew. Fortunately for Smith, another member of the Corps saved him from almost certain doom.
He said he heard water running, and he wanted to back up so he could try to get a better look.
And he said he backed up a few feet and it just stood his truck up on his nose and took him under, slammed him on the bottom. He said he stayed there forever. He said he saw the light. He thought it was that light at the end of the tunnel. People talk about near death. He said he just couldn't take it anymore and he wanted to die. He said just let it be over. And somehow or another he got out of his truck through the window, and he said he got slammed around a little bit more and he felt grass and he got to the levee and he was just, it was close. It's a miracle.
Meanwhile, nothing short of a miracle can save the town of McBride. Right now, the rest of the levee is holding, which is keeping the downtown business district here at McBride dry. But with water coming in from the break, it's expected businesses like these will be under 9 feet of water by tomorrow. The town's major employer is a popcorn factory. It's gone, and so is much of the land that provided the corn. Many farmers here are wiped out.
It's gone, but it'll be all right. You know, we've been through this before, and people survive. They have a way of going. I think it's harder on the younger ones than it is the older ones, because we've all seen it and we know how you can come back.
Well, Harold Smith, the man who was caught in the Army Corps truck during the break, is hospitalized tonight in Perryville. He's in stable condition. He's 52 years old, but we're told he's in pretty good shape, and that may have contributed to his surviving this. He will go back home to Creel Springs, Illinois, probably tomorrow. Back to you.
That is amazing. Paul, what about the rest of the residents there in McBride? What's their situation tonight?
They were given voluntary evacuation orders last week. Many of them did. There are only about 90 families in McBride and the 3 other communities nearby. It's a farming area. Those folks, if they didn't get out last week, certainly got out last night. There's nobody left in town, and nobody is going in and out of town except for one rescue operation we understand is going on way down on the levee, trying to get some stranded hogs off the top of a building and back out to safe shore.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Well, to the north, a helicopter rescues several workers when part of a levee gives way south of Quincy, Illinois. The workers were trapped when the Mississippi ripped open a huge hole in the Sny Island levee. The break forced the evacuation of the towns of East Hannibal and Hull and closed 6 miles of Illinois 336 leading into Quincy. Floodwaters now threaten thousands of acres of farmland in that area. Well, in Prairie du Rocher tonight, it's not a question of if the levee will break, it's a matter of when.
Residents are asked to evacuate, and citizens are racing the clock, trying to close up a protective second levee around the town. The 2 News team's Dennis Riggs reports.
This is the section of levee experts believe is about to break. A series of sand boils shows the Mississippi is tunneling under the dike, weakening the structure.
The berm, that's the stabilizing berm of the levee, is beginning to cave off and fall in.
So at this point, is there anything you can do to save it?
There's nothing.
How much time do you think you have?
He said from 2 to 10 hours. And it's just, nobody knows.
Like their pioneer forefathers who built historic Fort de Chartres to stave off enemy attacks, townspeople are braving the scorching heat to build a secondary level to stave off the onslaught of the river. Now, the folks here in Prairie du Rocher have seen levee breaks on Kaskaskia Island and this morning in McBride, Missouri, so they know how fast the water can come in. Now, they are trying to protect the folks who are building that levee back there by doing a couple of things. The first thing is they're building a protective sandbag levee right here. It's a small levee that will hopefully slow the water down, giving those workers time to get out. And everybody working out here on the sandbag and the main levee are required to wear life vests, just in case.
It's just too unpredictable. I mean, it can go in a moment's notice, and the Corps has recommended, and we've agreed as a county and town not to let anyone go out there and mess with it.
Just not worth endangering lives.
Exactly.
This new levee cuts a vital railroad artery, and trains are already starting to back up. 90 families living between the river and the levee have been evacuated, but the town of Prairie du Rocher is standing its ground. Dennis Riggs, 2 News Tonight.
Because of the danger, Monroe County residents living in the floodplain from the Randolph County line north to Fountain are under an immediate evacuation order, and this includes the towns of Fultz and Valmeyer. Well, the fear is much the same in the neighborhoods along the River Des Peres and in Festus.
Residents have been fighting back a wall of water with walls of sand, but makeshift levees may be in danger of breaking this evening. The 2 News team's Rochelle Rowe picks up our coverage in South St. Louis, where they are getting ready for another crest. Rochelle?
That is right, Tom. You know, in another week, the river will be up another foot, but it looks like the massive sandbagging operation along the river de Pere will pay off. Now, behind me, you can see the sandbaggers are still going strong. They have been going around the clock since Friday night. Now, from here, all these sandbags are going to the wheat spots along the river de Pere, and even though the water will crest at 48 feet, they're trying to build up the levee at 49 feet.
What we've done to accomplish this weekend is going to do the trick, and I think the people are fairly safe in what I hear and what I've seen on the levee while I was down there today.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're ready for the worst of it coming now. Yeah, I think we're ready.
Now, even though this operation ends at midnight tonight, there have been people here throughout the weekend all night long. It's been amazing. There have even been a couple of people from France here. They don't even speak English, but they've been out here sandbagging. I guess you don't have to know how to talk to sandbag. Now, just south of here in Festus, the situation is growing more urgent by the hour. You know, much of the town is underwater, but volunteers are working hard to keep the dry ground dry and to reinforce the sandbag levees there. At the First Baptist Church in Festus, which is an island in a sea of disaster, there's a new gospel song on the program, and it's become a favorite.
Step into the water, wade out a little bit deeper, get your feet a little wetter in the water of His love. It's kind of a neat piece.
With a prayer and a pump, the gospel is replaced by more immediate good works, reinforcing the fortress so another foot of water doesn't invade this holy sanctuary.
Look how many businesses and places have gone down, yet the effort involved, has held up, and God's honored that.
These crusaders are from churches all around the area. They fill sandbags in the blistering heat and bring them to the people below, who put them to good use.
I have to admit, I didn't want to come today, and now that I'm here, I'm glad I did.
If it's truly God's work saving this church, Mother Nature isn't helping things. This wall is built to hold the river even at 48 feet. The problem is there's so much pressure from the Mississippi, it's trying to go underneath the wall.
It's getting heavier.
There's always a new load of fresh sandbags and strong arms to carry them. Outsiders marvel at the persistence, but they wonder how long even the faithful can keep going.
Here they're preparing and they know the water's going to rise again, so what can they do?
The pastor preaches of hard times, and his followers spread the word that something good really can come from bad times.
God is a good God, and even these bad things that happen to us ultimately are for our good. And there have been so many people that have been hurt, lost everything, but God is still a God of love.
Well, we just got a phone call from the pastor at the First Baptist Church in Festus and Crystal City, and he says they are in desperate need of sandbaggers tonight. So if you can handle being up all night, you're much needed down there. But as much faith as they have down there, they're still going to move their belongings out. They're going to hold services at the Methodist Church next week. They're listening to the Corps of Engineers as well. Betsy and Tom.
Thank you, Rochelle.
Well, good reports out of St. Genevieve tonight. Levees are holding, giving sandbaggers a chance to build them higher and stronger. The historic district is still dry, and officials feel the levees can handle a crest up to 50 feet. The biggest problem for workers right now is the heat.
North of St. Louis, sandbaggers work in the heat to beat the next Mississippi crest headed for Alton. They're trying to add another foot to the wall. However, it wasn't water but fire that heavily damaged a flower shop in Alton's flooded downtown area overnight. Investigators trying to determine the cause call the 3-alarm blaze suspicious.
Well, the flooding Missouri River knocks out St. Joseph's water treatment plant, leaving 77,000 people without any running water. The 2 News team's Don Knapp has more.
The Missouri River washed over the levee protecting St. Joseph's water plant early Sunday morning, shutting down the water supply for the city and 16 other smaller communities. About 75,000 people depend on the system.
We kept sandbagging until it got up to the windows of the water company, and after that point, there just wasn't any hope.
Well, the floodwaters came in and went over the electric motors in our plant. We'll have to take the electric motors out now and dry them out.
Sunday, the water had dropped low enough for workers to get at the pumps. The plan was to remove the pumps by helicopter and replace them. Still, it'll be some time before St. Joseph gets the water supply back. By midday Sunday, St. Joseph residents were getting their water from National Guard units.
You don't realize how much you need water till you don't have it.
Well, we're out of water, and I've got water coming through the west basement wall, but it's quit too, so I got to haul it.
I never thought it would happen here.
With 4 sons, it's going to be interesting.
St. Joseph, with help from the National Guard, says it can provide enough clean water for all the area's drinking and cooking needs. But lack of water forced restaurants and businesses and industries to shut down.
We have industries closed down just because we cannot supply them with water. There's no place for the sewage to go. And so there's people out of work of industries that are not even flooded. And of course that now will spread all across this city.
Water company people say it could be several days, perhaps a week or more, before St. Joseph brings its water system back into service.
And seeing the trouble in St. Joseph was enough for Governor Carnahan. He says he'll pay President Clinton a personal visit to ask for more flood relief money. And I think he's headed to Washington tomorrow, in fact.
More troubles.
Well, things have been so very tough so far along the rivers, and now it appears the worst is yet to come.
And Joe's here with the latest flood forecast. Joe?
That's right, Betsy. The heavy rain that we saw in St. Joe last night moved across the northern parts of the two-state area into Illinois. And with that, we're going to see the rivers continue to rise. First of all, on the Mississippi River, what we're expecting this week at Clarksville, 13.5 feet above flood stage, cresting this Wednesday. Winfield, 14.4 Thursday. Grafton, 19.5 on Friday. St. Louis, 18 feet above on Monday. And Chester, 21 feet above flood stage on Tuesday. Of course, with the heavy rain, everything was pushed back one day. On the Missouri River at Herman, look for 15.5 feet on Saturday. And next Monday, 12.5 feet above flood stage in St. Charles. On the Merrimack River, we're looking at 7.2 above flood stage this morning. In Arnold, 18.7. But that will fluctuate with the Mississippi, so expect about a foot or two rise over the next week. And on the Illinois River at Hardin, 16.5 feet. That will be cresting this Thursday. Now, coming back in about 10 minutes, we'll take a look at the weather. We are seeing some break in the pattern, but not just yet. More rain is on the way. I'll have that forecast in just a while.
Not so sure I want to listen to that.
No, that doesn't sound like good news, does it?
Well, the Reverend Jesse Jackson comes to town to
wall that protects a large industrial area here right underneath the McKinley Bridge. Now, the problem is right over here, a big hole behind the levee. And if they don't get that plugged up, it could be big trouble.
Bulldozers push rock into the hole and keep it from growing and threatening even more of the fragile levee. Right now, it's about 100 feet behind the levee, collapsing near pipes that carry stormwater and sewage into the Metropolitan Sewer District's Salisbury pumping plant.
We've had settlement in this area since the river came up last November, but it really started getting bad in the area last Thursday. We noticed substantial more settlement. But I'm sure that's, as the river went up, you know, it got worse.
And any hole near a levee during a flood is bad news. The fear is that it will weaken the structure and let the flooded Mississippi loose. But it's hard to plug the hole until they can figure out what caused it. One theory is that the MSD system has breaks, and when the pumps go on, they suck the soggy soil down into the pipes. The other scary thought, that the Mississippi might be seeping under the levee again, just like it did in North St. Louis last week.
The encouraging news is contained in these stakes stuck in the levee by the Corps of Engineers. Every day, a team of surveyors comes out here and takes measurements to see if there's been any movement in the soil here.
We placed all those, I guess it was Saturday, and we had them resurvey again, and we don't have any movement on the levee. And so that's given us a fair amount of confidence. And we're working with the city on doing some work on the other side to get an additional rock berm, I think is what we're thinking now.
And we want to see how it got in there.
And experimenting is about all they can do at this point. If the hole keeps growing, so will the worries of everyone on the other side of the flood wall.
Now, MSD hopes to have its pipes sealed by Wednesday morning. As I mentioned, this is a flat industrial area stretching about a half mile to I-70. Most of this would flood if that levee gave way, but right now they've used 2,000 tons of crushed rock to keep this hole filled, and the levee is stable right now. Back to you.
Let's hope it holds. Thank you very much, Tom.
Well, on the south side of St. Louis, a new problem erupts just as crews get levees built up for the coming crest. Floodwaters break through a sewer line gushing through a parking lot at the Park Carondelet Apartments. Our MSD crews race to build a ring around that hole, then giant pumps roar to keep water from getting into apartments. The complex had already been evacuated.
Further south in Festus, the problem tonight is water. Soon there may not be enough to drink.
It is a crisis that's building by the hour, and residents don't know how much longer they can hold on. Let us go down to the 2 News Team's Dennis Riggs, who picks up our flood watch coverage. Dennis?
People that you see this place saved.
From Minnesota to Missouri, a coalition of PBS stations will bring together the images of the flood of '93. How will the region recover from this onslaught of Mother Nature? Watch The Flood of '93, Tuesday at 7, here on Channel 9.
In the spring of 1993, in America's Midwest, it rained. Beautiful soaking rains that drenched the heartlands, putting to rest any fears of past drought. Beautiful rains that didn't stop. Throughout the summer, tributaries poured. Scores of rivers surged to flood stage, and all of those rivers surged and poured into the Mississippi, a river too full of too much rain, too much water.
We've never had this severe a situation in terms of rainfall. It's an all-time high. So, you know, they talk about a 100-year flood. This is a more than a 100-year flood.
They always talked about the flood. They were always saying it would happen. Well, it happened.
So high that the river was closed to commerce, idling over 17,000 barges. The river, in turn, closed scores of towns, forcing the evacuation of over 30,000 people. Throughout the summer, this sad stream of statistics just kept on coming as rivers washed over their banks and broke through levees, leaving water and mud and losses in the billions.
I don't even need insurance. I don't think.
The state of Iowa became the 6th Great Lake. In Des Moines, 250,000 people were flooded out of water. And up and down the Mississippi, across the Midwest, the sounds of summer included that heartbreaking chorus composed of sump pumps, and sandbagging, and rain, and water.
I mean, God, we're really getting hit. I tell you.
Tonight, public television stations from across the Midwest, from St. Paul to St. Louis, bring you a collection of stories about the '93 flood. Will this summer of rain change the way we view the power of nature and the possibility of flood? What happened and what may happen in the future in the wake of the flood of '93? I'm Dave Iverson, and this is the scene you've seen plenty of times in recent weeks, the Court Avenue Bridge over the Des Moines River in downtown Des Moines, Iowa. As the month of July draws to a close, it appears that the crisis here is beginning to end. But in many ways, the hard part is just starting. What will the long-term impact be on farmers in Iowa and all across the Midwest? How seriously damaged are the roads, bridges, and waterworks of our communities? Should we continue to build more levees, or should we let the river win? But before those questions can be fully explored, you have to have some sense of what this month of July has been like here in Iowa and all over the Midwest. And while scenes of Des Moines and other dramatic disasters have opened many a newscast, it's important to remember that this story has marked everyone in quiet places that didn't always make headlines. So first tonight, 3 short portraits from rural Iowa, from places like Eddyville, Elton, and Kingston. Our story is called When It Rains, images collected by Iowa Public Television.
President Clinton promises quick relief for victims of flooding in the Midwest. More rain is falling in parts of the region, further complicating relief efforts, chasing still more people to higher ground in Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. Iowa Governor Terry Branstad is amazed.
We've never had, as long as they've been keeping records, this severe a situation in terms of rainfall. It's an all-time high.
there's a lot of people that are operating on hardly any sleep at all. So it's just, you know, people have devoted their whole life to this, to saving Eddyville, so.
Monday we just bagged for a little while because I think like everybody they thought, well, we'll throw a few bags and stop it. I don't think anybody had any idea that it was going to last a week and a half or more. It's going to be real ugly for a long time. And, you know, we're not that far from September when it starts raining in the fall, typically.
Yeah, it's just an area that's starting to slide. Whenever it starts sliding like about halfway up on the backside of the levee, that's a big concern because you can get a blowout coming through on the center.
So what happened on the radio there? What did they just tell you?
They just told us that the guard, their heavy equipment was pulling out of town.
And why?
Apparently to go to another location. They think it's more important.
How's that make you feel?
Well, they've done a lot of help here, but we still got more to do. We could have used it.
Wait a minute.
I was a little kid in 47, but I haven't seen anything like this since then.
Go! This is the champ here, ain't it? What? I'm afraid he's not the biggest one. That's a good one there. Hang on.
Takes a long
spot for St. Louis back in the 1760s, a high bluff rising out of the Mississippi River, so that even in this flood, no artificial wall or earthen levee is needed right downtown. The one street that runs along the river is covered, and the tourist boats are closed. But the crowds still come to see that being a river city means more than having your fast food on a floating restaurant.
You already got all of them? All right, they already got them all.
But while the river is an attraction downtown, it is a threat in other parts of the city with different geography. And in some areas, it is destructive. And that brings visitors from Washington.
We're gonna talk about it after we make the tour and get a first-hand look.
What will you tell the president?
We're gonna have I just talked with the president personally. We're going to have a strong, effective, coordinated response.
People in this neighborhood live along a creek that's backed up by the flooded Mississippi. Norman Leach just got back from his house, and he too has learned something about living near a river.
I've got probably, just in the first floor, I probably got almost 6 foot of water.
You've lived here since when?
1980.
Did you know going in that this was a possibility someday?
No, not really, because of the levee. They built it higher than the 73 flood, and that was supposed to be the great flood then, you know.
And even folks that live
beginning to pay off.
It's been 5 days since floodwater started seeping through the bottom of the wall. The 2 News Team's Betsy Bruce is live in North St. Louis with the latest on efforts to reinforce it. Betsy?
Catherine, you really sense the power of this raging flood when you realize it's shifted this huge concrete flood wall 3 inches in half an hour last week. Fortunately for all the homes and businesses in this floodplain, city crews quickly stopped the Mississippi from cutting an even wider tunnel underneath the flood wall. But now it is time to fix the hole permanently. Huge chunks of rock hold back the powerful probing floodwaters, but engineers have a better idea. After removing some of the rock on the riverside, they build a rock hill and balance drilling equipment over the top of the flood wall. The plan? Drill down through the flood wall footing and into the 60-foot hole created by the surging floodwaters.
Once that's completed, we have 12 holes in that we're going to take in and start pumping grout, and there's mixture cement and sand, and then monitor that in order to get support underneath that wall.
Are you confident you can actually fill up this 60-foot hole?
Yes, we are. It should be no problem doing that. Cut off some of the seepage that's come underneath there, which is minimal now, but we want to get it, make sure it's in check. And it's an operation we've done before and on other construction jobs, so the procedure is basically a routine procedure. It's just a position that we're in right now.
How dangerous is it to the workers up there?
It's not dangerous at all. As long as they follow safety procedures and all that, they'll be okay.
Now, the 11 miles of levee and flood wall throughout the city is under 24-hour surveillance, and Corps of Engineers experts are confident that it is going to hold. Catherine?
Betsy, do officials think there will be a last final step in fixing that wall?
They're confident that this procedure is going to work. Once this grout gets down into that hole, it's going to expand and then harden and provide more stability for the flood wall. But they say there is no danger at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Well, also at this hour, divers are underwater on the St. Louis riverfront trying to find out just what is causing a leak there. Engineers patrolling the water discovered where the water cascading out of a Union Electric manhole behind the flood wall. The river's so dirty and the wall so littered with debris, divers are having a hard time. Workers don't think that the wall is cracking. They believe the water is flooding into electrical conduits running under the flood walls out to the riverboats. Is the wall in danger?
We're not thinking so. The ground around here is real firm, and we've got other drains and stuff that we've looked at, and they seem like everything's working fine there. But we're not sure exactly what we got yet.
Well, at this point, divers are still trying to find the conduits to see if that is in fact the source of the leak. Officials in Alton continue their double-barreled approach to maintaining the flow of fresh, clean water there. Giant tanks of
A diver from American Underwater into the river to search for suction which would locate how the water was getting through. And as the crew of American Underwater listened, diver Forrest Bailey described what he has been encountering in the darkness.
Now, this is steel.
What's steel?
Yeah, Roger. It's some kind of a bend of some sort. I'm going to have to go up and over it.
Now, 45 minutes of searching found nothing. The decision was then made to enter the utility manhole to look for an exit port for the flow, to determine if the conduit had become a passageway for floodwaters. Another 15 minutes of groping confirmed the speculation. Water was pouring through two 6-inch tubes. Authorities, though, from the Army Corps of Engineers don't believe the problem is severe.
We've got other drains and relief wells through here, and the stability, we've walked it. Everything seems pretty firm, so. And an amount of water pushing that much volume would have caused other problems if it wasn't what we think it is.
Now, crews once again are going into the water. They tried to plug the leak from inside the drainage or the manhole tube. It was impossible to do that because of the flow of water coming through. And as you see in the live picture, divers are getting ready to enter the floodwaters of the Mississippi once again in an effort to plug that leak from the Mississippi side along the flood wall. And I repeat, there is no leak in the flood wall here, Robin and Jim. The water is coming up through utility manhole. They're trying to plug that right now.
Okay, and I'm sure you'll let us know when they complete that job. That's Steve Jankowski reporting live from South St. Louis. Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome.
Work crews are trying to shore up a leak under the giant flood wall in North St. Louis as well this morning. Crews are shooting caulk into a hole under the wall in the 9100 block of Riverview. Last week, water began seeping under the wall and up through a parking lot in the mostly industrial area. City inspectors have been monitoring that wall ever since.
A program to distribute immediate relief to flood victims in the St. Louis area comes to an abrupt halt about 2 hours ago.
That after officials learned some people receiving aid are not true flood victims, but were lining up for food stamps help anyway. News 4 Action reporter Peter Bernard.
Back tonight, refusing to let the floodwaters destroy their most treasured buildings. The 2 News team's Marion Brooks witnessed the determination in Portage-de-Sioux. She begins our Floodwatch 93 coverage with the latest view from Sky 2. Marion?
Well, DJ, there's not a lot of dry land in Portage-de-Sioux tonight. Let's take a look at how things look from Sky 2. This town is nearly drowning. It's almost completely underwater. But tonight, the fight goes on to save some of the places folks value the most.
The playground at St. Francis School is full of water right now, and residents want to be sure come fall it's full of kids. But floodwaters have halted fundraising efforts and dried up funds.
If we don't get the money, we won't be able to open the school up. Because, like I said, we don't have, the money's not out there from the community to support it right now.
Right now, the school is a big support to the community. It's holding a command center with a kitchen for hungry volunteers in its cafeteria and a post office in its front hall.
And the school is the center of activity. It always has been in this community, and we'd like to keep it that way.
And the trouble's far from over here in Portage-de-Sioux. Last week when the river crested, the water got as high as this bottom stair. But next week when the water goes up again, it's expected to get to as high as this stair.
That worries residents because along with the school, they're also concerned about a century-old old church. A Mississippi tarp company donated a plastic wrap to save the old structure, but as the water rises closer to the church than ever, the little town already called Portage Island is worrying even more.
Now, I tell you, folks are hoping that that plastic wrap around the church will hold, and fundraising efforts as far as the school goes are what they need for their operating budget. Since they don't have that, they are wiped out. But what folks can do if they want to help out is the school supporters have set up a fund for boatmen at Boatman's Bank. You can go to any Boatman's Bank and ask for the St. Francis School Fund, and you can help them out tremendously at this time. DJ?
All right. Thank you very
Marion.
much.
An incredible sight of Portage to
It sure is, and I've seen it myself, so it's devastating. And this relentless floodwater has crews watching the flood walls closer than ever today.
The water is making its way under those huge concrete barriers. The 2 News team's Rochelle Rowe is at a trouble spot along the riverfront with the latest. Rochelle?
Well, Mandy, the Corps of Engineers is monitoring a couple of trouble spots along the flood wall. This is one of them. You can see where the water is actually seeping through the pavement here. Officials say that this isn't a serious problem, and they say that the flood wall really is safe. Now, if you're wondering why you're looking at me from above, it's because photographer Ray Brzezinski is actually sitting on top of the flood wall. He's going to give you a perspective right now of what it looks like on the other side and what divers we're looking at today. You can see that the Mississippi is just a few feet from the top of the flood wall. The Palace Car Restaurant is underwater now, and you can see what an important role this flood wall is playing in keeping the city of St. Louis dry. Now, on opposite ends of downtown today, workers were frantically trying to keep dry ground dry. Water from the Mississippi gushes on the dry side of the flood wall up through a Union Electric manhole. Divers are rushed in to investigate. They climb the wall and go down on the other side.
It's hard to tell what kind of debris is down against this wall. No way to know until we get in there.
Once in the water, they see nothing. They can only feel for danger and communicate with crews on the other side.
Okay, let's come back downriver now. Let's shoot downriver.
Roger, coming downriver. Take the slack up, slow and easy. Easy does it.
They discover it's not a serious problem. Pressure from the river squeezes tubes holding underground power lines, making just enough room for the water to get through. On the other end of the flood wall in North St. Louis, the problem is more serious, where the river's power has cut a tunnel under the wall. Crews drill through the flood wall's footing, then pump concrete into the hole to stabilize it. The Corps says it's routine. Some folks nearby aren't taking any chances.
We've moved our files from downstairs to the upper floor and even out into a trailer so they can take off with them if need be.
Now, the Corps doubts there's going to be any need for May Costello to remove her belongings. Now, remember, this flood wall that you're looking at right now, it is built to hold the river at 52 feet. Right now, it's just over 46. They say this flood wall is very strong, that St. Louis will be dry unless, of course, the river goes any higher. Just to make sure, though, the Corps of Engineers is monitoring trouble spots like this one behind me 24 hours a day. They're going to be on the clock all the time, making sure that St. Louis stays dry.
All right, thank you very much, Michelle.
In Greene County, Illinois tonight, floodwaters threaten to wipe out a bumper crop of profits for local farmers. Those farmers and their friends temporarily. Now the 2 News team's Betsy Bruce shows us how they are fixing the leak.
Step by methodical step, the engineers work to take back what the river has torn away. After removing some of the temporary rock fill from the river side of the flood wall earlier in the day, they cautiously move a drilling rig into position. There's a 60-foot-long cavity under the flood wall, testament to the river's potency. Just like a dentist, their job is to fill it. The earth gave way Thursday night when the river pushed against a weak spot on the bank, burrowing under the wall. In 30 minutes, it shoved the huge concrete rampart 3 inches. From this vantage point, you can see the riverside of the flood wall. The drilling crew is perched over the edge of the wall so they can bore down through the concrete footing of the wall and into the tunnel carved out by the Mississippi.
Once that's completed and we have 12 holes in, then we're going to take and start pumping grout in there as a mixture of cement and sand, and then monitor that in order to get support underneath that wall.
If all goes well, the wall will be stabilized within 36 hours. But just to be safe, another 1,500 tons of rock is spread along the dry side of the flood wall. Several hundred yards away, life in a dry floodplain goes on. Residents seem almost indifferent to the floodwaters churning behind the wall.
They've done tremendous work over there, and the Corps of Engineers, who we've talked to quite a bit in the last few days, have assured us that everything is fine, so we all feel good about it. We're comfortable.
So comfortable, in fact, senior citizen residents of this nearby apartment complex are staying put.
We just don't even talk about it. Actually, we're not really worried. I hope we don't have anything to worry about.
However, not everyone who lives or works in this area is quite so confident.
I'm concerned about all the truck lines that are down here and all the people, you know, they have a lot of evacuation, and where will we all go in a few minutes' time?
But Corps of Engineers officials insist this is one battle against the river they will win. In North St. Louis, Betsy Bruce, 2 News Tonight.
And a sigh of relief tonight after levee watchers find something strange along St. Louis's 11-mile flood wall.
And the 2 News team's Rochelle Rowe shows us the problem near the Poplar Street Bridge.
This is the Mississippi River. It's found a way around the huge flood wall, flowing underground and bubbling up here through a Union Electric manhole just a few feet away. The Corps of Engineers rushes in to find out if this is just the first sign of some serious trouble for folks in the city.
We got a power line, 2 water lines, and a sewer line. And what we're thinking is that maybe one of those sleeves is leaking.
Randy Curtis hits the nail on the head. There's an incredible amount of pressure squeezing tubes that hold underground power lines and making just enough room for the water to get through. Divers are called in immediately. It's the only way to find out what's going on.
Well, I've ridden a lot wider horses. It's hard telling what kind of debris is down in against this wall. No way to know until we get in there.
Conditions are far from ideal, and divers can only feel for danger.
Hang on to that hand line.
This is completely total black. You know, there's nothing there at all.
Moving along the wall again. Checking for suction. No suction anywhere as of yet.
Later, the underwater investigator finds everything is safe.
Okay, let's come back downriver now. Let's shoot downriver.
Roger, coming downriver. Take the slack up, slow and easy. Easy does it.
Several hours later, you can see the water is still seeping through the pavement here, but the city says the situation isn't serious enough to make any repairs right now. Still, the Corps of Engineers is monitoring the flood wall and all the trouble spots around it 24 hours a day, just to be safe. In downtown St. Louis, I'm Rochelle Rowe, 2 News Tonight.
Army National Guard troops help keep the flooded areas safe, too, and tonight they're getting some well-deserved time off. Missouri Air National Guard members from Lambert Airport are training tonight for the job at Jefferson Barracks. They will take over security jobs in Arnold, Fenton, St. Louis City, and County. Governor Carnahan called the 131st Fighter Wing into action suddenly, and tonight members are hoping their employers will understand and support their efforts.
A lot of people making sacrifices.
And tonight, an urgent call for help in St. Charles County.
Yes, sandbaggers, truck operators, and ham radio operators are in demand. The 2 News team's Marion Brooks joins us now from St. Charles, where the volunteers are really needed. Marion?
That's true, Dick, despite what you see behind me. What emergency management officials want scenes like the one you see behind me going around the clock. That's what they need. But as we've shown you on 2 News over the past weeks, these workers have been going at it, and that overworked volunteer force has meant fewer volunteers, and now the county is in need of help. There may appear to be plenty of sandbag fillers, slingers, and stackers at this site, but there are not enough.
We need some of the other residents in the county to come out and help us also. This takes 200 to 300 sandbaggers at a time when we're on major operations here.
St. Charles County, sandwiched between the Missouri and the Mississippi rivers, faces new dangers as higher crest levels on each river is expected next week. So work like this must keep up at this pace or faster 24 hours a day. Along with the volunteers they need to do the sandbagging, the St. Charles Emergency Management Agency also needs folks like these folks with 20-ton dump trucks to help keep the operation moving. Military trucks that have been in use are down for now, leaving only 3 trucks operational. At least 8 are needed to keep sandbags going throughout the county.
Come back with the
Also in demand are the eyes and ears of the emergency team, ham operators.
We're spread out all over the county. We have to have eyes in the field. The amateur radio operators are our eyes, and they're our means to get information back and forth so that we can help the citizens of the county the best way we can.
Now, those ham operators are needed 24 hours a day, just like sandbaggers are. I'm told that they would like to have as many as 8 per 6-hour shift, and they only have 3 to 5. That lets you know how many they need. But sandbagging operations are not even needed in some parts of St. Charles County because they're already underwater. For example, in Portage-de-Sioux, where now the big challenge is just getting in and out of the town.
It's hard to believe, looking from the air, that you can even get to Portage-de-Sioux. It's possible, but it isn't easy. First, you have to get a pass.
For your safety, for our safety, and just to be able to know what's going on in the county, we're issuing passes.
Okay. We are going to the...
Then you have to get past the roadblocks, at least 3 of them. And even once you get back on the road, which at times looks like a river, you still have a long way to go. The National Guard takes over from here, taxiing residents and media by truck.
Now, once you get your pass, you go through the roadblocks, you get the National Guard truck that brings you to the National Guard boat that ferries you through what used to be cornfields that will finally, eventually, get you to Portage-de-Sioux.
And this is what you see. Cindy Thornton in the yellow sees it for the first time when she brings medicine to a friend.
In all your dreams, you cannot imagine it was like this.
And for those living it, like Cindy's friend Joanne, this flood is getting old.
The worst part, just being trapped here, just feeling like you're trapped.
Now, it took us about 2 hours to go from point A when we got the passes all the way to Joanne Cooper's house. And there's only about 5 shuttles a day, and they only go till 6 o'clock. So you can imagine just how frustrating it is for the residents of Portage-de-Sioux. Dick and Mandy?
And Marion, we know from previous floods that the people of Portage-de-Sioux are pretty tenacious. How many of them are actually sticking it out there?
Well, surprisingly, there's about 75 to 100 residents that are staying in that town that is almost completely underwater, and there's about 488 residents of the town, so that's quite a good number that's sticking it out.
You say they are tenacious.
An amazing journey trying to get in and out of there. It takes a long time, but they have to do it for safety's sake. Well, the best thing for the folks in Portage-de-Sioux and all the flood victims is a drying out period.
Yeah, and that's happening right now.
They have begun sandbagging. Businesses along First Street are threatened. Many already have water in the basements.
8 miles east of Hannibal, piles of soggy grain.
Live in St. Charles. Walter?
Dick, it's yet another night of packing up and heading to relatives for a lot of St. Charles City residents. And though they understand, it's still tough to do this all over again. Once more, reluctant residents find themselves waving goodbye to their homes at the Sundermeyer Trailer Park. Larry Hendricks understands why.
It's something that, you have to deal with when you live by the river at this point. You have to be able to accept what they've, come to tell you. You got to be able to pick up and move.
But moving again is making Linda Zimmerman and her family weary and angry.
Second time. We've been here 2.5 weeks, and this is the second time we're leaving, so a little frustrating.
Even as people began leaving, utility trucks rolled in to cut service.
They already shut the gas off, and they will be shutting off the electric tonight is what we've been told.
Just want to make sure none of those tanks start floating or anything like that if the water does get in there.
Businesses and homes around the trailer park were also warned, and like the others, Floyd Brower is facing the big dilemma. Should he stay or go?
Well, I'm disappointed about it happening again. When I thought that last time was going to be it, I thought the river would go on down, that'd be it.
The Missouri River has its own plans, and while some will stay in their homes, they risk getting in its way. Now, St. Charles County and City got some more help tonight. These 2 tractor-trailer trucks were drove in from Delaware by firefighters there. They're donating their equipment and time to help with the battle against the floods. Now, long before the evacuations tonight, city and county officials made another desperate plea. They need more sandbaggers. The sandbag volunteers they do have here are digging in some awfully long hours, and some are just wearing down.
They really shouldn't work more than 6 straight hours, because this sun is intense during the day, much worse than they think it is.
But the crest is coming, and it's high, so officials are trying to spread the workload by recruiting more volunteers. They must reinforce sandbag walls and levees before the wave hits.
We've almost got to beat. Let's don't get this far and quit now. Please come out and help us. There's a lot of good people put in a lot of good time and effort on this, and let's just don't let it end now.
Now, if you want to help out tonight with the sandbagging effort in St. Charles County, show up at the Mark Twain Mall at I-70 and exit, that's the 5th Street exit in St. Charles. Back to you, Dick.
Okay, Walter, you mentioned that there are people who might be staying at their homes in that trailer park. Now, apparently that's not a mandatory evacuation?
Well, it's not mandatory, Dick. They tell me it's voluntary. Residents just want to be aware of what's going on, and they can make their own choices and be aware of the risk, because there are risks.
There sure are. Thank you, Walter. Well, downtown tonight, businesses on Laclede's Landing are bracing for higher water.
The crest will bring the river a foot and a half closer to their back doors, but most of them aren't complaining. The 2 News Team's Rochelle Rowe continues our Flood Watch coverage live on the riverfront to tell us why. Rochelle?
Well, Mandy, today the businesses you see behind me spent the day reinforcing this sandbag levee, preparing for next week's crest of 48 feet. But tonight, Laclede's Landing is not underwater. It's not shut down. In fact, there are so many tourists here, makes you want to check your cardinal schedule. But it's not a game bringing these people here. It is the river. The Mississippi looks more like Niagara Falls as it rolls by downtown at 8 feet a second. It creeps up cobblestone streets and forces Carmen Bridges to guard her back door with sandbags.
You think it's going down, and then the next day you hear, oh no, it's coming back up, you know, and it's very tense, very tiring, you know, it wears on you.
But Carmen's weary battle is a gold mine for the rest of Laclede's Landing. At Muddy Waters, business has never been better.
I'm sure we topped the arch this year.
Tourists from all over, even where destruction is worse, are coming here to take a look.
It's devastating to see, especially when you're flying in and you fly over and you actually see how much water there really is.
But listen to the folklore they're bringing with them.
We heard the stadium was underwater. They had moved all the animals out of the zoo because the zoo was underwater.
Of all the stories we hear about St. Louis being underwater, believe it or not, I mean the only business on Laclede's Landing that has had to shut down because of the flood. Now, the owner of this restaurant has been pumping for 3 weeks, 24 hours a day in this sub-basement. If he hadn't have done that, the water would be up to here.
I guess it beats root canal.
Not a bad attitude for someone losing tens of thousands of dollars. This wedding party wanted to see what might have been a rehearsal dinner on a riverboat. The bride and groom hope their marriage works out better than the wedding plans.
Most of our guests are coming from out of town, and that was uniquely St. Louis. But we're at Union Station, which is also unique.
So you're kind of showing them the water, though,
This is
right?
where you would have been had there been no flood.
Well, all in all, the business owners down here are trying to stay in pretty good spirits, but they tell me it's pretty frustrating when they're hot, sweating under the hot sun, lifting up the sandbags and building up this wall here, and people are standing there and watching them and taking pictures. Mandy?
Well, Rochelle, we see these sandbags. Do business owners feel safe with the sandbags, that they'll be okay once the river crests next week?
Yeah, they feel pretty safe. When the river crests, the water's going to be about right there, so they feel like they're pretty safe and that they're going to be pretty dry.
Okay, Rochelle, thank you. And crews in North City want to make sure they're ready for the second crest on the Mississippi next week. They're working feverishly to plug a leaking flood wall that protects the city. The river carved a path underneath the wall, so now crews are drilling holes into the concrete base and filling those holes with concrete. Workers put up a backup levee just in case. South St. Louis sandbaggers tonight complain the city is making their job tougher.
Yeah, the 2 News Team's Rocky Madden is live now with their story. Rocky?
Well, Dick, you know, when flood victims in other communities ask for sand or sandbags, it's delivered almost to their door. Well, some residents in South St. Louis are upset that they don't get the same kind of service. This is the Fill Your Own Sandbag site at Carondelet Park. If you need sandbags, this is where you have to go. Joseph Jones is trying to protect his South City home, and his friends are helping, but they don't like making the 2-mile journey to get sandbags.
We got to come up here, fill the sandbags, and load them in our trucks and get home and unload them again. It's like twice the amount of work.
They should load it right down the street. He's got a place right in his backyard where they could dump it the whole alley.
City officials tell me they just don't have the manpower to deliver sand to different neighborhoods, that all the crews are tied up making sure the big River des Peres levee doesn't break.
The commitment is so great of manpower, with the anticipation that there might be further breaches in the levee, we're unable to sponsor a delivery service to homes.
Now, I'm told it costs about $25 for a truckload of sand, and Joseph Jones tells me he's purchased a couple of them, but he feels that his taxes should cover both the sand and the delivery. Still, if he wants it, it looks like he's going to have to cart those sandbags from the park to his home. Dick?
Okay, Rocky, thank you.
And those sandbaggers are going to be busy working throughout next week until area rivers crest again.
Yeah, our chief meteorologist, Dave Murray, of course, is tracking the floodwaters all the time, and tonight those rivers are on the rise.
Well, we have a mix of news tonight. The good news, the dry weather pattern holds not only for us, but for the points to the north. So there's no new rain coming into the rivers. The bad news, the Missouri and the Mississippi, and in turn, the Merrimack and the River des Peres are now on the rise. So let's head up to Sky 2, scanning the levee that protects the Riverport Theater. Only a few hundred yards separating center stage with the floodwaters of the Missouri. We're going to freeze the video now. Here's Riverport right here. This is the Earth City Expressway that turns into Creve Coeur Mill Road that's underwater, and the levee right there. That is the dividing line between Riverport and the rising flood water. Now, the Riverport levee is strong and stable, and it continues to be watched for 24 hours each day. So no problems are expected, and the two benefit concerts on Saturday and Sunday are a go. But remember, if you're headed there, there's only one way in and out, and that is by way of Interstate 70. Let's check the latest river numbers. We're going to start on the Mississippi. The river has crested from Louisiana, Missouri north and is starting to slowly fall. However, to the south, the river is rising again. Levels are all up over the last 24 hours. The crest at Clarksville is going to be tonight at 38 feet, then working down to Winfield late Friday and arriving at Grafton and St. Louis on Tuesday of next week. 48 feet still expected in St. Louis. On the Missouri, rapid rises. In fact, most locations have popped up a half foot in the last 12 hours, and most areas are going to continue to see that rise. Herman will see a crest on Sunday at 34.5 feet, and St. Charles on Monday at 37 feet. Little change on the Merrimack. Level steady today, but will rise with the Mississippi cresting on Wednesday of next week. Valley Park at 24 feet and Arnold at 43.5 feet. We, of course, will have more on the rising rivers and our latest forecast right through the weekend coming up in a few minutes. Dick, Mandy?
Okay, Dave. And as we told you last night on 2 News, Crystal City faces an urgent problem.
Yeah, the town is surrounded by floodwater, but there's no water to drink. And tonight, the 2 News team's Marion Brooks finds the city's cry for help is being answered.
Who would have thought gushing water would be a welcome sight during a flood? But in Crystal City, it is, and it's coming from all over.
They're bringing it in from 3 different hydrants right now. One from Peebly, one from Perky, and the other one's from out in R7.
We always get together, and whatever needed is needed, we get it done.
This is basically what the firefighters are doing. They're filling the pools like the yellow one down there with water from the tankers, and then pipes are bringing the water, like this pipe right here and these 2 right here, are bringing the water to this 500,000-gallon tank, and the object is to fill this 24-foot tank by this evening. No one knows how long the 500,000 gallons the tank holds will last, but it is appreciated.
How do you say thank you? I don't know. Those people, we've had more good help here. I always said this flood is really bringing out the good in people.
Attention, the water supply for Crystal City is extremely low.
Police and other city officials are still asking folks to conserve because they say at this point, every drop counts.
There's no more washing of cars, washing their driveways down, or anything like that that they don't have to have. They're just going to have to ride around in a dirty car or go to St. Louis and get their car washed.
The city officials are very serious about residents conserving their water. They say if homeowners don't cut back on their water use and just refuse to conserve, they may find their water cut off. I'm Marion Brooks, 2 News Tonight.
And officials don't expect to have that water plant back up and working for at least 30 days.
They're trying to keep the major thoroughfares in St. Genevieve open, and the town for that matter. Sandbagging operations continue around the clock, trying to protect as many of the historic town structures as possible. Still, many haven't fared too well. The city has its share of flood damage, and while sandbaggers carry on, city officials are now staring at an estimated $20 million cleanup.
Even if we had to come up with a couple $1 million here, that's equal to a year's operating budget, and that is a tough trick for city councils to try to figure out how to finance.
The federal relief plan will help pay for some of that, but the city will have to come up with some of that huge price tag.
Yeah, and the price tag is also very steep for homeowners who find their homes underwater. Now, these are just some of the problems flood victims will face when the water recedes. A waterlogged house can have major structural problems. Soggy soil puts 4 times the normal pressure on foundation walls, causing them to buckle. Water trapped in the walls must be released by drilling holes, allowing water to run out. In some cases, water pressure can shift the house right off its foundation. And Contact 2, of course, reminds everyone to choose repairmen carefully. Authorities fear that scam artists are going to hit this area looking to prey on flood victims.
Hard to believe that'll be a problem, but guarantee it will.
You can count on it, yeah. And what about school? An urgent call tonight for flood families with children to let their schools know where they are.
As many as 10,000 children have now been flooded out of their homes, and schools are scrambling to find them as soon as possible. School Watch reporter Betsy Bruce shows us a particularly hard-hit district.
It will be a long time before students are playing basketball here again at the West Alton Elementary School. Floodwaters filled 2 of the building's 4 classrooms. But this is not the only problem for this school district.
There's no football squad here.
Football squad,
cheerleaders.
There's not a lot to cheer about right now in the Orchard Farm School District in northern St. Charles County. 80% of the district is underwater. And now, rising floodwaters threaten the high school complex. For many students here, this flood has already taken their families home. Now, they want to be sure their home away from home, their high school, stays dry.
It's hard. The potential for a catastrophic explosion in South St. Louis at this hour, and residents are told to get out now.
Yeah, liquid propane tanks surrounded by floodwaters are threatening to break loose and spew their dangerous gases into nearby neighborhoods. We have team coverage of this fast-breaking story. First, Earthwatch reporter Bruce Gordon is near the Phillips Pipeline Company with the latest on the stability of the tanks that are there. Bruce?
Yeah, Dick, it's a scene of chaos right here at Broadway and Pepping as police and fire officials attempt to, first of all, evacuate, then seal off the many residential blocks that surround that tank field. Now, we're about 5 blocks north of that tank field, owned, as you said, by Phillips Pipeline Company, located at Broadway near the River de Pere. It's a tense waiting game there tonight, really, as fire officials try to figure out how to safeguard more than 50 30,000-pound tanks of liquid propane gas, half submerged in floodwaters and now dangerously unstable. The problem was first reported late this afternoon by an on-site city fire inspector. Floodwaters have caused a number of the propane tanks in this field to become buoyant, to start floating. I asked a Phillips employee if any of the tanks were actually leaking propane gas.
There's no leakage. They're just concerned about the back ends of them lifting up.
But fire officials say at least one tank is leaking, and the propane gas being released is explosive if it comes in contact with an ignition source, like a running car engine or a pilot light from a home stove. And if it finds that ignition source?
Then we'll have trouble. We'll have problems.
To protect the area, firemen laid hoses around the tank field and set up a curtain of water. The mist will catch escaping gas fumes and carry them back down to the floodwaters at ground level. The curtain allows fumes to escape to the riverside of the field.
That area, nobody's there. It's not occupied. What we're trying to protect is these homes and the businesses in the area here.
But beyond monitoring for fumes and standing by with water, there is little officials can do but wait.
Further tampering or attempt to secure these tanks would pose serious injury to anyone attempting to handle them.
Fire officials fully expect to be out on that scene all day, all night tonight and throughout the day tomorrow. If anything, the situation actually worsens over time. As floodwaters continue to rise, the tanks will become somewhat more buoyant, more likely to float, break loose from their mounts, and thus begin spewing fumes. Dick?
Bruce, I guess I'm guilty of second-guessing a little bit here. I'll confess to that. But with the water that's been rising all this time, why weren't these tanks drained clear long ago?
It's a logical question, Dick, and actually an interesting answer. If anything, emptying the tanks might have made it an even more dangerous situation. When you have an empty tank, you have a lighter tank, more buoyant, more likely to float. Then any residual gas fumes that might have been left inside would surely have leaked into the atmosphere and caused a real catastrophic situation. Ironically, the weight of those tanks, all that propane gas, may actually be keeping them more stable and making the situation somewhat safer, at least for now.
Like touchy either way they go then. Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce. Well, hundreds of neighbors in a wide area around the plant got the news suddenly tonight to get out immediately.
Yeah, they had no time to collect their belongings, and many are not very happy about that order. The 2 News Team's Elliot Davis has been in the neighborhood all evening, and he picks up our team coverage now from a school where the residents have been told to go. Elliot?
Absolutely, Dick. Right now I'm at the Blow School on Loughborough, and this has been turned into a temporary Red Cross shelter where people who are ordered out of their homes can stay until this emergency is over. Police and National Guardsmen were sent into the neighborhood to get them out. As you can imagine, there were a lot of angry people, but the mayor says better to have some people angry than unsafe.
Ma'am, everybody back there lives down there. It's an emergency evacuation declared by the city. You have to
No one wants to take any chances, and so entire neighborhoods are cleared out. Folks told to grab what they can and leave.
This is pitiful. Where are we supposed to go? You know, things like that. Just have to leave our houses. I'll find you.
No one is happy about uprooting.
Unless you arrest me, I'm going in.
Well, ma'am, if we have to, we will. You won't go in. Watch out. Let's go. Get out the street.
You just told me to park and walk.
I didn't tell you anything. Don't do it. Don't be standing hollering at me, okay?
My mom is waiting for me.
Okay, fine. What did I just tell you?
You told me to park and walk in.
Well,
He stopped me.
I don't even know what's really going on.
I'm confused. I don't know what to think about it.
I don't know.
Nobody.
Nothing we can do about it.
The mayor says there's no other choice than to make people leave.
It is our opinion, and it is the view of others, that this creates and consists of a major disaster with the potential of emergency and serious bodily injury.
Some people go with friends and relatives. Others hope the city will find a place for them to stay tonight. And to help persuade them to go, the power is shut down.
We're down in 7600 block, and they just shut our electric off. I don't know why it should be shut off down there when the emergency is up here.
Well, this room is filling up fast, and these people don't know how long they'll be here. With me now is Cecilia Smith, and what are your thoughts about all this?
Well, there ain't much I can do about it. They have to come down here and stay until we can go back home, that's all.
What makes you angry about all this? I talked to you before.
I had to leave my 2 animals at home that they wouldn't let us. I was 50 feet away from the door, and they wouldn't let me in to get them. And that's mostly what I'm concerned about.
Like cattle, they won't, you know, they don't treat you with any respect. It's like, hey, you just do what we say, we're taking charge, and you know, I don't like to be pushed around like that. You know, even if the mayor says, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry, that's true, but we're still human beings. I think we ought to be treated like human beings. We're victims right now.
Well, thank you, and I hope it works out better and that you're not here a long time. Well, I did ask the mayor how long these people would be displaced from their homes. He says he doesn't know, just whenever the emergency is passed. Back to you.
Okay, Elliot, thanks. At Gumbo Bottoms, just outside of Chesterfield tonight, the Missouri River takes business owners and residents by surprise. It's rising rapidly and could go over the levee, something no one was prepared for. That's where the 2 News Team's Rochelle Rowe is right now. Rochelle?
That's right, Mandy. You know, there are no $500,000 homes threatened by the Missouri River, but there's plenty of farmland and businesses like the one behind me. Now, the new crest and the Missouri River's fury has caught a lot of people by surprise here. Now they just hope it's not too late. At Chesterfield Elementary, volunteers pull together to save what lies in the Missouri River's path. Stacks of sandbags wait for their assignment. Grown-ups and kids hope they'll make a difference.
There's a lot of people, and I'm just trying to help out.
We knew it was getting close. We didn't know it was getting that bad until we saw the footage on TV. So.
You think it'd go up that fast?
It shocked us. It was terrible. All right.
At the Smokehouse restaurant, customers help build a sandbag wall, but they've got to do it 9 feet up. That's how high the water will be if the levee doesn't hold it back.
We'll have a business eventually. We don't know how long it's going to take to get it back, but right now we're just hanging in there.
Now, this isn't even a main channel of the Missouri River, and you can see just how fast it's rolling by. It's also coming up fast, 3 feet in the past 24 hours. Now, this levee I'm on right now is one of the strongest around, but the concern isn't so much of the water breaking through, but actually coming over. sandbags probably won't save this house. That's why they're moving everything out. Water is already in the basement. Down the street, UE crews reroute power from a substation that could go under. But what worries people here the most, they have no idea where the river is and where it's going.
They kind of said that, it was going to crest at 36.5 yesterday. Well, I don't know when they don't know when it's going to crest for us. And, it's hit and miss all the time.
Well, here is the official word. The river is supposed to be at about 36.5 feet and it's supposed to go up to 38.5 feet or over by Monday. It is incredible how the Missouri and the Mississippi rivers are moving in. County water plants are threatened all over, and that's where the 2 News team's Dennis Riggs picks up our Flood Watch 93 coverage.
The plants are now surrounded by floodwaters and the river is racing ever higher. One plant is new and set safely above the crest level. The other is much older and very much in danger. Workers are filling sandbags and placing them close to the building, bracing for the onslaught. If the levee breaks, the plant will probably have to be shut down. Company officials are concerned because no one can tell them how high the river will go.
It is very frustrating because it is already almost a foot higher than their prediction of next week. And as you were out on the levee, you saw it is raising very fast.
For the 1.2 million customers, the good news is other plants will be able to handle demand if this one has to be shut down. Just down the river, MSD workers are also sandbagging. Floods are 1 foot away from the sludge lagoons, just 3 feet from the plant.
We're hopeful of saving the mechanical portion of the plant, which is where the machinery is, and that's the bigger concern to us right now. Probably with the lagoon system, even if it does come over there, it's going to wash out with the lagoons, and afterwards we're going to have some major repairs to that.
Those lagoons contain a byproduct of the sewage treatment process, which, if flooded, will end up here in the river. But officials assure me these floodwaters are so vast that sewage sludge will be diluted to the point where pollution is not a consideration. In Chesterfield, I'm Dennis Riggs, 2 News Tonight.
Now, the Corps of Engineers and county officials have been on the levee out here in Chesterfield along the Missouri River all day, but there seems to be a lot of confusion about where it's going to be, how high the levee is, and how much it can hold. Some business owners have told me they don't know whether they should sandbag or not, but as you can see behind me, this one isn't taking any chances.
Well, Rochelle, back to Chesterfield. As you mentioned, the river is rising very rapidly tonight, so I assume they're going to need more help sandbagging tomorrow.
They are going to need more sandbagging help tomorrow, Mandy, and they're telling everyone that if you'd like to come out here and help, you can go to the Chesterfield Elementary School and they will put you to work. Back to you.
Okay, Rochelle, thanks.
Yeah, Rochelle mentioned that businesses in Chesterfield are having some problems. We've learned that 500 businesses in the Chesterfield area have been forced to evacuate. At Nottling Engineering, employees spent the morning clearing out their offices. They're moving millions of dollars worth of specialty equipment to higher ground. Even some of the furniture is going. Employees admit they're scared.
Oh, we're taking everything. It's just which spot. A lot of stuff's going home. The furniture and stuff's going upstairs.
The employees say all they can do is their best and hope for the best.
And also in the Chesterfield area tonight, the raging Missouri even forces the evacuation of a prison on the Missouri River.
Yeah, the 2 News team's Betsy Bruce takes us to Gumbo, where today the prisoners started moving out.
Taking 43 in the clay.
Just after we're going to stick a screwdriver in the bank and see how quickly the water moves around it. Half an hour later, at 2:05, the water is already climbing up the shank of the screwdriver. At least 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch. It's a vivid demonstration of just why emergency officials want people to move out of this floodplain. Could it top the levee by Tuesday?
It could if it continues to rise at this level, but we have no way of knowing whether it will or not.
So once again, the surging floods are sending waves of uncertainty through yet another community. In Chesterfield, Betsy Bruce, 2 News Tonight.
And even the Chesterfield police officers are preparing to move to higher ground. Their headquarters are located on the floodplain.
People in planes at Spirit of St. Louis Airport are told to move out. The fear is that the rising water will also consume the airport, so pilots got the call today. Now, the airport is still open and the evacuation is voluntary. Some even joke that by Monday they might need a boat instead of a plane to get out of the airport.
Maybe not so much of a joke. High water is causing high anxiety on major highway arteries. Heavily traveled Highway 40 is restricted to 2 lanes tonight on the St. Louis side of the Daniel Boone Bridge. The lane closure allows for sandbagging along the highway. The bridge across the Missouri River remains open, but you can expect slow-moving traffic in either direction. And high water at the approaches to the McKinley Bridge in North St. Louis is a problem. Serious enough to close that bridge tonight. It will remain closed until at least Monday. The McKinley Bridge in North St. Louis closed until Monday. And the path between Alton and St. Louis just got longer and more circuitous. Highway 67, the road between the Lewis and Clark bridges, is closed by floodwater, so for all practical purposes, the bridges are useless. The Alton entrance will be closed until at least Tuesday.
And it's amazing that the Missouri and the Mississippi will come together. They're going to crest at the same time, and that's what's causing all the problems.
Great examples tonight that everybody is affected. Let's check in with Dave Murray now and see how the rivers are doing.
Over the last 24 hours, we have seen a tremendous rise in water levels on all the area rivers. And before we get to the latest numbers, I want to show you some amazing video. We are looking down on the River Des Peres. Remember, normally in the middle of summer, this would be a dry cement river channel, but not this year as the waters from the flooded Mississippi back up. Now, we're going to freeze the picture. Here is the river right here, Interstate 55 running across. Germania runs on the right side, Carondelet on the left, the ball fields right here, and the Monsanto plant right there. Just an amazing view from Sky 2, giving us a great idea how extensive the flooding is, and the levels will continue to rise this weekend. Now, here's how we stand tonight. Two record crests working our way. First on the Mississippi, the crest is between Clarksville and Winfield, and on the Missouri, the crest is coming around the bend at Jefferson City. And the worst possible situation is setting up as the two crests bear down on St. Louis at the same time, arriving late on Monday. So all the numbers continue to be updated and they continue to rise. We're going to start with the Mississippi, and we can see the crest work its way downstream, arriving in Grafton and St. Louis late Monday, and the crest at St. Louis now expected to be 49 feet. Wouldn't be surprised to see that rise to 50 feet in the next update. On the Missouri, brand new numbers just in as the waters really come up. The crest at Herman is on late Saturday now at 36.5 feet. And look at St. Charles, the level right now 37.8 feet. That continues to be a rise of 1 inch per hour, and the crest now expected Monday at 39 feet. On the Merrimack, raise the level on the Mississippi, and we raise the backwater effect. Valley Park will crest at 25 feet on Tuesday, and at Arnold a crest of 44.5 feet on Wednesday. Now the level at St. Louis will break the all-time record set just last week. The crest at St. Charles will smash the record set in October of '86, and the level at Arnold will break the record set in the December flood of 1982. Certainly a dangerous situation, and there are thunderstorms in the forecast. That coming up in a couple of minutes. Mandy?
Okay, Dave, and on the riverfront tonight, the Mississippi is on the rise again. You can see how high the Admiral, in just a second, there it is. You can see how high the Admiral sits right now. That's compared to the Eads Bridge. It's almost level. And if you thought the river was close to the arch after last week's 47-foot crest, well, imagine another 2 feet of water on top of that. Remember, if you want to see the flooding, the arch and Laclede's Landing are the safest spots. And more problems pour over towns along the Missouri River as the record crest travels this way. Tonight, Dick shows us how they're...
Mother Nature has been especially hard on people, and she has been even tougher on her own, the animals. No one is there to sandbag for them. No one is there to keep the water from...
Working around the clock must now do even more. All this is taking on the look of an army, desperately trying to shore up defenses before a major battle.
So hopefully we've got enough. We tried to put a little overkill on it, but they raised the crest level. So now we're just hoping that it holds.
If the crews lose to the River Des Peres, hundreds of homeowners could lose too. This is one of the many people who isn't leaving their house despite the new danger.
We don't know whether we're going to get it or not. Nobody but God knows.
And so the city is hoping for hundreds of volunteers to build up the levee to 50 feet.
This is a major effort by the city to raise the levee along River Des Peres to 50 feet. We hope to do that by Sunday. We urgently need volunteers.
Elliot Davis, 2 News Tonight.
And volunteers are still needed. If you can help, report to Bishop DeBerg High School on Hampton and Eichelberger.
Well, getting lost in this flood crisis is an effort to ease St. Louis's financial crisis. Next Tuesday, city voters will decide on a sales tax increase. And today, Mayor Freeman Bosley promised to give every St. Louis police officer a $700 a year pay raise and earmark $1 million for flood repairs if the increase is passed. His supporters also promise that they will hire 30 additional police officers.
This flood is taxing the resources of Chillicothe, Missouri farmers. Much of the fertile land around the town is now underwater.
Rising rapidly in the Gumbo Flats area of Chesterfield. And officials have ordered an immediate evacuation of that area. They say the situation tonight in Chesterfield and the Gumbo Flats area is extremely dangerous. And also, let's go back to South St. Louis for an update on our top story of the night.
The threat of a propane explosion has forced evacuations in South St. Louis. The 2 News team's Bruce Gordon is standing by live with more. Bruce, you have an update for us?
Yeah, I sure do, Mandy. The evacuation continues here at Broadway and Pepping as police and firemen go door to door trying to make sure residents are out of this area. Some 5 blocks to the south, a number of huge liquid propane tanks are rising up out of floodwaters, becoming buoyant, and some of them have broken loose from their moorings. At least one tank is actually leaking liquid propane gas. Firemen have set up what they call a curtain of water, a mist actually, that should capture any escaping fumes and carry them back down to the ground, keeping them away from nearby homes. Again, any kind of ignition source for any fumes that might escape could cause a huge explosion. Ignition source like a car engine running or a pilot light from a home stove. That's why power's been cut to the area and residents have been told to get out. Dick and Mandy, we'll obviously have more for you on this story tomorrow.
Okay, we'll be covering all of these things through the weekend. Information you need to know, you'll get it here on Channel.
And we should remind people who are near this affected area in South St. Louis that police and firefighters are coming to your door. If you are to be evacuated, they'll let you know.
For sure.
And finally tonight, apparently what they say about computers is true.
Yeah, you know, no sooner you buy one, it's already out of date technology.
And as we said earlier, the floodwaters are continuing to literally rush in here. They're coming in very rapidly. The water is continuing to rise. The last Missouri River flood stage that we had received was at 38.5 feet. That's only a half a foot below what the flood crest was predicted for tomorrow. And the Corps of Engineers are telling us at this point that it is rising so much faster than they had expected. At this point, they are not sure what the crest will be. There will be an advisory normally about noon on that, and we will, of course, pass that along to you. We are looking now westbound. If you were headed home from working in St. Louis City or County towards St. Charles, this is Highway 40. This is your way home. There are a few cars abandoned along the highway. Earlier today, we had talked about the possibility of the police out here wanting boats. They don't want you to show up with boats. A lot of good-hearted people have shown up out here with flat-bottom boats trying to help out. They don't really want you to show up with your boat. They would like to have you show up and give them your name and a way to be contacted, because at this point they're not sure exactly how they're going to use those boats. Obviously a boat is the only way in here, boat or helicopter, the only way into this area at this point. And they would like to get a roster of folks to have boats and who would be available to help them, but at this point don't bother showing up with your boat. The police have set their command post up. The last night they were at Chesterfield Mall. Today they have moved that to City Hall, which is on the northeast section of Highway 40 and Clarkson Road. And they're going to be having a meeting at the command post that is going to be going on about 8:45 to 9 o'clock. If you would like to assist, you might want to show up there with information on how to contact you. If we can wheel the helicopter around here, Gary, if you could turn us around a little bit more so we can see the Highway 40 area leading up to the Doubletree Hotel, people can get an idea of how far the water has come up. Below us is Highway 40 under at least 4 to 5 feet of water, and there you can see how far the water has come. That is, at this point, the furthest reach of the Missouri, but again, at this point, it shows no point of stopping. The water is continuing to rise. You can see right now there's a pickup truck backing into the water trying to launch a boat, it appears. From this vantage point, I can't tell, looking through binoculars, it does not appear to be an official craft. There is an ambulance, fire department, EMT vehicle in conjunction with the boat. At this point, I don't know whether that is some sort of a rescue attempt that's going to be launched or if they're going to be just going out trying to search for people. You can also see a lot of folks who have gathered there by the police roped off area. They have the yellow do not pass ribbon across Highway 40, which is really kind of an interesting and an eerie sight as the highway is blocked off at the little bridge there that goes over what is normally, at this time of year, a creek with maybe 3-4 feet of water in it. Just kind of a rain runoff creek more than anything else. People are standing there trying to get a look at this area, which at this point is just unbelievable. Again, this area yesterday was completely dry. Now, we're going to try to go over to the St. Louis County water plant. Yesterday, when the evacuation started, there was a lot of concern, a lot of rumors that the water plant was in danger and that St. Louis County residents, the 1.2 million residents who are affected, or who are serviced rather, by the St. Louis County Water Company would be without water. We're heading that way right now. Earlier as we tried to take a look at this area, we could see the water plant, and it did not appear to be in danger at that time. Now, I talked to the president of the water company yesterday, Mike Tinky. He told me that even if this water plant were to be affected, there is still plenty of capacity in the system to handle the demand that we normally have in the area. The capacity of the St. Louis County Water Company is 425 million gallons of water a day. The demand, the peak demand that we're seeing this time of year is only 200 million gallons. On Hog Hollow Road, as it's called in the Chesterfield flat area up here, there are two St. Louis County water plants. One of them is an older plant built in 1930, and it is setting fairly low. It will probably have to be closed down if the floodwaters hit that area. The new plant sits much higher and is protected to the 500-year flood level plus 5 feet. So they feel very confident that that plant will survive. As we told you yesterday, water was starting to breach the levee. As you can see below us, as Cameron Bobby Hughes tilts down in the foreground of your picture, water is coming over the levee right now. This is the first time we've had a chance to look at that and see how dramatically this water has come up from yesterday. Yesterday, I walked and drove along this levee. It was completely high and dry and very solid. You can see right there, those are I believe, the water intake areas where yesterday work crews were sandbagging the water intakes to try to protect them so that the water intake could continue. That's where the barge is with the crane setting on it. Now, just below that, in the absolute left foreground of your picture, that area there, the two little buildings with the four conical-looking motors on the top are the actual pumping stations that bring water from the Missouri River into the St. Louis County water system. As you can see, they are still dry at this point, are still operating, and are still bringing water into the area. The president of the water company said that he did not really fear floodwaters as a problem with the water system. He was telling me their biggest fear was that they would lose electrical power and those pumps that you're looking at would cease operation. They do have multiple systems in their head. They have two backup lines, and UE insists that they will preserve those lines. They run from separate substations so that there should be no real danger to the water pumping operation out here at the St. Louis County Water Company. It is amazing, if you look down there near that barge with the crane on it, you can see the water is just really tearing through that levee at this point. This is what the folks at the County Water Company had hoped would not happen. They were hoping that if there had to be a break, and nobody really wanted to see a break, that it would happen somewhere else and relieve pressure on these levees. We have had, obviously, the big break down along the Monarch levee near Howell Island, which is probably a half a mile down, which is the one that is flooding the Chesterfield area. It did not relieve the pressure. As you can see, water is cascading all across the levee here at the St. Louis County Water Company, and the fields are filling up very rapidly. Again, the flood stage here at the Missouri River is 38.5 feet. the water in the fields will seek parity on that. That means that the water will rise as high as the river level. So those fields are going to be significantly underwater very shortly. You can see how fast the water is coming in. From this vantage point, it does appear, if we can swing the chopper around a little bit more, that building right there, the one to the left with the big holding pins, is the new St. Louis County water plant, relatively new. It was built in the late 60s, early 70s. It is still setting high and dry, and you can see that it is continuing to function at this point. The lower building on the right side of your picture, the buff stone brick building, is the older structure built in 1930. It has water encroaching around it, but it appears at this point to still be dry. The road going into the power plant, or to the water plant, does look like it has been cut. They were making preparations yesterday to boat people in and out, so there would be no interruption of service. And at this point, you can see that there are some cars up there. Workers are continuing operations here at the St. Louis County water plant. You can see now some of the bluff area of the Missouri River, the homes setting up in that area. People obviously have a very good eye view of the devastation that's going on here. The river will, we are told by hydrologists, try to seek its natural path, which means that it will go as far as it can go, and it will go up to those bluff areas, which at one point was the boundary of the river. You can see the cornfields around the St. Louis County water plant are filling up, but the water plant itself does appear at this point to be safe and secure. And even if again to repeat, even if the lower plant is lost, there will be, according to the president of the water company, plenty of water in the system to protect St. Louis County residents. We should not see a situation like they had in Des Moines, where they had no water for a matter of weeks at a time. Now you're looking back along the Missouri River. We're looking from the north to the south toward the Chesterfield area. What you see in the upper left-hand corner of your picture, if Bobby can pan up to the smokestack up there, that area is a city water plant. That is the one of the many water plants that the city has pumping water from the Missouri River. The one probably most people are familiar with is the Chain of Rocks water plant, which gets a significant amount of water out of the Mississippi. This one draws from the Missouri River. You can see here very clearly a look at what the Missouri River channel is in normal times. The two tree lines that you can see probably in the center of your picture are the boundaries of the river in normal times. And keep in mind, those trees are usually sitting on dry land. Usually there is a significant sandbar leading up to them, especially around this time of year during the dry season. But look how the river has simply cut itself a new channel. It has spread out way past those tree lines, easily half a mile to the west, spreading into St. Charles. And as you can see in the lower foreground of your picture, spreading across the levees into St. Louis County, into the Chesterfield area. If we can, why don't we head back down to the Chesterfield area. We'll cruise down along the river, taking a look at the levees so you can get an idea of what condition the levees are in. Up here north of the area that broke is where they were talking about possibly dynamiting the levee to take some pressure off of the Monarch levee down near the Chesterfield Business District. It appears to be intact at this point. It does not look like they put that plan into action. It looks like Mother Nature or Old Man River, whatever cliche you want to use, is going to take that in hand for them. Below us you can see the city water plant. One of the city trucks is driving around there. Folks are sitting. The city water plant is in probably a little better condition as far as access. The road to the city water plant has not been cut. The folks can still drive in and out of there. The water is up to the building. As you can see, it's setting The corner of the building is sitting in the water. Yesterday, we had talked with the folks at MSD. It might be interesting to take a look at the Missouri River plant, which is just downriver or north of where the St. Louis County water plant is. Up there yesterday, they were sandbagging feverishly because they only had 1 foot of freeboard, as they call it, meaning dry area between the river and the sewer.
Evacuated yesterday from the Chesterfield Valley area, but not everyone got all of their equipment out, and actually not everyone got all of their personnel out quite as quickly as the Missouri River rushed in. And News 4's Heidi Deja has been up all day, and she witnessed a very dramatic rescue. Heidi, what can you tell us about that?
Well, Lori, first of all, let me tell you, it wasn't until early this morning that we were really able to see the destruction caused by this levee break. And as Tom Martin shoots out the window, I just want to point out that storm that's out there. It's looking pretty nasty, so everyone should be on alert tonight. While we were surveying the damage this morning, we spotted a man literally walking through the water. And that man was trying to reach dry land. He turned out to be the first person rescued today. Chris Olin was walking down what used to be Airport Road, waist deep in Missouri River water. At times, the water was up to his neck. We notified county police, and about 20 minutes later, a helicopter arrived, dropped a line, and a police officer snatched up Olin. The Schoolhouse Tavern employee was keeping an eye on the bar's pumps all night before finally calling it quits.
How you doing? Fine. You doing all right?
Fine. Michael Hutcherson was the man dangling from the rope who eventually pulled Olin to safety.
He was fairly calm, and, that's concerned that somebody's going to not be calm and that they're going to be a problem fall out of the net once you're moving, to a safe area to set them down.
A few hours later, rescuers used this boat to ferry 13 employees of the Tetra Plastics Company to this bridge near Gumbo Jail. All were choppered back to dry land by local pilots, including News 4 pilot Kay Lindbergh. A security guard for Anheuser-Busch, who was watching the company's hangar at Spirit, said the time finally came when enough was enough.
It finally got to within a foot of the second floor of our hangar, and that's when I decided I'd better come on out rather than stick around.
That was none too soon for Gary Pratt. Right now, you're looking at a shot of a storm. We understand that this is the storm you were talking about earlier over the Forestal area. It looks pretty severe. There's a lot of lightning, so we're going to scoot out of this area. I do want to point out that on the way up here, we saw many more levee breaks in the area, but right now the water doesn't appear to be rushing as forceful as it was earlier before. Lori, we're going to land the chopper right now. Back to you.
Okay, Heidi, your safety is of paramount importance, so thank you for bringing us those pictures and staying up there as long as you did. Now, this is, in an odd way, an illustration of why the John Mellencamp concert is being canceled for tonight. We've already shown you Highway 40 completely covered with water. That means that the only way into Riverport is Highway 70, but it also means that the only way into St. Charles is through Highway 70. For emergency equipment, such as getting from St. Louis to Forestal. So Maryland Heights officials basically asked Riverport to cancel the concert tonight. Not because of any concern over the Sverdrup levee next to Riverport, but they were really concerned about emergency vehicles being able to get to St. Charles across Highway 70. And that is a problem because even this afternoon, with nothing going on at Riverport, traffic on 270 northbound trying to get to 70 was backed up to the Dorset exit, and it was taking 10 or 15 minutes, usually, which would take about 3 minutes. So as a precaution, they're canceling it. Now, the bad news for that, not only for the enjoyment of concert goers, is that it was a benefit concert for flood relief victims. And at this point, they are asking you if you could just not ask for a refund of your ticket. And I believe that they are telling me that you might have another live picture from Jetcopter 4. Is that what you'd like to go back to? Okay, we do not have the Jetcopter 4 picture. Weather is just too bad, and Heidi is indeed landing. Now, to get back to what I was saying, if you're holding a John Mellencamp ticket, they would prefer, if you can, not to ask for your $10 back, because that money will still make its way to the Red Cross and Salvation Army, and you would still do your part for the flood, even though you would not get to hear John Mellencamp. They couldn't find anywhere else to hold a concert. Busch Stadium is filled tonight, the Muni is filled tonight, and you can't just throw up a concert in a couple of hours' notice, and as of 2 o'clock, that's when they decided to cancel it. Now, tomorrow, the Kenny Rogers concert, that is also canceled, but there's a possibility that that might be rescheduled. They couldn't reschedule Mellencamp and Bob Dylan because they are going on to other things, but there's a possibility they could reschedule Kenny Rogers. This afternoon, they just didn't know because literally he was up in the air. He was flying to the next venue. So as it stands right now, Mellencamp is off to allow those emergency vehicles better access to 70. And also, you could do your part for Maryland Heights, some of the businesses in the area. Chief Neil Kurlander was saying maybe you could stagger your hours to try and relieve some of that unbelievable traffic they're expecting Monday on the St. Charles Bridge over I-70. So, Evan, you can see that the water is just affecting so many different areas. Even a condo was being evacuated on Creve Coeur Mill Road because that's in the Chesterfield Fire Protection District, and they've got their hands full, even though it's actually closer to Maryland Heights. So everyone's working together right now. We can just urge those concert goers to keep their tickets and let their money go to the Red Cross.
All right, thank you. Lori Waters live in Chesterfield. Right now we want to go to Trish Brown, who's keeping an eye on the severe storm that we've been talking about. Trish?
Well, Evan, unfortunately, you mentioned earlier near Forstall, a tornado was reported touching down near a Texaco station. Now we've had a second report near Mueller Road and Highway P. That's in extreme eastern Warren County. These are the storms right here we're watching. A tornado warning has been issued for St. Charles and also St. Louis counties. This storm is going to be heading to the southeast. So again, we are in the path right here in St. Louis. We're going to keep tracking the storm and let you know specifically where it's located. Right now, I want to tell you about tornado safety and what you need to do, whether you're in an apartment building, whether you're in a large mall, maybe in a theater, or if you're in your home. What you want to do is move to the lowest level possible, preferably a basement. You can also get underneath the stairs. You want to get in the most stable area of your house. Bathrooms are usually very stable. You also want to get away from windows. You want to get away from flying debris. You want to get under something sturdy. You want to cover with a blanket. Again, this is because of the debris. You want to stay away from the windows, cover your head, and crouch down and get as low as you can. If you're in a car, unfortunately, many of you can't hear me now. If you know of anybody maybe in a cellular phone situation, you want to get out of your car, not try and outrun the storm, but you want to get into a ditch. Again, get into the lowest level possible. We'll let you know of any other updates of any other tornado sightings and the areas, and I'll also let you know on what else is coming up with the heavy rains moving into the area. That in just a few minutes.
All right. This hour, the situation around the bi-state area is still very volatile, very critical as the rivers head for record crests, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock to continue our special coverage of the flood of '93. But before we go, we want to check in again with News 4's Lori Waters. She's at the command post in Chesterfield. Lori?
And Evan, behind me, you can probably see this weather. It's pretty ominous. It's moving in. But before we go, we want to give you some phone numbers. Now, if you are a business affected by the flood in the Chesterfield Valley area, you should call the Chesterfield Police Department at 537-3000. Now, also, if you have office space available to give out in Chesterfield to help a displaced business, you are also...
Down there, very heavy rain at that point. We're looking just about due north now from Channel 2, from the arena area. Let's keep moving to the left a little bit more. You can see the street lights are on, car headlights are on. Very dark, turbulent sky as we continue to scan. We're now starting to move from the north to the northwest from the arena area. Don't see much in the way of lightning out there right now, but we are seeing it on the lightning detection system, certainly quite a bit of lightning. And as we continue to move, there's some flashes right there. There are the flags of Deaconess. We can stop it right there one more time. Let's go back to the Doppler radar and get an idea how things are updating on this. And again, the main storm systems are now in St. Louis County and pushing over into Madison and a portion of St. Clair County in Illinois. These are the storms we are very concerned about that continue to produce the severe weather, but also the possibility of tornadoes. Anybody in the St. Louis area, St. Louis County, St. Louis City, and I really have to include Madison and portions of St. Clair County right now, be ready to move inside or take cover immediately. I think we have some safety tips here in case a tornado does approach your area, and we can give you some ideas of what you should be doing if you're concerned about what you should exactly do in the case of a tornado. If you live in the warned area, in homes, the basement offers the best protection. Otherwise, go to the lowest possible floor, and that would be a bathroom without a window, center part of the house, or a closet. Stay away from windows and do not seek shelter in a car. Also, again, be ready to move indoors. Stay away from windows. Don't use the telephone or other electrical equipment because of the lightning unless you are reporting severe weather, high winds, hail, lightning, and the possibility of tornadoes. And try to avoid certain rooms in the house. I would avoid the bathrooms in severe lightning because of the pipes that come out of the roof of the house and also your kitchen. Those are two rooms that you may want to actually stay out of unless your bathroom is in the center part of the house. It offers a very strong part of the house for possible tornado protection. Let's one more time take a look outside with Skycam and see if we can see anything different. And that's the bottom of the thunderstorm. That is the very base of the thunderstorm. And we've just gotten one more additional warning, a flash flood warning now in effect for St. Louis County and St. Louis City. The very strong thunderstorms, severe storms moving across the area will continue to produce flash flooding, rainfall totals of 1 to 2 inches, very likely in a very short period of time. And when we talk about flash flooding, we are talking about really the potential. Let's keep that Skycam, as I'm talking here, right on that cloud formation. That is a very interesting cloud formation we want to keep an eye on. These are some of the reasons why we're getting funnel reports. Because I think we've got one right there that is hanging down from the base of that cloud. The flash flooding is going to be mainly on the small streams and creeks. They will fill up very quickly, and that in turn will result in some problems as far as the River Des Peres and the Merrimack rivers are concerned, because they all feed into those two particular rivers, and that will mean some more problems for those rivers. The bigger rivers, obviously, any amount of water that's added will cause more problems, but it shouldn't cause any major problems on the Missouri, the Mississippi, and the Illinois at this point. Is it possible to zoom into that particular cloud formation that you guys have it? You know exactly what I'm talking about there. Now that is either a formation of some scud cloud or the possibility of a funnel trying to form. It's very hard to tell from the picture exactly where we are looking in this storm system, but this is one of the reasons why the tornado warning's in effect for St. Louis County and St. Louis City until 6 o'clock because of these hang downs that are happening. Again, we have confirmed touchdowns at Portage de Sioux and a confirmed touchdown at Forestel. And that's why we continue to keep a very close eye. Obviously, we should normally be in the national newscast, but we are preempting that because of this very turbulent weather. We will keep an eye on that particular cloud system right there. In fact, I think we'll just kind of sit here and watch this because it appears to be trying to do something, and you get an idea of the wind currents being sucked into this thunderstorm, and you can see the little fingers hanging down. There's one over on the right-hand side, the one right in the middle of the picture. As the system continues to spin, it's a very fascinating cloud formation to a meteorologist, but again, this is the reason why the tornado warnings are in effect. All these reports coming in of these fingers hanging down out of the cloud system, and this is what we continue to watch. Now, whether or not it will continue to produce a funnel, again, a funnel, definitely a funnel shape trying to take form right there on the center right of the picture, and it seems to be struggling a little bit as far as trying to form. Sirens are blowing. If you live in St. Louis City, St. Louis County, the sirens should be blowing right now, and that obviously means the time to take safety precautions. We also just have gotten another warning, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 6:30 this evening for Bond County, Clinton County, Fayette County, and St. Clair County.
Now, Dave.
Okay, we're going to get you caught up to date if you haven't been with us for the last 35 to 40 minutes. We've been on the air almost steady because of tornado warnings. Let's first take a look at the Doppler radar, and we'll see where the storms are right now. And as we do, we'll break down what warnings are in effect right now. You can see the core of the activity centered right on the St. Louis area. This is downtown where the little X is. So the activity is moving through downtown right now, portions of St. Louis County down into Jefferson County and southern sections of Madison, St. Clair, and Monroe County in Illinois. This entire line is moving to
Boone Bridge, Spirit Airport, all of them underwater, and that's just the beginning.
We have extensive team coverage tonight and an hour-long expanded newscast, and we start with the 2 News team's Dennis Riggs, who, as you know, has been in Sky 2 all day, giving us dramatic live coverage from the air. Dennis?
Well, Mandy, I should be getting frequent flyer miles today. I tell you, this is just amazing out here. The sights we have seen today are awe-inspiring. And, you know, just when you think it couldn't get any worse, what happens? This huge storm moves in. We are south of the flooded area. We had been trying to get there to show you the latest of what it looked like. But because of the storm that we've been showing you pictures of, there is simply no way for us to get into that area safely. So we're going to have to rely on pictures that we took earlier in the As you said, Mandy, about 10:15 last night, when a county police helicopter spotted a 35-foot break in the levee out near Howell Island in Chesterfield. We have, during the day, watched and videotaped as that levee was just eaten away to the point where The last time I saw it, it was about 300 feet wide. Highway 40 is completely covered with water from the Daniel Boone Bridge all the way up to where Highway 40 goes downhill the other side of the Doubletree Hotel. That water is going to make that highway impassable. Anyone using that for a commute is going to have to switch to Interstate 70 on Monday. The jail, which was evacuated yesterday, all 450 prisoners got out safely. It is standing in a good 8 to 9 feet of water, and the airport is totally underwater. Spirit of St. Louis Airport, one of the 3 biggest airports in the state of Missouri, has million-dollar aircraft stuck on the airport, just inundated in the water. And you know, we thought we'd seen everything. We thought it couldn't get any worse, but it did. One of the many businesses surrounding the Spirit of St. Louis Airport catches fire. As floodwaters are pouring into the building, a plume of black smoke pours into the sky. At first, firemen are not sure what they're facing. It turns out the fire is in the Qualtech Furniture Refinishers Company. The blaze began with an explosion. The owner of Qualtech calls us live to tell us what happened.
There was a pharmaceutical supply next door. The pharmaceutical supply evidently blew up. It was witnessed from the home of the owner of Wilbur and Orville's restaurant down on Chesterfield Airport Road, which we were sitting up here looking right down on it with binoculars. When that building blew, it ignited my building.
What was the status of the water at the building at that time?
It hadn't really moved. We were maybe 2 inches up from where we were before. However, the police was telling us it was coming, and we decided to get out of there before it got there.
Firefighters in a fishing boat watch helplessly as the fire continues. There's no way to get a fire truck in, and our area has no fire boat. Earlier, county police pull off a dramatic life-saving rescue live on television, plucking a man out of the floodwaters. Chris Olin was running pumps at the Schoolhouse Tavern. He gave up, tried to wade to safety in waist-deep water, and was nearly swept away by the current. Here's how it looked live as we reported it. You can see they're trying to get him up closer to the man who is caught there in the current. They're about 8 feet away. The police chopper is doing a marvelous job on this. Obviously, they can't see the man in the basket. There they got it. They have lifted the man out. There you go, a rescue. The owners of the Smokehouse restaurant end up stranded on the roof of their business. They had spent the night running pumps trying to keep the floodwaters out. It was a losing battle. Trees and power lines around the smokehouse made it unsafe for choppers to go in to try to pick the couple up off the roof. So rescuers eventually brought them to safety in boats. Now, Mandy, I understand that since my report, we have been able to get an exclusive interview with the man who was plucked out of the river waters during that first daring rescue.
That's right, Dennis. I talked to Chris Oler just a short time ago, and you know, looking at those pictures, it just says everything. He's been through an incredible ordeal today, but he decided to talk to 2 News just about an hour ago.
Yeah, the 2 News team's Elliot Davis is live now on the ground in Chesterfield with that exclusive report. Elliot?
Well, absolutely. Chris Oler finds himself a very lucky man. He is in his business. He is trapped by water, and he is forced to make some very tough choices.
He is almost in the water now. You can see they're trying to...
Chris Oler ignores earlier warnings to leave the bar he manages. He hopes he could save the business. He tells me the dramatic story of how the flood forces him to change his mind.
About 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, I had to make a decision whether to stay there, and the water in the bar was chest high, and it was rising about 2 inches an hour.
He finds a life jacket that his company keeps on hand. He wades out into chest-deep water. Finally, he sees a rescue helicopter this morning, and more importantly, the helicopter sees him.
The difficult part was when they were rescuing me, the current was that they had me in because of the power lines. It was very strong, and I had to constantly swim continuously to stay up with the helicopter. Otherwise, I would float on downstream. So that was the difficult part. And then once the basket got there, I didn't want to let go of it, so I used everything I had to get in there.
Well, now he tells me that he had earlier, as he was going through his whole ordeal, he had earlier been...
Photographer Joe Young, you see another farmhouse there, and really the power of the water coming through there, even I would guess several hundred yards, a quarter of a mile from where the break is. and how strong the current is there.
Oh, Jeff, we got down low earlier. We can't do it now, or we can't have a live shot, but we were down low and you could see the water. It was way up above the window level on the first floor and gushing out through the windows. And the left side of the house, we don't know if it was the garage or just a wing, has already broken free. It was stuck for a while on the trees there, and I don't know if you can see it, Joe. There it is, that dark roof. That's the left side of this farmhouse. It's now jammed up against a metal outbuilding, and it looks like it's going to stay there as long as that building does.
Okay, thank you very much. Gene Jackson, Alan Barklage, and photographer Joe Young in Chopper 5. That is in Monroe County, Illinois. That, as you heard, several miles south of the JB Bridge. Levee there gave way, I'm guessing, about mid-morning. First just a crack, and then it has opened up, as you can see, very wide. An entire farm washed away and others in jeopardy as the waters come through. We want to come back toward the city now and bring you up to date on the situation there along the River des Peres, because there are some anxious moments there. This is some videotape from Chopper 5. This is from earlier this morning. As you may be aware, city officials were trying to raise the level of the levee around the River des Peres to 50 feet in anticipation of the higher crest than expected coming down the Mississippi River. In many parts of that was not accomplished. We are already over 49 feet today, and so officials have warned people in many areas, if they have not already evacuated, to do so. Utilities are being turned off in a number of places that may have been turned back on again to get people out of that area. Also over in the Lee May area, there is also some evacuations going on. Now, the latest, we're going to get an update now on the latest on the propane situation. There are the Phillips Petroleum propane tanks, 30,000-gallon tanks that yesterday partially came loose, caused an evacuation of a large section of South St. Louis. Those people are still out of their homes today. We were still told as of this morning that it would be probably another 48 hours before that situation was corrected because of the potential volatility of the propane there. No one was being allowed back in a fairly large area around those propane tanks. Divers were supposed to be going back in this morning to help secure them. And hopefully now we're going to be able to get an update on that situation. Perhaps the River des Peres. Our Ruth Ezell is down along the River des Peres right now and may be able to give us some update on the situation on the levee there and what efforts are being made today to try to shore up that levee. Ruth?
They're going to be working all day long. What they're hoping to do, Jeff, is by this evening have that levee fortified. When our work crews arrived, there were workers who told me there were leaks springing all along the levee there, and they have been bringing in tons and tons of 2-inch rock and just piling it up, trying to fortify. They've done a very good job as from 8 o'clock this morning up to now. They have really plugged most of those leaks. They have also built what I can only term as secondary levees, so that in case the levees, the main levee breaks and water starts rushing down Germania Street, it would be stopped at some point by these secondary levees that are just piled right in the middle of the street, about 5-6 feet worth of sand and rock. Right now things do look pretty stable, but they say they are going to be working through the rest of today. As for the propane tanks, as you said, divers have gone down. They're still down there right now. What they're hoping to do is basically the idea is to relieve pressure on those propane tanks. The best thing, of course, would be for the waters to fall, because it's the rising waters that is causing possible breach, possible break, and possible release of gas. And that, of course, would cause problems because the propane is so highly explosive. But we did speak earlier with officials for Phillips, and they're confident that they can get that wrapped up in 48 hours. So right now, everybody's just praying there's not going to be any more rain, there are not going to be any more surprises like that horrible storm of last night, so they can get on with the work of making sure the floodwaters don't do any more damage than they've done already, Jeff.
Ruth, I know you've only been down there a short time, but when I talked to city officials this morning, they seemed very nervous about the status of the levee around the River des Peres, and they were indicating that it was already weak in a number of areas. Do you sense very much a nervousness among city officials today?
Well, I sensed a nervousness among officials, but among the people who are actually down there on the line, they have been able to compare from the time you spoke with officials, say at perhaps 7 or 8 o'clock this morning, and as of just a few moments ago. They have been working so hard to build that up, and while, yes, there is still a chance for breakage, they say they've made a lot of headway as far as getting to those most vulnerable points in the levee. And it by no means is anyone breathing a sigh of relief, but they say they have made some progress fortifying that levee.
All right, that's some good news indeed. Thank you, Ruth Ezell. And if we can, very quickly, before we go to Bob Richards, I think we have a map of the area that they were asking for the evacuation today. If we've got a chance to put that up, thank you. It's a fairly large area, but again, if you live in that area or you have family there, obviously a lot of these streets are going to make a lot of sense to you there. Essentially, what we've been told is a new sweep was going through there. National Guard, Fire Department, Police Department. Anybody who stayed in their house was going to be urged very strongly once again to get out. Any utilities that were still on were going to be turned off. Again, all of these areas are areas where the River des Peres levee is still at the 49-foot level, not the 50-foot level, in anticipation of what is coming down the river. And with that in mind, I'm joined by Chief Meteorologist. Well, before we do that, I'm told that we need to go back to Chopper 5 very quickly. Gene Jackson, what's the latest there?
Jeff, you're looking at this farmhouse we told you we thought would go any minute. The left side, we told you earlier, ripped off. Now, the left side of the back section, which had been intact, has now ripped off and floated away. And it appears that the house is set to go any minute, just as the house due west went about 2 hours before it. The siding is just lapping the water. The water is coming in so hard around this house. It's still filled up the first floor, and you can see it from the front of the house coming through the windows and the front door.
I mean, it's literally, Gene, racing coming through the house.
And you know what's amazing? The velocity of this water has not died down one bit. In fact, it looks even more fierce than it did maybe an hour ago.
So obviously it's just a matter of time before that farmhouse goes again. It is, what would you...
Wait, Jeff. Here goes one of the sheds
right now.
One
of the sheds just went underwater there.
There it goes.
The entire farm is going to be gone in a matter of minutes, I guarantee it. Now, this is another farmhouse in that same area of the original levee break that we discovered earlier this morning, maybe 200 yards to the east of the first farm. And that's two farms right in a row that will be completely wiped out by this floodwater within the next few minutes.
Okay, and we've also got some trees coming down, too, along that levee. Every other minute, we've told you, Jeff, and those trees are coming this way and running into the houses and the power towers. And again, the tower that's in between these two homes is still in a very precarious position and monitored by the power. Here we go. There goes another tree right in front of the farmhouse. You can see it being just swept away.
Unbelievable force that this water has as it comes through the levee break and through the farmland down here in Monroe County. So,
Alan, did I see a boat up there by the utility tower up there?
Negative. That's there was some debris laying up there. It probably just looked like it. You know, another thing that I've noticed, a lot of these farms have a lot of their own storage areas for fuel. I can smell the gasoline, and I'm up maybe 300 or 400 feet in the air, and I can smell the gasoline this high up from these farms being completely destroyed.
Jeff, you can see that the water level has risen significantly since you all came to us. It's now up to the second level of this house and much more forceful, and we'll continue to monitor this farm situation and let you know if the house is about to go.
Again, that is an area that 7 or 7:30 this morning, back several hundred yards, was not underwater. And then when the levee began to go, it went off in big sections. Again, it wiped out one whole farm in the area where photographer Joe Young is showing you, where the water is coming through. There was a farm there earlier today. That one is obviously completely gone. And now looks like about a quarter of a mile down. Go ahead, Gene.
And Jeff, there's a propane tank just bobbing right in front of this white building that is to the south of the house. I don't know if you can see it, but it's just being thrashed around in these currents. And we've seen several propane tanks, several barrels, and again, as Alan said, the smell of gasoline is very strong, even from up here.
I don't think, yesterday you were up over Chesterfield all day yesterday. Granted, it was a couple of hours in, but I don't remember seeing the water anywhere any more powerful than what we're seeing right here.
No, it just shows you how high and how strong the Mississippi River is right now and continuing to rise.
You can see there as you look down at the house, the siding, it looks like apparently has literally been ripped off the side of the house. All you can see is wood underneath.
It's just going to be a matter of time. I mean, the house is basically destroyed now, and as well as the outbuildings, the sheds. The farm equipment that was here was just simply rolled over as that water came through. So the force of the water just tremendous.
Let me, just a second, let me bring in the Chief Meteorologist Bob Richards is with us now watching these pictures as we're looking at.
Alan, why don't we, or Gene, give us a perspective on where we are. We're in Monroe County. A lot of our viewers don't know where Monroe County is. Where's the J.B. Bridge?
Monroe County isn't that far from the, well, it's actually just south of the J.B. Bridge, and we're probably 3 miles south of the Jefferson Barracks Bridge. You can see it up there in the background. There's also a Coast Guard helicopter just went by going north. They're still looking around the area. Possibly anybody got stuck out here as this levee broke. So we're only 3 miles south of the Jefferson Barracks Bridge, right on the Illinois side of the river. If you take a due west of Columbia, Illinois, right on the riverfront, right there.
Now, earlier, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, well, and is Columbia a threat? A lot of folks may be concerned about what's the situation in Columbia, Illinois. How far away is it?
Bob, at this point, no, Columbia, Illinois is not threatened by this. There is quite a bit of bottomland here that would have to fill up. I know it looks like it has, but there's quite a bit more. So no, at this point, there is no immediate threat to the town of Columbia.
You know, go back, Joe, go back to the power line there, the tower. A little bit earlier, we were talking to a helicopter pilot that had some people from the power company looking at that tower, and they indicated they were very concerned about the water rushing past the bottom of this this electrical power line. And Gene, how many volts?
That's a 138,000 volt tower, according to the power company official who was inspecting it a little while ago, and they are concerned.
And it is still hot.
And earlier this morning, again, a few hours ago, we're taking you through this. Again, this area was not underwater. In fact, you had some pictures up on the levee of some men in trucks and heavy equipment literally trying to save that levee a little further up, I guess. But obviously, that was a futile effort. And what was a break of maybe a couple of feet wide, you can see now is maybe 75 or 100 yards wide.
Yes, and Jeff, now you're looking at see the debris coming out of the house, and by the house, this looks more like siding coming off. And look, there comes a big chunk of siding right there. The water has already come up so much since we've just been on the air. There comes some more. Look at that.
Well, you just can't imagine the power of this water coming through. It's more powerful than a bulldozer moving through the trees in the house there. As you can see, that house is just getting ready to crumble.
Jeff, it's listing to the left now, the left of from our perspective. There goes the top level.
And it just the house is practically gone, and of course, in no time at all, the rest of the outbuildings, the grain bins are going to be gone as well. It's just really a sad thing to watch these farms that have been here for so long just completely destroyed by this floodwater.
And, you know, we're not, I guess it's easy to sit here and talk about buildings and silos, but as you said, we're talking about people's lives here.
You got it. And, you know, I've covered a lot of tornado damage. I've covered a lot of high wind damage. But this flood damage, you sit there and the house is there 1 minute, and the water comes up, the levee breaks, and just all of a sudden, you know, what you've worked for years and years and years is gone.
And Jeff, as you said earlier, this was dry this morning. This was not even rain-soaked. This was dry this morning until about 10 o'clock or 9:45 when this levee gave way, and it is now opened up. Alan, how big a section would you say of this levee is gushing through here?
Well, when we first got here this morning and first reported it, maybe a 30-foot break, and now we're up to at least 100-yard stretch of the levee that is completely ripped out. And this is just one break. There's another break a little bit further south than us, and it's amazing that the Coast Guard helicopter is making a survey of the levee. Again, we're talking to them on another radio as well. They're still checking the levee and checking for people who might have gotten stranded out here. As you see that Coast Guard helicopter go by the break in the levee.
Alan, in relationship to what you've already shown us, maybe Joe can get a wider shot and look back the other way. How many other farms do we have there that might be in trouble?
we're gonna bring it around and we'll show you as Joe comes by. There's some farms out in the background there, and you can see that there's still farmland here. and this water just keeps heading towards the farmland as we come all the way around. There's another big farm and some of these farms there's 10, 15, 20 feet of water in the farms already, and it just continues to march south.
And unbelievably, they're the fortunate ones because they weren't close enough to this levee to be stuck in the rapids which have formed here in the last couple of hours. And Joe's shooting upriver. You know, there is another major break about 1.5 miles south from where we are right now, Jeff, and that is helping flood several hundred acres just south of this location.
And that house is basically leaving right now.
There it goes.
The house is basically just about gone, and it's just amazing. It's actually, like Gene says, sad to watch all of these farms, these houses just completely go under.
You can see the roof is floating down now under the power lines.
And we should keep everybody alerted that this area has been evacuated for some number of days now, so there's no indication that anybody is inside any of these structures. They've been gone for some time, we have been told by emergency officials.
Jeff, the last people we saw here were, what, maybe an hour and a half ago, Alan?
Yeah, about an hour and a half ago, there goes one of the trees. And, you know, we're talking 4, 5, 6 foot diameter trees just being pushed over by this tremendous force of the water coming through the levee.
You know, we talked earlier about an hour ago if there is any video in all of this month-long flood coverage that has shown the power of Mother Nature and the power of what we're dealing with. This video that we are seeing today here in Monroe County, Illinois, is certainly it.
Jeff, here this wall of the house is now getting ready to come off. There it goes.
You almost really don't need to say anything when you're up here looking at this video. You're watching it live. It's just absolutely unbelievable. I can truly say I have never been, all the years I've been flying, I've never seen this much destructive force in one spot.
And Jeff, again, the last person we saw in this area was about an hour and a half ago. They have been safely evacuated. But I would say, what, 3 or 4 miles south of here, they're still working pretty hard on the levee?
You bet. There's another levee that moves east and west, that runs east and west. And south of that levee, they are still struggling to repair levees, to raise levees, and keep the water from coming into thousands of more of farmland.
Okay.
And now they're working with 2 sides. They're working with, of course, the side that faces the Mississippi and then the side that is flooded from these levee breaks. Here goes another tree up by that.
And I'm sure all of the people who are watching this with us, again, we talked about the buildings, but everybody's hearts have to go out to the owners of these farms who are who may be watching this and seeing their entire lives being washed away by the Mississippi River in just a matter of hours.
You know, another thing, you know, it just goes. This river just keeps rising and destroying more homes, destroying more farmland. The help is still needed. The Salvation Army, Red Cross can still use your donations.
And there are a lot of areas along the Mississippi, in Arnold and in Festus, Crystal City, and all over St. Charles, that are not in this dire danger at this point. They can avoid some of this destruction, but they need help with sandbagging.
And anybody in any other community must watch this video and must cringe when they see the force of the water that is coming down the Mississippi River. Gene Jackson and Alan Barklage, photographer Joe Young, and Chopper 5. Thank you again very much for your good work and some really astounding video. Again, that is in Monroe County, Illinois, on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River. Bob Richards is with us now. He's been watching that with me. Just an incredible sight.
It is chilling. It is just chilling. And I mean, our hearts just go out to the people, you know, and heaven, if they're watching it, you know, and they see this happen, it's just incredible. A couple things I want to pass along. First of all, from the St. Charles County Emergency Management Agency, they have advised us that we should advise you that they do not need sandbaggers until later today up in St. Charles, mainly because of a congestion problem and a safety problem up at the sandbag sites, and that is up in St. Charles County. And so they will let us know, and we will, of course, let you know later on this afternoon when there is another continued need for sandbaggers up at the St. Charles area, in which case you would meet at the Mark Twain Mall up at 5th Street and I-70 just over the river in St. Charles. Also, the St. Charles Emergency Management Agency would like us to advise you that sightseers will absolutely not be tolerated in the flooding or sandbagging areas, and they urge anybody that wants to sightsee to do it down at the riverfront in St. Louis and not at some of the areas that, that are prone to the sort of damage that you just saw live on television. I want to show you now the latest figures from the National Weather Service and the Army Corps of Engineers, the latest river stages in and around the area. these are latest figures as of mid-morning. In St. Louis, we are now up to 49.4 feet. That's about 49 feet and 5 inches. That's about 2 feet and 7 inches below the top of the flood walls, Jeff, in downtown St. Louis. Obviously, there was a concern as to how high it could keep going. In Arnold, the river stage is 44.9 feet. And in both of these cases, remember, the flood stage, the level of the river at which it starts to flood over onto Lenore K. Sullivan Boulevard was like 19 feet ago. That was at 30 feet. In Arnold, the flood stage is about 25 feet. So we're about 20 feet above flood stage there. And the forecast crests, we have them for you as well, will occur later today, tonight, and early tomorrow morning. The matter of timing by hours is a little bit tough, and it's a little bit tough to call. But at this point, it looks like the rivers will crest in St. Louis at 49.7 feet, and that will come tonight or early tomorrow morning. The river is already starting to fall, thankfully, in Herman. In St. Charles, the river should crest later on today. And early this evening. We have those figures as well, I believe, on the graphics, and we may get to them in just a couple of minutes. But that is the latest right now. The 0 hour will come later this afternoon, tonight, and tomorrow morning in and around the St. Louis area. Along the river de Pere, critical hours will be mainly this evening and late tonight.
I think everybody, everywhere, Bob, and certainly we've been covering this for more than a month now, has been waiting. Hopefully this is the hour when finally the crest hits and we'll begin to settle out and start to go down somewhat.
I think this will be it. You know, the pattern, the weather pattern that at first contributed to all of this developed months and months ago, and it mainly developed upriver. We're already seeing a change in the pattern so that at least upriver, Iowa, into Nebraska and Kansas, even though you occasionally get some thunder showers, it's not the type of situation where you get a prolonged period of heavy rain. So at least that part of it is over. We had some thunderstorms last weekend, and that caused the problems along the Missouri River, therefore the problems in Chesterfield the night before, therefore the problems today in the St. Louis area. But those storms are out of here. We had some storms last night, obviously dumped a heavy amount of rain, but thankfully those were in here and they were out of here all within the span of around 4 to 6 hours. So maybe another 4 to 6 inches of additional river rise because of those storms, and that should be it. I think after
10 blocks north of St. Charles, we're at the corner. This is Benton and Bartell, and I think that street right down there is 4th Street. That's okay, that's North 5th Street right down there. And so what you're not seeing down there is 3rd Street and 2nd Street. They're completely underwater, under the flooded water over there. And what bridge or what road do we see over there?
That's Highway 370 east. You cannot get on that. That's, in fact, you would get, this is 94 down here, which is all underwater, which you would take to get on 370, and you can't go that way now.
Okay. We see right now there's if we can move the camera right on over here, is a huge truck. I think that's a National Guard truck full of sandbags that's trying to venture out into the very deep water to probably take some sandbags out to an area to try to keep back the waters. People here just hope that all this work and all this effort to try to keep back the water is
Michelle, we had heard portions of 3rd, 4th, and 5th Streets, again, areas that you would not normally expect to flood were underwater. You talked about Barthel. We heard an apartment complex there this morning. People were moving out, so I think that gives people a very good idea what areas we're talking about in the city of St. Charles that are directly being affected by this flood.
We also understand that a couple of sandbag levees in the area have just broken through. I just talked with some of the
air special and dramatic videotape. Perhaps one of the most telling moments in this flood came this afternoon.
That's when we spotted this sign, "Save Our Horses," as Alan Barklage flew over St. Charles County. We're told that after we aired these pictures, authorities in St. Charles began working to free them. And we're told, happily, the horses are safe and should be moved by tomorrow.
Rescue workers in this area have been phenomenal in their response to all these situations.
One trouble spot.
That levee broke and I started moving a little faster. That's all you really can do, try and get out of here.
before the water gets up here and takes everything you got.
So that is the situation here right now. There have been breaks in the levee that has flooded even more areas, and officials fear it will get worse. And many of the residents here along 2nd and Wilkinson on the northern end of town are told to leave. Back to you.
Boy, and people are asking when is this going to be over? That's just amazing.
More and more
Thank you,
people
Ellie.
evacuated. Greg Gazinski will join us.
Smashed into the bridge itself. How much damage do you know was done to the boat, and how much damage, if any, was done to the bridge?
That's being looked at right now by the fire department as well as Coast Guard officials and others. We really can't tell at this point in the darkness how much damage has been done to either the bridge or the boat.
What about with the helicopter pad and the minesweeper? Did they pass under the bridge unobstructed, or did they also crash into the bridge as they were moving downriver?
Well, our information was that the three of them were somehow mixed together until they got to the bridge, and then whereupon the helicopter barge and the minesweeper got underway by themselves.
Being smaller, they may have passed under unobstructed?
Yes, ma'am. That is entirely possible. We don't have any eyewitnesses that saw them go under the bridge. We haven't talked to any just yet.
We heard, Lieutenant, earlier an unconfirmed report that there may have been an explosion before these three vessels began floating downriver. Have you heard that?
No, sir. We have had no reports of any explosion.
All right. Lieutenant Robert Siddell of the Coast Guard, we thank you very much for your insight and your expertise right there. As we mentioned a little bit earlier, the St. Louis entrance to the Poplar Street Bridge has been closed, but the lieutenant mentioned that at this point all three vessels have been corralled. Two of them, the minesweeper as well as the helicopter pad, were located well south of the Poplar Street Bridge. It's my understanding that News Channel 5's Kay Quinn is somewhere around the scene right now. Let's check in with her and see what information she may be able to give to us. Kay?
Well, Rick and Karen, I'm in the parking lot of the old cathedral, and right now this is as far as we are able to get. In fact, even walking onto the property here of the arch, there are park rangers lined up around the arch, not even letting sightseers, spectators, or the media in past the arch. We can't get even close enough to see the river. I did take a trip down to the south overlook here on the arch grounds, and we could see the Poplar Street Bridge, and apparently there is still traffic traveling on the bridge. We could see the headlights of cars there, but there is a police car now that has blocked off the entrance to the Poplar Street Bridge from Memorial Drive. So it seems to be some kind of concern here, and the police car, as I mentioned, is parked right across the ramp. At this point, details are very sketchy. In fact, police are in the midst of setting up a command center and getting information to the media here. Several pieces of fire equipment are parked right now on the arch grounds themselves, actually right under the arch, near the steps that lead down now, of course, to the flooding Mississippi River. But as I said, details very sketchy here. A lot of people have gathered in this area, but really not able to get any closer than we can. And at this point, we're waiting to hear what officials have to tell us about the situation not only down on the riverfront with the remaining boats here, but also the situation downriver now that the Burger King floating restaurant has floated down there. I'll remind you, about 2.5 weeks ago, the Burger King floating restaurant caught fire down here on the riverfront. Happened about 6:30 or 7 o'clock in the evening, and at that point St. Louis firefighters had a very hard time getting to the boat. They had to string fire hose through the floodwater and use a fireboat to get onto the Burger King floating restaurant and put the fire out. And at that point, there had been some speculation whether the floodwater had somehow triggered an electrical problem that caused that fire. But this is not the first problem that's occurred on that boat. And now, of course, it's well downstream, I'm sure, at this point, and officials are assessing what's happened to the Poplar Street Bridge, assessing what's happened down here on the river. We hope to have some more information for you as soon as it's available, but as I mentioned, authorities themselves just in the very preliminary stages of setting things up here. Reporting live from the arch grounds, Kay Quinn, News Channel 5.
Okay, thank you very much.
We will continue to check back on this situation. It will be developing all night, undoubtedly.
You're right, indeed. And for the moment, we're going to go back to Mike Bush now in Sports Plus. Mike?
All right, Rick, the helicopter barge as well as a minesweeper breaking loose from the St. Louis riverfront did indeed pass under the Poplar Street Bridge. The Burger King restaurant striking the bridge substructure. The Poplar Street Bridge is closed at this moment while bridge engineers go on top and under and trying to make sure that the bridge is not damaged in any fashion before they allow more traffic on across the Poplar Street Bridge. So at this point, the situation seems to be resolved, and again, we assume all of this might have been because of the Mississippi River. The riverfront dropped dramatically today, about 6 to 8 inches, maybe a foot, when the Monroe levee gave way and the water began to find its way quickly into the Monroe County farmland. But then as it began to equalize and more of the swell came down, the river went back up. We are expecting, of course, tomorrow on the St. Louis riverfront, the crest to reach 47.9 or higher, and now the Coast Guard is rechecking the Admiral, the McDonald's restaurant, the Robert E. Lee, and the others that are anchored to the St. Louis riverfront to make sure that they are going to stay restrained as the river continues to rise and the pressure continues to increase. And we will continue to watch that story for you as well. Now, one other quick item. The 370 bridge into St. Charles has been reopened for the time being. It was closed for a period of time tonight by Bridgeton Police because they were fearful of water going over one of the approaches. Apparently the Highway Department has checked that out and said it will be usable for tomorrow morning, barring any last-minute changes. So the 370 bridge from St. Charles apparently will be open for rush hour traffic at this point. Interstate 70 bridge, of course, will be handling additional traffic. Highway 40 off the Daniel Boone Bridge is closed because of the break at Chesterfield Valley the other day. That access into downtown St. Louis or anywhere in West St. Louis County is closed. Tomorrow morning, there will be a massive traffic jam on the Interstate 70 bridge over St. Charles because all of this traffic, about 40,000 to 50,000 motorists using the 40 Daniel Boone Bridge will now have to use 70 bridge or the 370 bridge if it does still remain open. If they should close the 370 bridge again, then you've got another 20,000 motorists also having to use the Interstate 70 bridge over St. Charles coming into the St. Louis area. So once again, the situation on the St. Louis riverfront is confined. All three, including the Burger King restaurant, have been rounded up by tugs. The Coast Guard is now checking the other boats that are restrained along the St. Louis riverfront to make sure that they will hold as we continue to see the rivers continue to crest. We continue our full expanded coverage for you as we watch over the great flood.
Sends the Mississippi over another town.
And it means the evacuation of 600 people in time, but their homes are claimed by the flood of '93. Good afternoon. Right now, the raging Mississippi River is reclaiming bottomland in Monroe County, Illinois.
And in South St. Louis, the danger of explosive propane tanks forces more evacuations, including thousands in South St. Louis County. Let's quickly check the flood facts at this hour. Thousands leave their homes and businesses as officials expand the evacuation where floodwaters have dislodged 51 floating propane tanks. The Mississippi is ravaging 55,000 acres of land in Monroe County, Illinois, breaching the levee just south of the J.B. Bridge. The Missouri River apparently is cresting in St. Charles. We'll be checking on the river levels with Trish Brown in just a few minutes. And first, the serious situation in South St. Louis City and County, where up to 9,000 people have been evacuated now. Jeff Rainford has been on that scene since early this morning. Jeff, bring us up to date.
Well, Jim, this latest evacuation has largely been completed, an evacuation prompted because the situation involving those 51 propane tanks at the Phillips Petroleum Company operation on South Broadway, that situation is worse than officials previously thought. More on that in a minute, but first let me bring you up to date on the new evacuation area. We have prepared a map. In the city of St. Louis, they are evacuating people in this area. The boundaries are Interstate 55 on the west, the Mississippi River on the east, Robert Street on the north, that's roughly 7200 South Broadway, and the River de Pere on the south. That's the evacuation area in the city of St. Louis. In St. Louis County, it is a much larger evacuation area. The River de Pere and Weber Road form the northern boundary. Avenue H to Pauley runs down the western boundary. Pauley over to Lee May, then Lee May to Telegraph. It goes down about 3 blocks. It kind of jogs down there. Then Telegraph over to Ripa, and Ripa to the point where it dead ends. That forms the southern boundary. Also, about 60 people across the river, straight across the river, in East Carondelet, Illinois, also had to be evacuated. Overall, more than 9,000 people live in the evacuation area. They were rousted just after dawn this morning.
Tell that company down there they should have emptied them damn tanks. Instead of leaving them filled up, it's their damn fault.
Just after dawn, police officers and National Guardsmen fanned out, ordering thousands of people to evacuate that instant.
We have an emergency. I understand the organization. I have to lock the door, and this is it.
Some packed everything they could, as fast as they could. Others left with little more than the clothes on their backs. Those who don't own a car got a ride on a bi-state bus.
Just start loading up on this bus, and they'll take you to a Red Cross place.
Aren't they taking them up to Cleveland High School?
I believe that's where they're taking you to, yes. So the bus drivers, load you up, and they'll take you up there. Yes, ma'am. Grab your stuff and go.
Some of the evacuees taken to a Red Cross shelter are very old. Several nursing homes are in the evacuation area. As you can imagine, the evacuation isn't sitting too well with the people who live in these neighborhoods.
We're the victims right now. They're not letting us take none of our belongings or nothing. They're just kicking people out on the street. Where's these people supposed to go at?
Where are you going to go?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I got a son to take care of, my wife.
I want to go back home, but they said if I go back and stay in my house, I'm considered a looter. So, yeah, I'm real upset about it.
City and county officials decided to double the evacuation area around the propane tanks from a half-mile to a mile radius. Phillips Petroleum officials say the chances for a major leak have become too great.
The release could be sudden, and it will seek a point of ignition if we should have a major release. And so they really wouldn't have time to gather up their belongings, and they really must take advantage of the opportunity to evacuate.
Now, I spoke a few minutes ago with Colonel Ray Lauer of the St. Louis Police Department. He says the main concern right now is that 5 of the 51 tanks are leaking. Right now, as we speak, we are told there are divers in the water. They're trying to see if there is a safe way to uncouple those 5 tanks from the other 46 tanks. Ray Lauer says if they are able to do that, if they're able to uncouple those tanks and move them, the leaking tanks, then the level of danger will drop appreciably. But we don't know how long that operation is going to take, and Robin and Jim, nobody seems to know how long these people are going to be staying out of their homes, and many of them have had to go to the Red Cross shelters, and that's a very, very uncomfortable existence.
A lot of people displaced. Thanks. That's Jeff Rainford reporting live from South St. Louis.
At this hour, the town of Valmeyer, Illinois, is almost completely covered with water.
News 4's Peter Bernard is standing by live. He is over Valmeyer in Jetcopter 4 with some dramatic pictures of this latest flooding. What are you seeing right now, Peter?
Well, Robin and Jim, it's a sight you just never get used to, and it's all too common in our area. Take a look at downtown Valmeyer, Illinois. Almost the entire town is completely underwater. You can see a rushing stream of Mississippi River water going through town. Now, fortunately, the people here knew it was coming. They were warned to get out, and at this hour, those warnings are proving to be well-founded. Today, Valmeyer looks like so many other towns hit by the flood of '93. The unwelcome visitor has moved in to stay for a long time to come. About 2.5 miles north of Valmeyer, the Fountain Creek levee is cut in several places by the rushing floodwater. Normally, water is only at the creek bed, but now it's out of control and running wild. Hundreds of acres of farmland are now under the smelly brown and green floodwater. The result of the breaks? The town itself resembles towns we've come to know very well, like West Alton, Hardin, and others. The main street is hard to pinpoint as the Mississippi takes over at a rapid pace. In Valmeyer, word to evacuate got out, and residents apparently did so. I could see no sign of life in the small farming town. Many of those who left their homes are now staying in schools, or in this case, the Waterloo Sportsman's Club, which is allowing flood victims to stay free. Victims like Carlisle Knobloch and Brian Miller. Until they can return home, this trailer will be their home.
Do you think you'll return to Valmeyer?
Well, I guess, see what it looks like first. Of course, we're going to have to clean it up.
Guess we'll be up here for the duration, I guess. Ain't much you can do.
For these flood victims, the forced camping calls for improvisation. A car serves as a clothes hamper. 2 trees serve as a woodsy closet. As we fly over the flooded land, we are always on the lookout for oddities that strike. This time, we spot a giant ammonia tank, apparently jarred loose in the floodwaters. We also see about 8 pigs clinging to the only dry spot around, the railroad tracks. They appear to be sleeping, but are awakened by the helicopter engine. As we circle to get these shots, we can smell the grimy floodwater with its stench of sewer water and decaying wood. A high-voltage power line sits toppled near the breach. The cable's actually in the water. And something that struck our pilot Kay Lindbergh and photographer Brian Howe, a flooded-out house with the stars and stripes still waving, a salute to the brave people who live here. This break in the Fountain Creek levee is still causing havoc down here. It's sweeping away bits and pieces of people's lives as we hover over Valmeyer. Windows, siding, tires, these are kind of the things that we saw coming down here, just the bits of flotsam coming by. We saw soggy hay, shutters, kids' toys, and on a kind of a strange sight, pieces of roof trusses going by. We saw a cooler at one point, and we also went over the town just before our live shot today and saw the community high school with water inundating the school. We saw submerged areas all over the place, including propane tanks floating around, and some homes up to their rooftops, and depending on what elevation they were at, some homes just up to steps. But again, it looks like about 95% of the town is indeed underwater. A real sad sight to see yet another town underwater due to the flood of '93. Reporting live from Jetcopter 4, I'm Peter Bernard, high above Belmire.
Okay, thank you, Peter. One of the cruelest ironies of the great flood of '93 are the people who have beat the rising water, their homes high and dry, but their faucets empty. Some 75,000 people in the Alton area are in their second day of life without running water. The mighty Mississippi reclaimed the Alton water plant yesterday, shutting off the taps to the old River City and several surrounding communities. Those affected are filling up their water jugs at several distribution centers, and Anheuser-Busch has donated canned water.
All of us walking around this morning continually asking Trish, have we reached the crest, haven't we? What's the answer, Trish?
Well, the answer is across many of the areas we're at our highest point that we are going to see now. This is not only in the St. Charles area, also just stretching down through the St. Louis area, a very wide area. One of the reasons why we're not going to be flexing a whole lot is because of a lot of the levee breaks. Some good news to tell you about in Herman. The river has fallen almost an entire foot from yesterday. Their crest there was 36.3. Today they are at 35.1, and they will continue to fall even though they will be above flood stage for the next 3 weeks in Herman. In St. Charles, the crest is occurring now. They fluctuated a little bit too. 39.5 was their high point. That was last night. That may be the record crest. Right now they're at 39.3, although we could see again a few more fluctuations which could actually top the 39.5 point that they had last night. We're going to have to keep watching that area. Up in Winfield, also reaching a crest at this point at 39.5, not expected to go much higher. The same is the case as we head down to Grafton, just a little bit of a rise there, 37.8. We're expecting to crest late today at 37.9, and then the rivers will begin to fall. Heading down to Alton, 42.2. That's going to stay the same as we head through the rest of today with only minor fluctuations, and then we will begin to fall as we head into Tuesday. Same for St. Louis. We've had an interesting picture here. Yesterday morning I came in, it was 49.3. We had levee breaks. We fell back into the 48 area, and then we rose back up last night to 49.4. That may well be our record crest, because now again with the levee breaks, 48.6, and this is where we're expected to stay right on through today. And then as we head into tomorrow, we will begin to fall. Heading on down into Chester, the crest there will occur on Tuesday at 48.8. Right now we're at 47.7, and of course as that water travels from St. Louis down through Chester, we will also see backups on the River Des Peres and also the Merrimack River. And Arnold, Merrimack is expected to crest at 44 feet. This afternoon, lots of sunshine. Ironically, one of the best days we're going to have all summer. If we make it up to 88 degrees, that will be our high temperature today, and winds will be very nice, Jim and Robin, out of the northwest, and very dry, very low humidities.
Okay, Trish, thank you very much.
Still ahead on News 4 Live at noon. It's billed to be the worst traffic jam in St. Louis history. But what was rush hour really like this morning?
And the historic first rush hour on Metrolink, day one of the weekday operation.
And the Burger King boat from St. Louis riverfront ended up miles downstream, causing concerns. Motorists wanting to cross the Mississippi must now use the Chain of Rocks 270 bridge, the Martin Luther King, or the Poplar Street bridges downtown, or you can use the JB Bridge. And flooding on the Missouri River caused traffic problems for St. Charles County residents.
It was forecast to be the worst traffic jam in St. Louis history, but News 4's Laura Nangle reports it went smoother than expected.
Red taillights and bumper-to-bumper traffic greeted morning commuters crossing the Blanchette Bridge into St. Louis County this morning. Unfortunately, this will be the scenario for St. Charles City and County residents, at least for the next 2 weeks. The Daniel Boone Bridge, which normally handles more than 40,000 cars each morning, shut down after floodwaters swept across Highway 40, cutting off the bridge. Now almost 250,000 commuters must try and cross the Blanchette Bridge or the Highway 370 Discovery Bridge. If you're using the Blanchette Bridge eastbound 70, the Highway Department has expanded the exit ramp onto southbound 270 to 2 lanes in an effort to alleviate some of that congestion. If you plan on using the Highway 370 Discovery Bridge, The Elm Point ramp is the only way to get onto that bridge. All other ramps are flooded out right now. St. Charles officials are asking only those morning commuters who normally use the Discovery Bridge to use that route. This morning, a mad rush to the Discovery Bridge caused complete gridlock in St. Charles. A word of advice from both the Highway Department and the St. Charles Emergency Operations Center. Get up early and be patient. Reporting for News 4 in St. Charles, I'm Lauren Engel.
Okay, Laura, thank you very much. The Highway Department adjusting the stoplights along Highway 94 and in the city of St. Charles in an effort to make the drive time run a little smoother this evening. Hundreds of area drivers are apparently heeding the warnings of highway officials, and they're taking Metrolink to work. The new light rail system was running at near full capacity this morning. While the new line doesn't go into St. Charles County yet, riders are able to park their cars at stops outside of the city and ride the train into downtown.
Great Casino later this year. No word on how that accident will affect those plans. In the meantime, that minesweeper, the inaugural, it also ended up 2 miles downriver on the riverfront in South St. Louis. The inaugural has seen rough action before, and this time it came through the flood trek in good shape. And take a look at the Lenore K. Sullivan Drive below the arch. It shows that the riverfront is without the Burger King boat and the minesweeper and that heliport. The Huck Finn and the Tom Sawyer are being held against a couple of trees
going on below them. They may have a view of it as they sit here, but this is really a major jam. It was put out as an alternate route to Highway 70, and everybody's trying to take 367 into the northern section of St. Charles County, and this is what you find: gridlock. The cars are absolutely...
All right, very good. We're obviously having a little problem with that signal. I'm just checking. You was talking about 67 or 367 in there?
Right, and massive traffic jams, as we have said. We hope that to keep this from happening tomorrow, you will start out early, try using a Metrolink if that's possible, try carpooling if you can to alleviate some of the traffic. And we understand that McDonnell Douglas is implementing a flex time program so that their employees can get to work on a staggered basis to help with the situation. Maybe your company can do that too.
Yeah, we'll keep checking with John on the rescue of those folks in the car. Now let's go to Trish Brown with the latest on the weather and, of course, the possible crest. Trish?
That's right.
10:15. The rising Missouri River breaks a levee. 2 feet of water, and the river is expected to crest dangerously close. There's fear St. Louis could end up like so many cities upstream. The tension heightens Friday afternoon. At a propane storage facility in South St. Louis, tanks start to float.
This is a serious emergency situation. We're asking that all people in that area evacuate their areas immediately.
700 homes are evacuated as a dozen 30,000-gallon tanks float loose from their moorings, tethered only by 3-inch connecting pipes. There's a terrifying possibility propane gas could leak and explode. Downriver, towns that have been fighting the rising waters for weeks are beginning to brace for the worst, the fast-approaching river crest. In Kimswick, a newly constructed levee guards half the town, and the race is on to protect the rest.
They secured the front door and left the back door open. Now they're working like crazy to finish closing the back door.
Doris Thompson and her 70-year-old mother live next to the levee they refer to as the back door. It's all that separates them from the Mississippi.
That water is something to live this close to, and it could come both ways. You don't know what time. We sleep with one eye open and one eye shut.
Farther north, water is already destroying the Monarch Levee near Chesterfield, Missouri, home of the Spirit of St. Louis Airport. 60 people are evacuated. Daybreak Saturday. This is Chesterfield. The Missouri River is racing through the levee at 10 knots an hour, almost twice as fast as the raging Mississippi. The airport and the few planes that couldn't be flown out are submerged. Homes, businesses, the whole area swamped in a matter of hours.
It came up about 7 feet in about an hour and a half.
Jane and Tom Sennett are forced to abandon their restaurant.
There was a current. It was things you see in the movies.
The damage is done in Chesterfield, and by Saturday afternoon, St. Louis's 400,000 residents could lose their drinking water.
It looks as though there is still a couple of feet, though, before it would clear the levees here at the water plant and get into the water supply for St. Louis City and St. Louis counties.
The Mississippi is rising more than a foot a day, a flow of 1 million cubic feet of water a second, 6 times the norm, all of it rushing toward the city. And in South St. Louis, the waters are higher. 50 of the 51 propane gas tanks are now floating. More people are forced from their homes.
They said if you don't get out now, we'll handcuff you and put you on a bus.
In Kimmswick, only a handful of the 135 people remain, but the mother and daughter are hanging tough, ignoring requests to evacuate.
But to keep up the hope and faith and the whole community, somebody had to stay. My dad, before he died, made me promise that I would keep this ground, keep this land, take care of it.
It's a promise that has been kept through 5 generations, beginning in the days of slavery.
They went through so much to get this, to learn how to keep it, to hang on to it. And it was deeded to them through Lincoln, you know.
Your daughter was telling me that when they were telling you to get to higher ground, that you refused to go, but you did put tools in the truck.
I got all my tools, so I figured if I carried my tools, anything happened, I could rebuild and still have a place to live.
And the wall went one day about
10 miles farther south, another tough day for Pastor Richard Adams and his congregation. They've been battling rising waters in Crystal City since July 3rd. While others have failed, they're still hanging on, but not by much.
You mean the only thing that's preventing your church from looking like that building, what little you can see of it, are these sandbags in front of us?
that and the grace of the good Lord. That's exactly right.
But they're hedging their bets, shoring up walls, and devising a way to float the pews if their efforts should fail. Saturday evening, violent thunderstorms pelt St. Louis. Water levels are at 48.5, just 3.5 feet from pouring onto city streets. Sunday morning, Columbia, Illinois, 15 miles south of St. Louis.
Before too long, this is going to be a major break.
In a spectacular display of its power, the Mississippi breaches its levee.
That house is starting to go.
Oh, Jeff, it's unbelievable. There it goes. Just now, lifted off the foundation.
But ironically, the devastation in Columbia diverts some of the onrushing water and maybe just the break many of the downstream towns need. At the First Baptist Church, some of the pressure is finally off.
We stood out here in the lobby and watched it on TV. It was a sickening sight to see someone else losing their whole life's investment in a home, but it was kind of with mixed emotions, I guess, because we hated that our good fortune had to come at so high a price in the way of somebody else's misfortune.
Still, they aren't out of the woods yet. The Mississippi is now at 49.4 feet. There's talk of a crest of 51 feet. Serious talk.
What are you prepared for now? How high are the bags?
51 feet. Actually, 50 feet of water. And they said you need to prepare for as high as 51 feet, so we kind of got nervous.
An all too familiar feeling for Doris Thompson.
I get up and I walk, and I get on the levee and I see the water. That's scary when you walk out there and you see water coming from the other side all along the ditch, because when water comes, it comes, and nothing can stop it.
Forecasters who predicted the worst was over are tragically wrong in Alton, Illinois.
I was given orders to close this area off, so everybody's got to go.
The Mississippi rises faster and higher than predicted, overwhelming the sandbags and the pumps. Sunday evening in St. Louis, an army of volunteers is still sandbagging, desperate to hold its own against the river.
We're going to win, because we're not going to stop.
But the river's not stopping either. Its raging waters uproot 2 floating restaurants. One sinks, the other smashes into a bridge, temporarily shutting down one of the few remaining links between Missouri and Illinois. Early Monday morning, the War Room. The Emergency Operations Center worries there could be propane fires. Another 9,000 people in South St. Louis are to be forced from their homes. The Mississippi drops about 10 inches after another levee in Illinois gives way. A relief to St. Louis, but at a terrible cost. 60,000 acres of prime farmland. Attention turns south again toward the smaller towns downriver.
What are you feeling right now?
Full of tears, and hoping and praying I know it's the hole down there. And I know that they're putting that rock in there. And I'm wondering if that rock is going to hold those two holes.
It's near, I hope, the end. It's touch and go now.
Doris and her mother pass the time as they have every hour of every day of the past several weeks, delivering food and drinks to the National Guard and the volunteers.
They're doing something for us. And this is our way of giving them something back.